like a Discord notification live with the Semifinals. We're gonna co-cast with Ornlu today. I tried to avoid spoilers in the YouTube titles, but note that we will, of course, talk about spoilers because we are casting the set live. And looks like they are indeed starting to draft. We're gonna cast or co-cast with Ornlu. So bring him in here as the drafts get going. Also need to go grab my coffee soon. Lemukiki, alright on time? I think I was a minute or so late. We're right on time for the drafts. And what's our first map going to be? It's going to be Immersion. Immersion. Sebastian is African Clearing, Teiti and Crownwood. ACCM is Black Forest, Border Dispute. And cenotes. More cenotes. Why do players keep picking the map that's going to be unbalanced, like the map Viper had yesterday? Hello, Barbaras. I don't think that the pond location matters all that much, but it's one thing that I know is not going to be perfectly balanced. So how's everyone doing? Drafts posted, Black Forest and Border Dispute. We're getting a lot of Vil fights. Getting a lot of Vil fights. That's what Mem said when I was talking to him the other day. I was like, maybe Black Forest should be open. He's like, no, it should be chaotic. Next time we do this, probably should be chaotic. Oh, Will's in the Warlords server. And also, my mouse is like plugged into my PC right now because I needed to charge it. So it's like, it doesn't reach the right side of my desk where I usually have it. So I'm gonna do some left-handed mousing for a few minutes as we get the draft going. Let me find Ornlu and just be like, combine chats when the Civ draft finishes? Question. Hello, Schmoofus. Oh, Prince Coconuts, thank you for the sub.
Mongols, we are doomed for certain.
You're getting tired of a horrible internet supplier ad that shows dancing unicorn influencers when I want to see the games on your stream. Well, thank you very much for the sub. That'll count towards Partner Plus for us. And also, you know, you can also watch on YouTube. You don't want to see those ads. YouTube. It's going to be ad-free for the live streams. I'll need to figure out what to do for the edited YouTube videos going forward, because I want to do more of those, but thank you very much for the sub on Twitch. Ornlu says, yeah, with 4 A's and no H. Y-E-A-A-A-A. YouTube is for smelly people? You see, unlike T90's YouTube over here, YouTube smells good. It's like that dumpster outside the Krusty Krab that said Squidward smells. You need to go right, YouTube smells good. And that's how you describe YouTube. YouTube chat is not embedded. I will get there, Schwoofus. I will get there, don't you worry. Apparently Stream Elements may or may not shut down, so I need to redo all the overlays and alerts anyway. I need to do it properly, which is I'm just gonna run my own server and read the API myself. And I'm not gonna mess around with Stream Elements or StreamerBot or anything else. But that's going to be, now that maybe in the next month or so, now that we'll have something of a break for tournaments, everyone else is on vacation. I'll have some time to do that. Sounds good, but also a bunch of work. Maybe, but you get the satisfaction of doing something yourself, which these days means the satisfaction of telling an AI to write the code for you, but you review it yourself. They have a soundboard with funny campaign audio files, but I'm going to keep using those for the alerts. We'll use the campaign audios for the alerts. I think that's working well. They're short enough that it's not too disruptive. Certainly shorter than text-to-speech would be. And I think it's just a fun thing. We'll have the campaign audio there. We'll enjoy campaign rotations. Might even be able to streamline it a bit on my end. Okay, we're starting a Civ draft. Let's go. My top 3 taunts. Yes, no, and 14. I don't think we need to play those though. Hi, Red Cliffy. Keep trying to use AI for your code, but the quality still leaves a lot to be desired. Agreed. Agreed. Well, I think it's very useful as a code review tool, and very useful for generating of tests. But the quality still leaves a lot to be desired. Hidden pick, no repeat. I don't mind that format, but I don't know if it's my favorite. I think that's, you only get good civs. I would prefer some format that gives us bad civs more often. Maybe hidden pick for your opponent, no reciv, no repeat. Use it to write doc strings for your functions. So I mean, there are many things that it helps with, right? But you always got to be careful with it. There are too many saves, agreed. I think we go back, delete everything from DE, go back to Wooloo Kingdoms, make one quality expansion with 5 civs, and then call it a day. Throw in Ornlu campaign voice imitations there. Maybe, well, that's something we could do. Maybe we could detect if we are like co-casting with Ornlu, if the chats are combined, and then throw some memes in there. Right? We could, if we're co-casting, we got the combined chats, or maybe we could do raid emotes based on who raids us. Like we have that longboat dropping off road raiders. We could make a yellow longboat if it's Viper who raids. What's up, Josh? Josh SA. Hello, Brandy. Need to sell DLCs? Maybe we don't gotta sell DLCs. Maybe if we just had a game that worked, we wouldn't need continued maintenance on it. See Makiki here? I don't know, maybe Danielle will cast. I don't know if she will today, but Ornlu and I do plan on co-casting the rest of this together. Oh, and tomorrow I'm going to be on a talk show before the finals. I can use your recommendations for what you think were the top 3 sets in the top 3 games so far. In terms of sets, like the 2 that stand out are Hera, Lewis, and Viper ACCM, because we've had one set that goes more than 5 games. And then just the Lewis impact. That, I think, top game so far for me was that Kilimanjaro game from Lewis. If you fix the game, then you can just sell the game to new people instead of needing to sell DLCs. What a fascinating idea. Is he sad that viewership will be impacted? I have no idea what the viewership impact will be, honestly. It might be more people watch because they aren't there. At least without Hera. Alright, Chinese the double first pick, but then Malay and Vietnamese. Okay, Civ draft starting in earnest. So this is I'm gonna make a prediction. I'm gonna go 4-1 Sebastian. I'm gonna have faith in him. What do I think are the chances of winning the best map of the tournament? What about winning? Hello, Weinberg. At least we didn't get AoE 2 Reforged. We did get AoE 2 HD, though. I think 2-4 ACCM. I mean, best map of the tournament definitely is Arena. Isn't there a best map contest going on? Not that I know of. Oh, you mean like the voting award things? Well, I didn't make any map myself. I just edited a bunch of other maps. So I'm gonna say both 100% and 0% to that, to answer that then. Both 100% and 0%. In different ways. The mod workshop is still far better than DE's workshop. I know formals, because I was tired and didn't wake up early enough. I signed up for Bozzy Random? When is the Bozzy Random tournament? The whole Brazil and Rage Forest stuff I have going on over the summer means I'm not going to have too much time. RPG Jenkins, thanks for using your Prime sub.
An abandoned house? No, a Saracen ambush.
The winner goes to the garrison? Oh, I have no idea. Are they doing that weird thing where other events qualify people again? I remember that was a thing. That was an issue for NAC. Because they had something where, like, the third place from NAC was gonna go, but then we didn't have a third place match. And, like, well, that wasn't NAC's problem. Not a fan of Crownwood. Yeah, I know what Bozzy Random is. I was saying, when is Bozzy Random? As I'm getting ready for Sudden Disaster, and I'm guessing Bozzy Random's before that. But that's when I also have Rage Forest. I don't think it's a good idea to run a tournament while also committing to playing another one. Because I need to sleep after streaming. My sleep schedule is bad enough. You like Tafiti, but I heard you weren't a fan? No, that's not true. I'm the one who added Tafiti to the map pool. Do I get Prime? Yes, I do. I do. Although the amount depends on what country you're from. It is Prime subs are a fixed amount based on country. There's a big table of what the amounts are. When is the Rage Forest draft? Early July, right after the Brazil Dynasty LAN. Alright, I'm going to grab my coffee as the draft finishes, then we'll call Orlu. Be back in just a moment. And we'll get the show on the road. Alright, let me accept Ornlu's stream together request. And accept. Alright, Ornlu needs to share the chat. Let me give him a call.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, Ornlu. How you doing?
I am simply delightful.
You are delightful. You might need to mute yourself on the shared Twitch pop-up thing. There you go.
Yeah, my bad.
I didn't hear it, but just in case there was extra. Hello, Tundra Blitz. And hello, welcome all the intellectuals from Ornlu's chat. Welcome in. Is Ornlu not always delightful? I mean, he probably is not delightful if you kill him in Genghis Khan 1.
I don't know. It's all about going out with style and taking all the anti-monk bonus damage from the light cab so you die super fast.
Yeah. Or you just tank with the... Or you just, like, run and shoot with the cav archers and try to take 0 damage total, like I did.
I did that when I did my Genghis Khan 0 deaths playthrough.
Yeah. 0 deaths. I don't have 0 deaths when I do pacifist runs. It's not very pacifist if you're one of my units.
Pacifist for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, Wayne on YouTube. I'm gonna eventually get YouTube on the overlay, because Twitch finally is allowing YouTube chat on overlays. So the plan is to get that there.
Yeah, eventually. One day.
Yeah. Did you hear about the Stream Elements drama?
No, I did not.
Do you use them for your chats and overlays and stuff and alerts? Or do you use
Stream Labs, not Stream Elements.
Yeah, they're different. Stream Elements is almost apparently shutting down, but apparently being acquired. It's a very random thing that just happened.
What's the
Hashtag
drama?
streaming drama. No, just the company's shutting down, so people might lose all their alerts and stuff, but then maybe not. It might get bought out. It's drama only. You gotta follow the drama. And it's not even on the AoE zone, so I don't even know where to follow it. You gotta follow random people on social media.
Yeah, but then you'd be on social media, and I'm not on social media, man.
I know, isn't social media not social anymore?
So, was it socialist media? For the glorious proletariat.
You want to chat when the game starts? Now we're gonna have the on-screen chat there. I always prefer having the chat on the screen if we're casting live, because then people watching the VOD can see it if we interact with it. Because we like interacting with chat, right?
Yeah. I mean, sometimes. Depends on who the chatter is, really. Do I think Flaming Camels should get extra bonus damage? I mean, Flaming Camels are already situationally useful. Like, I don't know. They're fine.
Yeah, I think they're fine.
Putting the red in Reddit.
Putting the red in Reddit.
Pentuple Blast Radius. Gotta get the ×10 tech mod Torsion Engine siege onagers.
Times 256 mod. Siege onagers nuke the whole map.
Exactly. Well, T-West, I have a Memorial Day party to go to today, so I would appreciate these guys being a little bit more proactive at starting the game.
Isn't Memorial Day on Monday?
Well, it's Memorial Day weekend.
Do you have a barbecue?
It's what... Yeah, it's a cookout with friends and stuff.
Is it a barbecue Turkman?
No, I don't think there's going to be any turkey there.
How does the friendly fire damage for Jergens work in ×10 mod? Oh, that's a good question. Can you actually heal your units with friendly fire damage?
I would imagine it's just it's multiplicative, right? So wouldn't it just be a very small number?
Probably. But I never know about these things unless I check them. So I do see a lobby.
Yep.
I think for colors I'll go with Sebastian Blue and ACCM Red, as much as I love the cyan.
Sure.
Unless Sebastian decides to pick yellow. Or red.
I mean, red and cyan's totally fine.
Yeah, but if Sebastian's blue, then like the flag
blue,
colors
cyan.
match.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're gonna have the Viper on vacation. Hera not playing AoE 2, playing a different game. Both of them knocked out. And the final four, we're gonna cast Sebastian ACCM, followed by Liereyy Vinchester. And as much as Liereyy is probably the heavy favorite to win at this point, I think Sebastian ACCM probably is more one-sided for Sebastian. I think Vinchester, oddly enough, is the last player who has a good chance of beating Liereyy.
Yeah. I don't know. Personally, I think this series could be very close. I think that people might even underestimate ACCM a little bit. On the other hand, I think that if it goes to Liereyy versus either of these two players in the finals, I think Liereyy wins much more handily than he does, in theory, maybe versus a Vinchester in the semifinals. It's kind of a weird matchup spread between the last four players.
Yeah. I feel that Vinch, he won against Liereyy in King of the Desert pretty recently. And he's at home, apparently. He's playing well.
Yep.
Yeah, last time they played, Vinch won, so there's the recent history of that. And it was a pretty clean win from Vinchester, weirdly enough, on Simple Arabia, which is where you think Liereyy would probably be able to dominate the most.
Funnily enough, I feel like the top players are, relatively speaking, less overbearing on Arabia, even if they are, somebody like Liereyy who we associate with the map.
Yeah, I mean, what was the finals for the Sax Arabia tournament a couple years ago? That was Sebastian Vinchester, right?
Yes, I think so.
Let me look that up again.
Anyway, guys, we are in the game. It was, yeah.
Yeah, okay, we are. Game 1 is Immersion. Let's see, let's hope we don't get a fail to download map content thing. Or match content. And no, we don't. Alright, so let me just get ACCM in red. And click a button in Capture Age. So I write semifinals. And alright, Ornlu, I'm ready to party. Are you ready to party?
Oh, I'm 2 minutes in, man. I'm ready. Been ready.
Alright, so we got Sebastian here as the blue Khitans to the east, ACCM as the red Japanese to the west. And it is the semifinals with Sebastian advancing over Tato, ACCM advancing over Vacation Mode Viper.
The Vacay Vipe, as he is well known as. In a very interesting series yesterday, I gotta say, that series had like the most interest and drama for some of the lowest quality games. Like all of the games were very sort of simple and one-sided, but it was like almost the reverse sweep and then the vacation drama as well.
Yeah, I mean, you had to question what would have happened if Viper didn't have the webcam on for the first two games, and maybe had less lag.
And then switched to his 5G instead of the Starlink thing.
Oh, well.
Sooner, because he did that as well.
That seems like it helped. Anyway, Sebastian, I think he's just been dominant this whole tournament. Sweeping Hera, winning, sweeping Tato. Hasn't really faced much resistance at all.
Indeed, I mean, he's just been cruising. And I would say it's not low-quality gameplay in terms of low skill level. It was just not very entertaining. It was just very one-sided games.
I think still Viper in that set against ACCM probably just... He makes one mistake on Skakuza where he goes forward and leaves the middle exposed and loses like 5 to 10 vills. And if he doesn't do that, we're looking at Viper versus Sebastian here.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's just how AoE is. That's much, much, much closer. You know, AoE games can just turn on a dime like that, and then the series can go one way or the other.
Thank you, G. Grady. G. Grady subbing to Ornlu.
Yep, thanks for the 49 months. And hello, Mr. West, indeed. Feudal Age is coming in for ACCM, and definitely a bit of a more aggressive posture here.
Yeah, doing the same thing he did against Viper. He's going to dock the middle instead of the outside, where outside docks have kind of been the standard on this map. Sebastian just going to wall up. Okay, Ornlu, could Sebastian be going FC Swordsman Ram push?
I mean, I've done it before, but I don't really recommend it.
I mean, it's happened on this map. Andy did it on this map. It didn't work, but he tried it against Vinch, but that's more... He was the Japanese then, so he had the Japanese longswords. The Katans don't really have an infantry bonus. I mean, I guess double forging.
Yeah, I did that on Socotra. I went longswordsman with double, the double iron casting and rams and rocket carts and won.
Okay, that's pretty expensive to get double iron casting on a fast castle, though.
Khitan food eco is quite good, which helps.
Yeah, but you're not making pastures, you're fishing. I guess maybe the fishing helps.
Well, on this map, yeah, and that's why I actually really like this approach for ACCM, because if the Khitan player isn't able to engage with their souped-up hulks, I mean, you're fishing, you're not pasteurizing, and your milk is going to rot, T-West.
All right, and we're going to have Man-at-Arms clicked for ACCM, teaching that house a lesson, as he's going to go for the forward range, and has stone if he wants to, can even go for a forward tower. Sebastian has 2 lumber camps and a 3rd wood line to the back he can go to. I put a lot of time getting wood lines balanced on this map, so hopefully they look fairly balanced.
Yeah, they look fine to me. And house is down. Arson's going to be in here for those Japanese swordsmen. You still have 11 seconds here where the palisades have only 150 HP, so Feudal Age is going to come in. But not even before the palisade goes down. There's a few villagers near the town center, but looks like ACCM is going to go in the other direction.
Man, what happened there? Sebastian looked like the Vil was there, but he didn't place a building.
Yeah. Little odd. And now the archer is here. Sebastian's going to try and rush up the archery range. But that is not going to be successful. And I got to say, T-West, I absolutely love this approach here for ACCM here in game number 1. Immediately going to snag a villager. He has the double bit axe upgrade, so it's not like necessarily as all in as some other plays. A skirmisher's on the way, but that's going to take some time. And ACCM off to a great start.
Yep, and that one archer will be so annoying. Sebastian just now walling off that passage with the house, but that's a bit late. Oh, and the tower behind the woodline archers on one side. That's exactly what you want, because now when the Vils run, they're running into men-at-arms. Yeah, there is the spearman. It gets a poke off. Very nice control there from Sebastian. But yeah, the tower in a great position there. ACCM is well prepared, as you would expect, but the scout control, the spearmen, the skirmishers, all that good stuff here from Sebastian is very well done. He does have an overall resources lead, so ACCM still does need to get more damage done, and the men-at-arms are out of position right now. Yeah, now they're kind of trapped by the tower. But they can break out, I guess. Right through that palisade. Some of them are just vacationing with Viper right now.
Enjoying the Amalfi Coast.
More struggling with the lag from the internet, I'd say.
And the baby. Alright, well the men-at-arms will break out in just a moment, and Sebastian remains 3 villagers ahead. He is on the outside here, he has 2 docks there, plenty of fishing ships, it is 10-6. So, ACCM, although it was a great start, the follow-through couldn't quite be there.
Yep, but now he's doing a blacksmith, doing another lumber camp. But he is wide open. If there's any counterattack from Sebastian, then ACCM doesn't have walls up, won't have towers because he's already spent the stone, and he's going to be maybe slower up to the castle age 2, and also the range is forward. And forward range means it's just harder to reinforce at home.
Yeah, things could be getting really tricky here for ACCM quite shortly. The skirmishers and archers are going to pop out of the range. Fletching is about to be in. Sebastian Scout still at around half HP, but again, it's just that excellent control from Sebastian, making things tough for ACCM, and it looks like Sebastian will at least be forced back for now.
Yep, that's huge for ACCM, preventing any type of counterattack. And also still having the men-at-arms alive, so if he needs to break through another wall somewhere, he can.
He sure can. Neither player is mining stone, so there will be no additional towers for either player. Fletching is coming in for Sebastian, and anything that ACCM can do to sort of keep Sebastian in feudal age longer is going to be a big benefit, but I mean, just having those fishing ships longer is so good here for blue.
Yep, and also the stones for Sebastian, a horrible position so far forward.
T-West, the skirms came in with Fletching just in the nick of time there, able to get a couple of units for free. And right now, it's just the army control from Sebastian is close to flawless.
Let's see how that one man-at-arms does. If that gets picked off, then I think everything's in a good spot for Sebastian. He's doing the forging now. Why is he doing the forging now? I guess he wants it for the hulks? Which, oh, ACCM did actually dock the outside. That's a bit surprising, seeing he docked the middle initially. Maybe a mistake from him.
Oh yeah, there he is on the outside now as well. He's also with a pond to the northeast that he has docked, so he is sort of spreading his tendrils all over the place. He is at 11 fishing ships, so although he had fewer fishing ships to start, he is now pulling ahead, and look at this. Sebastian perhaps thinking that the game was going to be a little bit more feudal age intensive than it was, as ACCM clicks up to castle age.
Ooh, okay, if ACCM's up, then this isn't going to be FC Rams then from the Khitans. This is going to be more interesting then. He'll have to play feudal. And he's investing to the hulks on the outside, but that'll be soon against medium warships, as ACCM's going to do galleys. Ooh, galleys. Oh, and he teleports the fishing ships.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if they're two tiles apart, you can teleport them.
Freaking OP teleportation tech.
I wonder if you can do that if there is land between them.
Yeah,
I'll have to test that out.
It's pretty janky how that all works out, but at the moment, ACCM is forced to retreat because Sebastian actually has a very sizable army advantage on both the water and on the land. And ACCM, no, he's still trying to be out on the map, but the scouts with double forging are going to be here.
Yeah, and ACCM front market, but he's not walled at all. That one spear goes down, then suddenly the scouts come forward and kill everything. Ooh, Sebastian really losing the skirm fight, though. That was a rough fight for him in the middle.
Yeah, this game is already getting very scrappy. Good plays on both sides. What we want to see here in the semifinals. And now ACCM. Whoa! Look at this, TUS. The double stable forward. Let's go.
Alright, so let's see. ACCM adding fish traps. He's got double stables to the north of Sebastian's base. Sebastian's not walled. We have bloodlines, scale barding armor, double stable knights. Sebastian's going to put up walls, but he's still open on the bottom right by the shallows. So no matter what, knights are going to get in. He's up to the castle age, but still a ways away. Does ACCM send 2 knights immediately, or does he wait a bit for 4? He's going immediately.
Well, he's going to charge forward immediately, and I don't hate that idea. There is only a single spearman on the field. Can Sebastian get these quick walls up in time? I think he will. Yes, very nicely done.
Yes, he will.
And that's going to at least save Sebastian's hide in the short run.
Workshop?
Teiti's still fairly even, and ACCM with a siege workshop coming forward too. He is not letting up the pressure.
Alright, so what does Sebastian do now? He needs to go for a quick dock and a wall, I think. Yep, there's... Oh, the dock doesn't actually cover the shallows. He needs another dock behind it. He needs to do another dock. It's open. And the knights are in.
No!
The knights are in. That's why we have shallows out here. You gotta be careful where you wall with docks. It's possible, but you can't do it on every single tile. You gotta use the very edges.
You sure do, and that is several villagers down right there, and a lot of idling for Sebastian. ACCM has played this game super smart. That said, we have the camels coming out for our Khitans player. And there really is absolutely nothing that's good against camels at the moment, so now ACCM's going to try and punch out quickly. Even iron casting is afforded here for Sebastian.
And now I think the Knights can get out. And they can go in and out and in and out. And the workshop is there with a ram. Not even going for a mangonel or scorpions, going for a ram. Yeah, but right now ACCM doesn't have a way to fight the camels properly. Other than just brute forcing it with Knights. Which you can do. But against
the numbers
Khitans...
are a bit better, but... I mean, those are camels with extra attacks, so they just do a lot of damage. And of course, as you would expect from Sebastian, brilliant control. And the monk is not quite out yet.
No bloodlines for the camels. So does that probably matters more than the +1 attack or the +2 attack they'll get?
I mean, I'm not too sure in terms of hits to kill, but... Moral of the story is, the camels are cheaper and will be training more quickly. That said, ACCM is still getting those eco upgrades.
Okay, here's
and
a
the
monk.
blacksmith is now down.
Yeah, the blacksmith's down. The Vills have to wall themselves. ACCM just needs a mangonel now to hit the Vills on that wood line. Something with a ranged attack.
And that's what he's exactly doing right there. More pressure coming in. A lot of the army for Sebastian is actually Navy, and I mean, it's done some decent job at the back. Sebastian is at 12 eco unit kills to 5 deaths. And yet, this land army is getting quite scary here from ACCM.
Well, as I say, or in the current meta, whoever wins the water loses the game. Sebastian did win the water on the outside, and he made a lot of hulks to do it. That's a huge investment for someone who's already down in economy. And he doesn't even manage to snipe the monks. All the skirms are down, not even elite skirms. Khitans trained those skirms so quickly, but that just means they die more quickly in this game, it looks like.
Oh, I absolutely loved what ACCM did, working within the minimum range of the skirmishers with his monks to at least save one of them. That mangonel somehow did not kill the monk because magic. And yet, it's the numbers, it's the fact that the camels train so much more quickly, and you are able to now push this back as Sebastian is still behind in Bills, as ACCM is on 3 TCs behind this.
Yeah, 3 TCs still has the fish traps in one of those ponds. Sebastian did dock one of the middle ponds. ACCM didn't really fight there. But now I think the forward might be cleaned up. Unless, I don't think there's a way for ACCM to get monks in... the stone walls are destroyed anyway. But you know what he could do? He might have everything here lost. He might be able to grab a relic and put it in the monastery and get some gold.
There you go. Find that value where you can, but no.
Yeah, right before the monk.
Will be yoinking that one first, most likely.
Oh no, he's healing. He's taking a vacation to heal. ACCM, go do it right now, right now.
Meta.
Grab it. No, ACCM, don't let the monks all die. Well, he's booming okay behind it. He's fine. He's fine.
And he will be transitioning into the Cav Archers, which are going to scale much better against basically everything that Sebastian's doing throughout the mid-game, as the Khitan Cav Archers, the Khitan Heavy Cav Archers, rather, do actually lose to Japanese Cav Archers.
Yeah, I guess they need Parthian to be equal, right? But then when you get to the late game, it's still no bloodlines, and then you have the Japanese bonus, the silliest bonus randomly added to a unit in the game outside of Fire Lancers.
Yeah. Khitan HCA are not really all that great in Imperial Age. They are fully upgraded except for bloodlines, but obviously you're looking for something a little bit better most of the time. And it will indeed be the triple ranges here at home for ACCM. You got the University coming in as well. And Sebastian, he's got a lot of camels, but unfortunately for him, camels not exactly the best attacking unit.
Yeah, you can't raid fish traps all that well either, but Sebastian will do another dock in the middle, looking to get more water control. This is a proper dock block from Sebastian on the side.
Yeah.
But the Knights will get through that pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, Knights will do all right against buildings. We have Bowsaw coming in for Sebastian. The eco upgrade advantage has been quite consistently for ACCM this game. Sebastian doing a great job cleaning stuff up. He has a little bit of a score lead, although I don't think that necessarily matters too much in this context because ACCM is developing both the better economy and army composition.
Yep, and he's just slowly but surely booming off the backs of all the pressure he's done. And his forward might get cleaned, but he doesn't need it anymore. It's done its job. It's let him get the 3 TC boom while Sebastian was on 1.
We do have the Hulks out, which is quite nice. That poor fishing ship, the door was shut on the dock as there was no more garrison space available. Ballistic's going to be here in just a moment.
There's a lot of camels now for Sebastian. The Cav Archers need to focus the monks. And the monks will scare ACCM away for the moment. That Skirm will be like, oh, convert me, waste your monk juice, but Sebastian won't fall for it.
The poor skirmisher, man.
Sebastian's doing a great job grabbing relics. He's bringing the 4th and 5th in right now.
It's something we've seen quite consistently throughout the tournament, is that some of the players like Lewis and Sebastian that have been finding a lot of success have been so diligent about going after those relics. And of course, that's soon to be 4 here for our blue player. Make that 5. He's got another one even coming in behind it. And yet, ACCM is still working with the better traditional economy, and he is 5,000-ish resources ahead.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a really long game if those relics will pay off in time for Sebastian.
Yeah, we're going to have handcart in here for ACCM. No wheelbarrow yet for Sebastian. I mean, to be fair, a wheelbarrow is probably much less useful on a pasture than on a farm, but, you know, it's still useful. It's still important.
Well, you know what? We'll have to do a deep dive and compare that then.
Oh, in terms of the actual rates,
yeah.
It's kind of like the Khmer rules. I did the testing at least when pastures came out, so unless they changed it, pastures benefit less from wheelbarrow and handcart because the base rate is higher, but they still do benefit. So it's still worth picking up. Yeah, just not as much a priority.
Yeah, I'll need to look at how Vills walk on the pastures, because usually when Vills are farm, they take a few walks in between, and it's, I think, 3 walks per inventory filled, where they're walking around on the farm. So when you increase the carry capacity, they get more food between each walk, so it makes it really efficient. I don't know how the pastures work with the walking from animals to drop off.
Yeah, because they drop off so much sooner, right? So it's more about reducing the trips overall for sure, but you're still dropping off resources much faster in the first place because they only gathered 3 food before they drop it off at the central yurt.
Yeah, so guard tower in for ACCM as he's coming forward with the castle. Maybe we'll see Yasama towers if he feels he's super far ahead and just wants to establish dominance with some towers.
Ooh. Scorpion's popping out there and getting a couple of nice shots, but having
fish traps
defense really does help out.
Oh, the Hulks grapple down the fish traps.
Tragic.
And, ooh, we're going to have domestication, as finally we do see those pastures added in for Sebastian. Some of the villas just going to stand there idly, because only 2 of them can work at a time. The rest of them just... They don't. The pastures don't have the salary to pay that many workers, so they just stand out there.
Yes, the salary-based pasture nomadic economy. Do Keytowns get heavy scorpion? Yes, they do, unless I'm quite... Nope, they don't. I lied. Still learning.
Nope.
Yeah, they get siege ram, they get heavy rocket cart, and they have their traction trebs, but no heavy scorp.
Yeah, Katans don't have traction trebs, they have normal trebs.
Or, the camel trebs.
Camel trebs, yeah, those ones.
Yeah, those guys. Anyway, imp on the way here for ACCM, and I think that, you know, we can talk about it once the game ends. I feel like just ACCM's done a brilliant job this game strategically, getting some of that herbal medicine, dude.
Oh, great for healing the Cav Archers. He's going Samurai.
Yep. And I think Sebastian just might be dead in the water here.
Yep, has a lot of Hulks that can't really do anything. Hulk's so useless once you win the water compared to galleys. With only 1 range, they just sit there on the ponds and sit there. There's nothing they can actually hit.
Denying any redocking attempts. Hulks do so little damage to buildings that they just kind of have to hang around and be a little useless.
Oh, they can hang around with their ropes.
Indeed. Well, Camels are going to try and go for a counterattack, but because Sebastian's in this position, I mean, it's like, what are these camels realistically going to do? I mean, those farmers, I guess, are quite exposed, but camels in general, not the unit you want, and you just need to send those CA home, and they'll poke away at the Cav Archers, or at the camels, no problem. Second castle coming in, lots of samurai on the way. And this, I think, is going to be really rough for Sebastian.
And this will lead immediately into trebuchets. So ACCM will start trebuing Sebastian, who will be stuck in the castle age. Lots of fishing ships with fishing lines, but He's just, look at those fish traps he's adding on the pond. That is not close to the dock. When someone adds fish traps like that, you can tell they're struggling.
Yeah, that's when their APM has to be focused on so many other locations at that point that they just cannot afford the time invested into placing a perfect fish trap. But now you have plate mail armor coming in, and to deal with the strong infantry civs, I've run into this when playing as Ketons myself, is it's actually really awkward. Because once you get into late game, your cav archers are a little less than ideal. So you really need your Liao Dao, but you just can't even go for them right now with Sebastian, and they die to Samurai anyway.
Yeah, and still, both the stones are forward, so no castles for Sebastian. Yeah. He can do Imp now, so that's still a ways away. And smartly, he put it in the back TC, so he won't lose the Imp TC unless he's really getting pushed fast by the Tribs.
Yeah, the Samurai production will have to take a bit of a pause while the Trebuchets are coming on out. Handcart coming in, and at the very least, you can just place those pastures back, and then you don't have to worry about efficiency with them. But now the Samurai will be coming forth. Elite Samurai is on the way, and there is absolutely nothing that Sebastian's going to make in the near future that's good against these guys. Like, maybe Keton champions, but they're probably still not going to be good enough even with lamellar armor, which again is all a moot point because you don't have a castle anyway.
Yep, and now we're going to see the fancy elite graphics for the Samurai with the flag on the back of them.
Yep.
Get a nice little flag.
Oh, those guys got converted just before they could get their flags.
Yeah, you know, as much as they have that little zoomy attack now, I feel like the flag should slow them down. Creates a bit of drag if you're trying to run fast.
But what you don't know, TUS, is that the wind is always blowing perfectly behind them at all times, so
right.
That's how they get it.
Yeah, they got the wind at their backs, the divine wind.
The kamikaze. Anyway, I gotta say, T-West, I absolutely loved that approach from ACCM that game. It felt so prepared. You see the Ketons pick on this map, you know he wants to engage into the Hulk war, so just dock the pond. So once the Hulks are out, they're not really going to do anything, and then you're just left with a really lousy, subpar hybrid map civ against Japanese. Really, really smart.
And also realizing the potential fast castle, the way Sebastian was walling and managing to get in. And maybe we have an entirely different game if early on Sebastian actually does finish that wall. Like, he had the villager just standing next to the palisade and didn't repair it. And that was weird.
It was quite weird. That said, I still think he's in a really awkward spot because Sebastian was never set up to attack at all. Like, there was at no point could he really cross the map with an especially scary army that wasn't ships.
Well, that's all from the disruption, right? Because he would have wanted to do workshop, barracks, longswords probably. And that takes a bit of time, so it wasn't really set up because he needs the buildings to go up to the castle age first. So the timing of those men-at-arms, and also just the fact that it was Japanese against Ketons here, so the faster attacking plus arson means ACCM has probably the best civ at breaking through palisades.
I think they are actually the best civ. I don't think there's one that's better.
Yeah, I was just thinking the Goths have a higher attack bonus.
Nope.
In
because they don't get arson, you get essentially half an arson for free in feudal age, but you don't get arson itself, so they actually deal a little bit less damage.
Okay, makes sense. Then the Japanese are the best then.
Yep. In late game, you have the best champions. Well, not even, because other champions still have more attack or a faster attack speed, but you get arson plus in late game. That's the moral of the story.
Right. Arson plus. So let's check off stuff on the drafts. That was Immersion. Our nice middle filled in dried pond Immersion. And that was the Japanese winning over the Catan. Same position in the Civ draft for both of them.
Yes, I did notice that. The exact middle Civ.
And the middle Civs for the middle map. And, well, Sebastian now gets to pick his map, and it'll be Teiti.
Indeed, and we will have to see another water map. There aren't that many of them in this particular draft. In fact, this is the last full-blown water/hybrid map, as Cenotes has a little bit of fishing, but other than that, same with BF, but other than that,
Same with African clearing.
Only if you're very special, you get to fish beyond African clearing.
So this Civ matchup for Teiti, 2 hybrid map Civs, but feels like ACCM anticipated Bengalis and tried to counterpick them.
Well, it is the 3rd pick for each player, so once again, mirroring the draft priority. And when we look at the 2 Civs here, which, as we will see in a second, guys, are going to be the Bengalis and Italians, we're just looking at 2 of the strongest water map Civs out there. Don't really think there's going to be a big advantage one way or the other. I don't know if you perhaps disagree with that sentence.
Well, here we have Teiti, so Sebastian to the west as the blue Bengalis, ACCM to the east as the red Italians. And, well, what I'm worried about here, as we've seen a few times on this map, would be FC Rathas from the Bengalis, but ACCM could go Rattan Archers again, or not Rattan Archers, Genoese Crossbowmen, the other unique archer unit. Genoese Crossbowmen as the Italians, and
wow,
have
you
a very good...
Just because he's a Vietnamese player, you think he always makes the Vietnamese unique unit?
I was looking at his flag on my overlay, and I was just like, the Vietnamese. I'm like, oop, that's the flag of the player, not of the Civ.
Alas, yeah, it would be cool to use like the medieval flags and banners and stuff like that.
Do you mean like Civ emblems?
Yeah, but like, you know, the actual history stuff.
They're not based on actual history?
No, they're not. Well, I mean, they are to a degree. So, like, the Bengali emblem is actually a traditional Buddhist swastika.
Hey.
The one, you know, the one that wasn't
Squidward one.
Yeah, the dancing Squidward one. So it's Buddhist symbology, and the Genoese flag one is actually the Cross of St. George. So it's Italians is the Genoese flag, the Cross of St. George.
All right, so after that history lesson, back to the unit composition. I almost said Rattan Archer again. Genoese Crossbowman against Ratha. You know why I said it? It's because Ratha starts with like the same letters as Rattan, and my brain was like,
yes.
There we go. That's why I said it now. That's why I got so confused there. That and the Vietnamese flag, and I was just like, wrong unit. Yeah, what do they even do against Genbos, or what do the Bengalis do? I've seen this matchup a few times, and I feel that Italians always have the upper hand in the unit composition. And I'm not quite sure what Bengalis do.
Well, it's definitely kind of awkward, because although the Bengali, you know, elephant archers and whatnot take less bonus damage, you're still taking a lot of damage from the to the Genoese crossbowmen. So although you could still probably get a cost-efficient or a population-efficient army, you're probably not getting a cost-efficient army. Bengali champions do miss the final armor upgrade, although they have gambesons. So it's not anything to write home about there.
And then you get to the point where the Italians are such a smooth water civ with the cheap age ups, where if you're in a situation where maybe you could play feudal with them, but still get up to the castle age in time, buy yourself a castle if you have to panic a castle against the Rathas, and then start getting the Genoese crossbowmen, which do have an attack bonus against Rathas. The bonus applies regardless of whether they're melee or ranged mode.
Yeah, the way I've always described it is that although the attack mode changes, every other stat on the unit is exactly the same. So the unit identity never changes. It's always a cav archer. It just can sometimes deal melee damage if you want it to.
Never has to turn its shirt around to find its identity.
No. All good.
Look at this barracks position.
With the barracks adjacent to the TC.
Oh my god, this is like
up, right?
This is like one of those Reddit posts that's like, "Hey everyone, the barracks is just a Dark Age house with some palisades around it."
Yep, the barracks is just a town center with some extra stone and wood.
I mean, at least the architecture kind of works together, right? The little top wooden fence bits around the TC and the barracks, not quite at the same height, but they kind of works together.
It's funny, though, because the barracks actually has stone in it, whereas the TC doesn't have any visible stone.
Oh, you're right. Wait, does the barracks actually have steps to get up to the top part in the Dark Age? Looks like it doesn't. Maybe there's a ladder
No.
somewhere we can't see.
Yeah, it's just off screen. Or they're just really good at jumping. Anyway, Loom
that's
is
the
coming
best
in.
guess. Oh, there's no Loom for Sebastian yet. Yeah, he's Dark Age. He might be trying to fast castle again. He's throwing up walls. ACCM's militia, they're on vacation with the Viper right now, standing there next to the relic. So are his Vils.
It's Italians. They're on the Amalfi Coast.
Oh, that's right. He picked the Civ ready for the Italian vacation. Will they still get in? No, they won't. What was that, Orno?
That was the sound of them almost getting in. But Arson's coming in. ACCM was waiting for the Men-at-Arm upgrade, which you can kind of understand, but that was just being a little bit too greedy. Now, he still will be able to apply pressure, but in general, I like Sebastian's approach on this map. It really does feel like the more FC-oriented plays have been seeing much more success than the aggressive ones.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I've always felt that the aggression kind of can peter out in the feudal age, because if your opponent really needs to, they can just transport to the outer islands and take gold, stone, and wood out there. Yeah, there's not much wood, but if you're just worried about feudal age aggression, you don't need much wood at that point.
It's still 150 wood per tree, so I mean, that'll last you a decent bit. That'll last you into Castle Age.
Yep, and also, I totally did not even realize there was 150 wood per tree on this map until well into the tournament. It was a change in the map script that I didn't realize was there, and I probably would have undid it had I realized it, but too late now.
It's all good. Archers are here, though. The palisades and other buildings will be getting a little bit more HP. Sebastian sending a ton of villagers over to Stone. He's got his Hulks on the way, too. And his eco is looking absolutely fantastic, ahead by almost 10 villagers.
Yep. But those are some weak vills on the wood line going for the tower. And, well, part of that is 14 fishing ships to 6. Which is a lot of fishing ships for Sebastian, both on those outer islands going to the fish in the corner.
Yeah, they're going to be granting him a ton of extra resources. No fishing lines upgrade in yet, I think, for... No, ACCM was able to get fishing lines, so that's going to be a nice boost for him there. Looks like the tower is not able to range those swordsman units. And Sebastian's still not quite with the ability to click up to Castle Age, as he does have to invest into another tower.
Yeah, every time he has to do a tower, that's eating into the stone he would want for a castle for Rathas. So slowing that down. And you don't have too much stone here. You only have 4 tiles on your starting island. That's about 2 castles worth of stone. So once you start investing into towers, you're maybe stuck on 1 castle and needing to use the market if you want to then do a second forward castle.
Yeah, we'll have to see. ACCM did lose his transport, which is quite odd. Don't know why. But yeah, fishing lines is going to be in, and ACCM does at least still have a villager on the outside, so he can keep on adding stuff, but the Hulks are coming in.
Yep. Also, let me update my overlay. This is by the Mad Catter originally. This is one of his maps. He's made quite a few maps. Actually, he was the author of Immersion, too, so the 2 Mad Catter maps back to back to start the set off.
Here we go. 2 eco kills right there for Sebastian with his Hulks, as the Hulk numbers gonna be climbing. We have archers garrisoning inside the tower, but Sebastian has so many more villagers in the first place. Doesn't matter if he idles a few, but look at this, TUS. Sebastian's not full walled.
Oh, no, he's not. I mean, can the Men-at-Arms really do damage, though? There's a TC, there's a tower. There's 2 towers. Oh, the vills are kind of weak, though.
Oh, he's gonna go for it. The archers do get armor for free, which is quite helpful against the tower, especially since fletching isn't in. It's gonna help versus the villagers as well. And it is, at the very least, getting more value out of these units than ACCM probably could have hoped for otherwise, as this is not really what Sebastian wants at all, as he still hasn't clicked up.
Oh, he's still losing vills. And that tower's gonna go down. So he needed like 1 house kind of to force the archers away a bit, but...
Yeah.
Oh, that's great for ACCM and horrible for Sebastian. But he's getting to market into blacks, but look at all that food he's floating.
Yeah, I mean, he must be using very buoyant food, because it's floating all over the place. Oh boy, another tower coming in here for ACCM.
Oh, ACCM running into the TC.
Oh.
ACCM, not like this.
Oh, that's some classic Ornlu gameplay if I've ever seen it. 7 kills on a town center, not what you want to see.
All right, well, Sebastian Titanicked everything by letting those men-at-arms and archers in to kill the tower, but then ACCM just Hindenburg's right under that TC. An absolute disaster for both of them.
Yes, ACCM's army was filled with flammable hydrogen. It went full Hindenburg.
That's we got buoyant food, hydrogen-filled army.
Yeah, it happens. This is what you get on when we're casting together.
Oh, such a sad ending to a wonderful army, you're right.
1 HP gunpowder barrels, there you go.
Okay, so Hulks for Sebastian, they're forward, they're getting into ACCM's fishing eco. ACCM never had much fish to begin with, but he does at least have double docks. And Sebastian up, ACCM should be able to click soon as the Italians.
Indeed, but I do feel like ACCM's been a little bit careless with his own fishing ships. He's lost quite a few to Hulks, even when the fishing ships were very close to the docks. Oh, and the archers are even dying to the tower now that it has fletching. Oh no, ACCM's a little bit of a lapse in attention.
Yeah, I don't know if it's not having the APM for it, but looks like with those two mistakes, losing all that art, it's like 10 units he lost.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's like, is his internet okay? I know we've had lots of players having lag and restart issues on this map. That's what it felt like there. 2 instances where he just wasn't controlling the army.
And yet, Sebastian, kind of a similar deal. ACCM is still ahead in the villager kill delta. Sebastian's going to be booming up to 3 TCs nice and quick here. He does get the extra villagers as the Bengalis. He's getting probably an elephant ram here in a moment, or an armored elephant. There we go.
Armored elephant.
Yeah, no, the Hulks from ACCM killed a bunch of fishing ships.
Yeah,
so
they're in the fish in the back.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, they killed a bunch of fishing ships there. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they killed a ton. They killed absolute ton.
All right, well, maybe that's why ACCM wasn't paying attention. He was killing some fishing ships. And here comes the elephant. Let's go armored elephant against the tower. How much elephant armor doth the elephant ram possess? 17 elephant unit armor. Other than that, a lot of pierce armor.
So, for those who are wondering, Genoese crossbowmen do not deal enough anti-elephant bonus damage or anti-cav bonus damage to actually deal anything to the armored elephants.
Yep. I think the elite ones have, or elite Genoese crossbowmen have enough anti-cav to do extra damage to them. But probably not against the siege elephant.
It's only 7, I thought.
Is it 7? I thought it was 9. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
I think it's 7. I could be wrong. 7? Yeah, that's okay. That's what I thought.
Okay, then they don't. So forward castle now from ACCM, getting a much better positioning for this castle. He'll secure 3 relics behind it, and also control a lot of the central wood lines. And we might be getting into that Genoese crossbowman versus Ratha unit composition setup.
Indeed, and right now, Sebastian's biggest advantage is that despite being a little bit behind in villagers killed, he has an eco lead. He's on the 3 TCs, he can keep those villagers churning, he's getting some extra farms down, and it still feels like he is better set up going forward.
And Monastery for ACCM, so he's going right for those relics. And remember, the armored elephants, you need to be adjacent to them to convert them, but you don't need redemption. So if Sebastian were to think about a ram push on the castle, then ACCM would have some monks out to try to stop it.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of the armored elephants in Castle Age. I think siege rams or siege elephants are just fine in Imperial Age, but I always feel like the armored elephants feel like a downgrade.
I always felt like they were better than rams if you're healing them as the Bengalis. So, like, in some ways better at pushing TCs, but worse at pushing castles. The only difference being Gujur elephants, which are better than any type of ram in the Castle Age.
Yeah, those are the exception, for sure.
Dave is gone for the weekend. Can I adopt you? Asks Adam.
I don't know. Can you pay those child support bills?
I don't think so. I think we'd need a few thousand more subs to afford Adam.
Yeah, feels bad, man. Cuban Captram. Oh, got you there.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Cuban Captram.
In
fact, you can't garrison in the Ellie.
It's even better.
But you know what you can do? You can garrison the Ellie in a castle.
Yes, you can.
Lord Nobunaga is
they
in
will
Kyoto.
heal right on up in the castle, just like any other flesh and blood unit. And Jive with the sub to T West with 31 months. Thank you, Jive.
Thank you, Jive.
Hey.
Yeah, look at that monk healing the elephant. It's so slow, but it's also amazing how much that matters.
Well, it's one of those things that it's really great in between fights, but you'd much rather be able to repair in a fight or for a push. Because the repair rate's a lot faster than the healing rate.
But Sebastian now, he's cooking on his economy. Up in 74 vils to 53 vils. ACCM, a couple more fishing ships he's still adding in, but not going to make up for the huge villager difference. But what ACCM can do is the Italians. He is a cheap imp, he is a forward castle, and he can go up and start trebbing soon.
850 food, 680 gold, guys. It is not bad at all for the Italians to get to the Imperial Age, and there we go. I mean, it's not going to be like an imp GG or anything like that, because Sebastian's still doing an excellent job applying pressure on the water, as ACCM is slowly trying to develop a navy. But the issue is that his eco isn't really good enough to get to the galley mass necessary to take down all of these hulks.
Oh, and that elephant, so much time spent healing it, just for it to go die to archers in a mangonel. That was a quick 180-ish arrows with one mangonel shot.
Yeah. Oh, feels bad, man. At the very least, the war galleys will benefit from Bodkin, just as the archers do, but those hulks still in sufficient numbers. There's going to be a TC on the outside now for ACCM, but Sebastian's on 5 TCs to US, 3 in the middle, 2 on the outer ring.
Yeah, three TCs, though, that could be trebbed as soon as ACCM gets to Imp. There's not much land in the middle. He takes out that castle, then Trebs can range everything. I mean, we might have another one of those games. We'd seen a couple of them in the qualifiers, with one player on the outside and more players on the inside, or one player on the inside. And if Sebastian has an eco lead from being on the inside for so long, he might still have an advantage if he has water on the outside.
And he still has a transport ship right at home, so although there are a lot of villagers here on the central island, you can at the very least transport them to the outside, and because of the aforementioned 150 wood on all of these trees, you are actually able to compete on the outside for quite some time, as you have all the resources you need.
Oh, there are Rathas on the outside, or there are Rathas on the outside under ACCM's TC. He's trying to do a watchtower.
Now, both of these civs also have excellent coastal defenses, keeps with all the upgrades and heated shots, so that's not going to be an issue there. They both, I believe, have very similar dock tech trees. Neither have heavy demo ships. Bengalis additionally miss incendiaries, whereas Italians have everything. That said, Bengali ships also regenerate HP, which is very helpful.
And that's one TC going to go down to Castle Fire from Sebastian. The Trebs are being queued for ACCM, gets a conversion on a Ratha, and he'll have that little hill in the middle, upon which he can deploy his Trebs and destroy this castle.
Yeah, but this is the issue here for ACCM, is that his economy is simply very weak relative to his opponent. He's not really competitive here. He can't afford heavy warships. Yes, he's going to start trebbing the middle, and that's going to be great and all, but it still feels like this game will likely be won on the outer ring one way or the other, and Sebastian still has a huge advantage here.
Yeah, there's the Treb. Look at how far that Treb is from the castle and still can range it. Well, what does
Like
Sebastian
60
do
miles.
on the middle, though?
Elephant archers, I guess. He's starting to get some archery ranges in.
Is it just skirms? Well, he has so much gold he's floating, he's probably not going to want to
Yeah.
be skirms.
His eco setup is much better for making a gold unit than it is just making skirmishers at the moment, but we'll see what he's going to try for. Nope, it's always the skirmisher, T-West.
Well, it's the second best unit in the game behind the monk.
Indeed. Mangonel going to die before it gets another shot off. Heated shot coming in for ACCM. Like I said, Italians do have fantastic coastal defenses because all those university upgrades are additionally discounted. And that could be a very important tool for keeping ACCM at least semi-competitive here on the outside.
Because he can research keep.
Exactly.
So castle will crumble to the Treb shots, and now just skirms. ACCM doesn't really have an answer to skirms right away, but skirms themselves aren't going to do much to stop the Trebs from destroying all of these buildings. And Sebastian also housed after losing that castle. Not what you want when you want to be pumping out rams to try to ram Trebs.
Yeah, there are 2 TCs left over here. There's the Watchtower and several monks, so you can at least buy sometime. Cute little move with ACCM with the Ratha that was converted over here to the east. And now a second siege workshop here for ACCM as he's also grabbing Devotion.
Yeah, and I know we were joking about keeps, but with heated shot, I think keeps could actually be a rather nice addition for ACCM if he wants some map control on the outer islands or even the outside of the middle, because it then zones off Sebastian's ships for quite a ways and lets him deploy the Trebs more successfully, lets him keep his TCs running on the outside.
No, no joke. Keeps with heated shot are absolutely fantastic. I mean, they are getting nerfed in the next patch against ships a little bit. But right now, what ACCM needs is he needs time to both push Sebastian off of the central island, which he is doing slowly but steadily, and also time to develop something of a navy on the outside. And the towers are going to be essential in both of those things.
And the Italians, the great thing is the discount, because he needs heavy warships, but he should be able to afford that, and even shipwreck discounted. So late game Navy, the Italians might not be there yet, but they can always make a quick transition to the water.
Indeed, but the bombard cannons are just coming out now for ACCM. Those skirmisher numbers are climbing a lot more rapidly than I think ACCM was hoping for, as we do have 4 archery ranges literally on the coastline. And that's going to buy Sebastian more critical time to start to flex that huge economic advantage he still has.
Yeah, the cheap Italian bombard cannon, though, going to be the only answer to the skirm for the moment. I mean, ACCM could always do his own skirms.
Yeah, but that just feels like you're doing the same thing as your opponent, but with a worse economy. Doesn't feel like a winning play.
Yeah, but what else does he do against skirms right now?
I think he just needs a ton of bombard cannons, but bombard cannons aren't going to scale very well against the high numbers of units. On the outer side, guard tower is doing... it's just being built slowly as the whole hooks are doing very little against the tower.
Oh my gosh, look at how many, like, hooks are in the ground underneath that tower.
Yep. And we're just going to get nuked by the tower as soon as it's done.
Oh yeah, look at that thing go. That's not even a keep. It holds with their low pierce armor. They die right away to heated shot keeps.
Sebastian trying to add in another TC here. The bombard numbers are slowly climbing in the middle. You have a couple of armored elephants as well, just to be a bit annoying. The mangonel helps versus that, but it could go down very shortly. And this is getting really interesting, T-West. Whose position do you favor?
I think Sebastian, with more control on the outside now, is still in an okay spot. But I think it also depends on whether ACCM has enough to get to Navy, which I think he does, so... I think ACCM has it, or I think he has it.
I still think it hangs in the balance, because on the one hand, you now have a castle on the outside. Sebastian still has something of a fleet, and he's also going to be getting those cannon galleons, which are, of course, necessary for pushing down those guard towers. That said, those skirmishers are starting to get obliterated, T-West.
They are.
Oh my goodness, they don't have that final armor upgrade.
Well, it doesn't even matter. It's the Bombard Cannon, too, that are dealing a lot of damage. But armor coming in now.
39 kills.
Yeah, you don't want to fight Genoese crossbowmen without the final armor. It's insane how important the final armor is for skirms if you're fighting other archer units.
I mean, it just is. When you're looking at damage numbers that are as low as they are with archers and skirmishers, it really is the difference between like 50 to 100% more damage when you're talking about missing that final armor upgrade.
And there we go. Block printing for Sebastian, but he would need a skirm meat shield to get monks actually having a chance for conversions on the cannon because the Genbos are going to be hunting down the monks. There they go.
Exactly what is happening right there is those monks are having a really bad day, taking a lot of bolts from those Genoese crossbowmen, and ACCM continuing to push here in the middle. And I gotta say, I mean, I said at the start that I think people were underestimating ACCM in this series. His experience and his decision-making and strategic planning all outdoing Sebastian as he takes game number 2.
Well, we saw earlier ACCM got swept by Liereyy. But Sebastian, as much as he is a young player with really good micro, doesn't have that same perfection of execution the way that Liereyy does, that ACCM seems to struggle with. As much as Sebastian is really good, it's just not quite at that same level as Liereyy. And so far, ACCM able to play the game he wants. It feels like he had like a kind of a counterpicked Civ on both maps, with the Japanese able to apply that early feudal aggression against Sebastian, who looked like he wanted a fast castle in the first map, and then Italians with the unit composition, Genoese crossbowmen, to deal with the Rathas or pretty much anything else Bengalis wanted to get going, and Sebastian couldn't get anything started here.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like ACCM has had the perfect plan, and although Sebastian's execution is very good, and his early game micro has if anything, been a bit better than ACCM's, his execution isn't Liereyy good, which is unfair to, ask of everybody, right? Because, Lierey's early game execution is the best in the world. But if ACCM isn't falling behind in the early execution and he's able to dictate the game in the way he wants to, I mean, the games are going to look like this, and it is going to be an ACCM series for sure.
Yep. Also, my YouTube chat asking, do Genoese crossbowmen do bonus damage against elephants? They have +5 against elephants, but specifically in this game, the elephant rams had 17 armor, so that completely gets canceled out.
Yeah, Genoese crossbowmen mirror their bonus damage. A lot of units actually mirror their anti-cavalry bonus damage and basically double it up against elephants. And
aside from halbs, that more than double it.
Yeah, halbs are the exception.
Or, well, it's one of them's 28 and the other's 32. I forget which is which.
It's 32 for cav, 28 for elephants.
All right, almost doubling it. So a loss on Teiti. And maybe Sebastian then needs to rethink his approach to some of the water maps then, if that's the outcome he has for the 2 very watery maps we've seen so far.
Yeah,
look at ACCM go.
It's quite interesting. Didn't see it too. I really feel like people were sleeping on ACCM. He is really dangerous. I think that he matches up super poorly against Liereyy and Hera as well, but
yeah, against everyone else he's much better.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, only everyone matches up better than against Liereyy or Hera, but I think that even when you're talking about among these tippy top players, Sebastian still isn't quite at that level yet.
Yep, and we're gonna have a game number 3, or I don't see it on the dashboard. Maybe my dashboard's broken. Nope, don't see it yet. So nope, Sebastian maybe needs to take a bit of a pause, check the tech tree, cook his noodles, eat his burger,
get a burger,
and get ready. I was thinking what we should do is next year, Masters of Season, sponsored by Burger King.
Perfect. I see nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, he's got to do some push-ups, right? He's got to do some push-ups.
All right. Sebastian making the lobby.
Yeah, Tetracycline, it is attack minus defense, and it is 0, yeah, so pretty much max attack minus defense. There are some oddities if there are negative attack classes or negative values for attacks, which happens with the Ethiopian's Royal Heirs technology.
I feel like there's another instance of it.
There's another instance too, I forget where.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It started with the Ethiopians and Royal Heirs, like that. It really messed with the equation, but
all right,
we shall see. And we were fearing it, guys. We were dreading it, but it's time for the Chinese mirror on African clearing.
All right, the Chinese mirror. First pick save. The first 2 picks for each player are done in parallel, so we can see some mirrors. Malay were prioritized for Sebastian, his home save of the Vietnamese for ACCM. But other than that, it is a Chinese mirror for African clearing.
Yep. It's up close to making sense of the game. Hey, if everybody knew everything about AoE, we'd be out of a job. The closest civ to Uruguay? Probably just Spanish.
Or
I mean, geographically it would be the 2P, but maybe the Mapuche. I don't think the Mapuche went that far east, but yeah, it'd probably be the 2P.
All right, so African clearing game number 3. We'll have Sebastian doing his TC to the west, ACCM a bit to the northeast. And a Chinese mirror, or only why do we have a Chinese mirror?
Well, my dear friend, it is because you can build a mill right away and then minimize idle TC time. You can see both players are going to be doing that, I think. Where's Sebastian's mill? Oh, he's not doing it. He's just building the TC with 8 villagers.
9 vills. Oh, wait, where's... Yeah, 9th vill on the way. All right, then.
The 9th vill's going... Interesting.
Well, he's taking Loom. Well, he gets the TC up faster. It all depends on work time. I mean, idle time doesn't really matter on Nomad at the start. It's more about work time. And yeah, he'll be absolutely fine to queue a Vill. He's not queuing it. There he is. And he'll get the Vill queued at just about the same time as ACCM without needing to go for the mill, so he'll go for the lumber camp. Okay, nice start for Sebastian. As we have a pause. Why are we pausing, Wanlu?
Yep. All right. Yeah, really, really nice build. I was kind of wondering what he was doing, but... Lagry?
Lagry? What just happened? Major
Lagry,
lag?
let's go.
Why did Sebastian... Is the map broken? Is this an admin re? What's going on? Relics uneven? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Relics are fine. I mean, a few more towards ACCM side, but that's fine. I mean, it's Nomad, right?
It's Nomad, right? How could they be uneven on Nomad?
Yeah, okay. I wanted to talk about the beautiful job Sebastian did with this start.
Yeah.
Skipping the mill. And how he was at the same time getting the Vill out as ACCM with the shorefish and getting a lumber camp instead of the mill, which is going to be a bit better for his starting eco because he won't need to take wood from far away like ACCM is. Like, he's got 2 Vills chopping so far from the TC, but... Alright. Yeah, ACCM with no close wood, exactly. I don't have extra trees on each of the ponds here.
But isn't that just how the map is designed? That doesn't feel like something that would be an admin ray.
I have no idea why we were restarting there. Did a player drop? Now they're back into it.
I have no idea.
Is there a post? I don't see a post in Discord. Can someone tune into Mem stream and see if there is a reason given? You can't have not enough ponds. They're hard-coded. Not enough wood?
Not enough wood?
It's Nomad. You can't do that. That's not an admin re. You just build your TC on wood. Not enough gold? I mean, golds or stones maybe they're uneven. Not enough deer? Did they pick the right African clearing? They didn't pick, like, the wrong map, did they?
I didn't notice. I mean, it looked like African clearing.
TCs were far apart. It's not a TC fight, Re.
Nope. Well, they are completely restarting it.
Alright, Ornlu, so once more, African clearing. Oh my gosh, if ACCM goes for the top of that wood, could we see a TC
we might
fight?
actually...
Oh, no. Oh my, ACCM, if only.
If only.
We would have had to again. I think the TCs would have been in range of each other there.
Oh, they absolutely would be in range of each other if ACCM built a TC on the other side of the pond.
Yep. Okay, so I have no idea why we restarted. But maybe I'm just not looking at the map enough. I don't know. Anyway, Chinese mirror. ACCM once more going for the mill. And, I mean, ACCM's gonna have a much better TC spot than he did last time in terms of resource availability.
Yes, he will, and looks like we already have the elephant coming in as well for Sebastian. This is the exact same thing he did in the last attempt at this game. And is he good?
Alright. Let's reverse the player positions on the scoreboard, I think, so that we get Sebastian with his CC on the left. Yeah. We have the technology to do that. So,
this looks like a little bit of a better start for ACCM.
Yeah, well, Sebastian doing the same thing he did last time. He's going to go for the lumber camp rather than the mill. And with the Chinese, I like that approach. It keeps your vills in a better position. Sometimes you have the 3 vills out on a mill and feudal, and they just get hunted down by your opponent. ACCM has a much better TC spot, though. This time the Bobab trees are closer to the TC. He can chop them, and it won't be too long distance as he works to get a lumber camp.
Fog of War? Nothing too crazy. Just normal early game stuff going on right now. Both players with plenty of food access. Got a rhino coming in. Oh, what?
ACCM just lost a vill to Sebastian's TC. You can see the corpse. Sebastian just sent a vill to gloat over it. Oh gosh, a mad match.
Oh, it's classic Nomad stuff.
Ah, man. Good old Nomad. At least that wasn't Regicide Nomad losing a king to a TC.
Such things have happened in the past.
How does ACCM has 196 stone? Because he mined a tiny bit of stone from next to the TC.
Yeah, when they completed the TC, the villager automatically started mining stone, so then he just has the 1 extra stone.
It might not even be 1 extra. Wait, is that actually a full 1 stone? Let me check in game. No, it's not actually. Or the capture age is rounding differently. If you check in game, it says he has 195 stone because it truncates. It truncates in game. Oh my gosh, I can change my overlay. It says 195 stone for ACCM, but capture age is rounding that. So he has like 195.5 stone. That capture age rounds up to 196, but he actually only has, in terms of stuff he can spend, 195.
Yeah, AoE 2 in general will always round down, and I think capture age might round to the nearest whole number.
Yes, it does. It does. So you'll see units that like die at weird HP values because they had a fraction that rounded wrong, and then they go under 1, even though it looks like it shouldn't.
Interesting.
Yeah. So capture age and the game round differently. Keep that in mind, chat. The game likes to truncate in places. Capture age likes to round. I think everywhere capture age rounds.
Yeah, I think so. Units die at 0.99 HP. Yes, they do.
Yes.
You need at least 1 HP to be alive.
Yep. I mean,
the rules.
There was that bug in the past where if you had 1 out of 55 HP on a monk and you picked up or dropped a relic, there is a floating point representation error that the monk had 0.9999999 HP and it died.
It was a very unfortunate situation that I saw exactly once.
Yep. It was amazing.
It was glorious. I mean, in that one moment, it was like, no, don't do it! And then it just immediately died.
Yeah, you gotta have proper lifting technique. So we have a Vil fight here as ACCM is trying to do an outpost. Sebastian will be up to the feudal age first. And ACCM looking to fast castle maybe? He's floating 719 food in the Dark Age. He's got a lumber camp out in the middle of nowhere on the side. He's got a gold mine all the way in the south. And he's Alcatrazing a Vil to do an outpost. We'll have a pair of romantic outposts here.
As the people in the outposts will just glare at each other. They'll like throw their soda cans from their lunch break at each other.
So archers for Sebastian. And now the question is, how much damage can Sebastian actually do with archers? Because the TC for ACCM will protect his stone, and the rest of ACCM's eco is super far away from any potential archers that can run over and cause any harm. And even with the stone under the TC, ACCM could tower.
Yeah, here's the thing, though, T-West. ACCM should be ahead in eco, as he clicked up much later than his opponent. And yet he's not. So this just feels like one of those games where Sebastian has the significantly better Dark Age. I mean, killing your opponent's villager is also a huge plus there. But also his eco is much more compact. So it feels like I just don't like this for ACCM, no matter what he chooses to do. And I don't like fast castles in general on this map.
Yeah, spreading out the eco so much is adding a lot of walk time to ACCM, so he hasn't gotten his eco rolling the way you really want to. But he's up to feudal, and honestly, he's got a fast castle, no problem. He has the stone, he can market blacksmith wherever he wants to do him. There's the market. There's the blacksmith. He'll be up. And I mean, Sebastian can send Vils wherever he wants. That tower is not gonna stop ACCM. He'll have stone.
Yeah. If a fast castle is ever going to work, it would have to be when the rush distance is so close that you can just plop down a castle and then attack the enemy TC. If they had a far rush distance, I feel like it would be really bad.
To be fair, we almost did have a TC war at the start, so ACCM, as long as he gets up and does a castle, he's fine.
But can he get a castle, T-West? The tower should range basically everything. He's had to spend 250 stone on defensive watchtowers. He's not up to castle age yet. He doesn't have basically any food income. He needs to buy some, perhaps.
There go the Vils.
All right.
Well, maybe a mistake from Sebastian not having his archers underneath the tower, because this is going to be a much easier fight for ACCM, with the TC also being super close to the tower. Any miss micro from Sebastian, and the Vils run into TC range and die. And ACCM's tower covers the fight.
Both players lose a villager. Oh my goodness, you're playing with fire here as Sebastian, which is pretty ironic because fire didn't even make it to the main event.
Yeah, fire casted some of the main event. You can play with fire, it's fine.
Okay, yeah, that'll work then. And now the villager, she has to dodge! Serpentine! Okay,
she makes it to the TC. Honestly, I think there's like a sliver of stone that can be mined.
Yeah, I think the north side of the northeastern tile of stone is actually out of range.
And ACCM going to YOLO the Vils forward again, doing a barracks, but it's going to be a while before he actually gets skirms where he could fight the archers off. But that tower's going to go down, and then ACCM's going to get stone access again. And then he's fine.
He is building a barracks, so it will be for Fire Lancers. No way he could drop a castle and go for Chukonu just because he's had to do all of this tower shenaniganry. But he's going to need a siege workshop, and he's going to need plenty of Fire Lancers.
And Sebastian's up at the same time, with a much better economy. And I think ACCM still gets a castle up in time. Even if you do a couple of Fire Lancers, try to raid the economy, and behind that, you're doing a castle.
Yeah, and Sebastian himself, look at this. He was placing tiles of palisades to try and block a potential castle drop.
Yeah, ACCM with the workshop. He can do a rocket cart or two, and then he can delete the workshop and place a castle on it. Deny those anti-castle palisades.
It's like, deny this, nerd. Delete your own siege workshop to save enough room for a castle.
To be fair, the rocket carts probably destroy palisades, and that's even a better option.
I
but
mean, it could just easily destroy
not
the
as fun.
palisade. But it would be a lot funnier if you deleted the siege workshop.
And so
Wait,
how do
Fire
Fire Lancers do against feudal archers? They have so much HP and they're faster, and since they have a charge attack, they should be okay.
Well, they don't have that much HP unless you're Vietnamese. 65 is like fine, but no base pierce armor is
shoot the archer.
really rough.
This Fire Lancer just 1v2'd the weak archer. And he's Chinese, so the Fire Lancers are faster. So he'll catch that archer eventually. There he goes. And it's rocket cart time.
It is, but Castle Age is in. Defensive Siege Workshop immediately, but it is Castle dropping time.
Oh,
here for
ACCM.
ACCM.
He 18 vills. He's sending the entire village. Don't rocket cart your own castle foundation.
Oh. Okay.
I know you're playing as the
Alright, here we are,
Chinese,
guys.
but you don't need a Tim Castle.
No Tim Castle today, and that castle will be successful, but what does Sebastian do? He just sends his eco back. He has no stone, and that is going to be a bit awkward. He's going to get crossbowman and bodkin. And at this point, Sebastian just needs to start trying to pressure his opponent's eco as it is all over the place.
And that he is doing. I mean, he does have one spear chasing ACCM's vills. He has a couple of goats scouting. But right now, Sebastian is going to be 0 TC gaming soon. He has so many more res collected, but what's he going to do? He needs a TC somehow.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward because the Chuko Nu are coming in, and at least traditionally, the Chinese mirror was about whoever had the bigger blob of Chuko Nu. Now, Chinese have changed a lot since then, but I still feel like it's a very tough unit for Chinese themselves to counter. Oh, TOS, did you know that Chuko Nu have a decisive command and nearby military units move faster?
What?
Don't you see that in Capture Rage? It's underneath the range and extra attacks of the Chuko Nu.
Oh. I did not know that.
I'm pretty sure that's the text for Xinjiang.
It's a bug, right?
Yeah, it's a bug. They don't actually make nearby units move faster. All right, TC has to be built here. Chuko Nu are coming in, and they are going to start to mow down those poor villagers. Oh, man. I love Chuko Nu. Such a fun unit.
Is ACCM going to go up 3-0 here?
It's quite possible.
Yeah, it is cracked terrain.
Yeah. Have Archer going to go down there, but the Chuko Nu, with some good micro, deal so much damage that they can take down rocket carts quite quickly, especially as they are a bit more fragile than mangonels. And ACCM says, check out my sick bodkin.
The two mid-volley reloading units, the rocket cart and the Chuko Nu.
Are there more?
Towers, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I guess any defensive building. Kipchucks fire everything at once.
Yeah, just like mangonels. What other... Maybe what's the civ with the machine gun arms? The shoe?
The shoe, I think, also fire everything at once. Oh, but the war chariots don't. The war chariots absolutely don't.
War chariots, right.
Turtles are kind of weird because they have like a completely different attack.
Let's not talk about them. Let's not talk about how they ruined them. So split on the Chuko Nus, they'll dodge the rocket carts.
Oh.
Or not dodge
Chuko
them.
Nu right there. Chuko Nu are fairly cheap. Yeah, they're not that expensive, although they're still a bit more expensive overall than an archer.
ACCM went for a TC on the right side, but that's denied.
Yep.
Sebastian with a couple of crossbows out there picks off a villager. And I mean, Sebastian, he has had some crossbows out here, forcing ACCM to do more towers on his gold. And he might get a second TC now. He still is up by 6 vills.
Yeah, I mean, ACCM could simply ill afford to lose all of those Chukonu. That said, they are going to just march right back home and kill all of those crossbowmen, and that's going to be at least something here for our red player.
No ballistics, though.
Yeah.
I mean, crossbows can Sebastian out micro this?
Sebastian can out micro a lot, to be fair.
Look at the stacking on the Chukonus. Oh, he's gonna run into a tower, though. Oh, he's safe still.
Oh my goodness. Freaking toxic!
He got a Chukonu.
Yep.
Sebastian's booming away. So he recovered from the 0 TC gaming earlier. He's got some rocket carts now. What's really awkward about the castle, also on Nomad, is you can't ram push them because Chukonus absolutely shred rams. They shoot many arrows that have bonus attack against rams because of the negative melee armor that they have.
I mean, they don't have bonus, but they end up dealing extra damage due to the fun and bizarre nature of Chukonu projectiles. Third TC coming in, though, for Sebastian. That will be there safely, and after a chaotic start, we're kind of still in the situation where Sebastian has the better economy, ACCM has more map control, and they're both on 3 TCs.
And Sebastian could get a castle soon. But I don't think Sebastian has enough room to boom, get a castle, go imp, and win a Trebor. He doesn't have the farming space right now. But maybe he does it if it's a really long and awkward game, because ACCM has 3 TCs too, with a lot more map control.
And ACCM's also able to take all of the natural food that is available on this map, so that's going to be also very nice for him. Sebastian having to buy food. Can you imagine buying food, T-West? Spending your hard-earned gold to buy food? I certainly can't.
I did that earlier today, weren't there?
I did it yesterday. All right, Rocket Cart going to try and micro just a little bit here. Much better micro there for ACCM than previously. So Sebastian does have gold access. He has it right underneath his southern TC as well as next to his western TC, although he isn't actually gathering it at the moment. That said, the rocket cart hits are still absolutely fantastic and very much the reason he is still competitive in this game. And he can drop a castle probably between his TCs in just a moment.
Yeah, the problem is what the castle, if he goes for his own TCs, doesn't give him any more map control. Maybe he actually needs a castle kind of to the southeast and secure more farming space. Oh, or to the north.
Idea, T-West. Okay. Oh, but the Chukonu are coming in.
Oh, they're walled. They're walled out, aren't they?
Oh, but that's like no HP on the market. It goes down. Oh, no.
How many vills is this?
Do you feel blessed right now, T-West? Because I feel blessed.
Doubt castle here from Sebastian might just mean ACCM takes a 3-0 lead. Look at the vills dying. That castle 82%, but as the vills go down, the castle slows. No ballistics, though, so the vills are dodging and the castle goes up.
Yeah,
oh, man.
but
without ballistics, you can't hit anything in DE.
Nope. But most importantly, it is a matter of you lost so many villagers building the castle that Sebastian has lost his primary advantage in this game, which is his economy. ACCM is basically caught up in resources. He's adding in another town center. Again, ACCM is able to work with all of the natural food available. He has 4 farms and is still able to churn out bills.
Yeah, the natural food. He's not going to the market to buy food.
Nope. He's just going hunting and gathering, just like our ancestors. RK loves ACCM. All right, but the Chukonu production is now starting for Sebastian. At the very least, he's been able to keep ACCM's Chukonu numbers fairly low, but right now it's just ACCM completely dictating this game.
Yep, and now Sebastian, that's about a 15-vil lead for ACCM. But Sebastian's going to go for a mangonel push on the right. It feels that ACCM is giving some total domination here.
I really think it's his experience shining through. The in-game decision-making and the preparation have both been just so fantastic. And although Sebastian's execution and game plan are both very good, he's just not quite able to make it work against the juggernaut that is ACCM.
Juggernaut. Well, I think it's also just the kind of the problem on Nomad maps sometimes that you can struggle about how to stop castles if you go feudal aggression, but you struggle to do damage, and that all of a sudden the castle's on your face and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's something that you really need experience for, and ACCM has very significantly more Nomad experience than does Sebastian. I mean, ACCM is a old-school Vietnamese player. He was born in the darkness of Nomad.
The darkness of Nomad. Back when you didn't have Allied Vision at the start, you had to ping each other's TC locations.
And then because you're trying to place your own TC at the start, you have to, when your allies ping their TC locations, you're not paying attention, and then you have to say, can you ping it again?
Yep, and then you have to ask if it's their TC or an enemy TC.
Yep, exactly.
Ooh, oh, Sebastian, the unit control, sending some Shuko news underneath a guard tower. Maybe ACCM could do some murder holes, but that guard tower, pretty good at defending against the rocket cart push.
Oh. It sure is, and oh my goodness, guys, this has just been such great play from ACCM. And I don't know about you TUS, but ACCM is just one of my favorite players to watch. I just feel like you look at ACCM play and you're like, why isn't everybody making these decisions? Right? It's like just really, really smart AoE too.
And just as long as you're not watching him play against Liereyy.
Yeah, just not against Liereyy.
But he does have murder holes. He does have murder holes.
Yep.
So there we go. Guard tower, murder holes. Needs masonry for them.
Needs to get a great wall is what he needs. Get all the extra
Ooh.
HP.
You're right, you're right. So, meanwhile, ACCM's up to Imp. He'll get the trebs popping once he's up. Sebastian nowhere close. We might be looking at a 3-0 once Imp is finished.
It sure seems that way. And, I mean, Sebastian's a very calm player. He is not somebody who is going to get flustered and rage quit if he's down 0-3, but he certainly has a very tall order ahead of him. And we're going to have to see probably some of the maps where he can win with that early execution advantage. It's what Liereyy, like, Liereyy gave us the textbook on how to beat ACCM. It's just, can somebody who isn't Liereyy himself actually be that good?
And more towers for ACCM, keeping map control. Another castle for Sebastian, which is another target for ACCM to treb down. Sebastian finally doing ballistics, but this game was just a disaster for him pretty much from the start. The TC and stone location for ACCM were great. And I still don't know why we restarted the first game, because I felt like Sebastian was in a much better position there than he was here.
Well, Sebastian still had the much better early game here. The tower rush just didn't quite do enough, though, and ACCM's gold was never discovered. And it was one of the previous series, I forget who it was, but like they sent all their units out on the map to just look for the extra villagers. And I think that would have made a huge difference there, as ACCM does indeed take the 3-0 victory. Wrong spec delay,
wrong spec delay. Once again, I'm saying, no spec delay for tournaments. It's a bad thing.
Well, it's what Microsoft wants. Or, I'm sorry, Worlds.
It's wrong spec delay time, that's why the restart. If only that were something you could check in the lobby properly.
Nope, has to be before the lobby. All right, T-West, so what do you think here for Sebastian? Do you think he can bring it back with the maps in general being more open and aggressive going forward?
I mean, I feel like we've gotten the best 3 maps for ACCM out of the way, but at the same time, now you have to win 4 games in a row, and that is going to be crazy, especially with ACCM still having Vietnamese and Mongols as civs.
Yeah, that is going to be tough. I think Sebastian probably felt most comfortable in the mirror matchup. But the thing is, when it comes to a Nomad map, weird stuff can always happen, even if you are the better player mechanically, even if it is a mirror matchup. You know, it's Nomad. Stuff happens.
Yeah,
and we'll be going to Crownwood next.
Ooh, okay, well that feels like it should be where Sebastian is most comfortable.
Yeah.
Crownwood.
Crownwood probably going to pick Magyars. Could go maybe Hindustanis. And then ACCM goes for maybe Jurchens. Yeah. Yep, Magyars versus Jurchens. Exactly what you would expect. Frownwood, no, Smilewood.
Frownwood. Ah, this is Crownwood. Oh, you know what would be a good map? If we added some walls to it and then we had Clownwood.
Ooh.
So, Civ matchup for Crownwood, Magyars, Jurchens. I generally think the Magyars are the strongest Civ on this map.
Yeah, it's amazing what a difference Magyars got when they had the faster training Cav Archers bonus instead of the extra foot archer line of sight. Like, that turned them from kind of a mediocre Civ to just one of, if not the cleanest aggressive Civs.
Replace wood with chickens and you have crown food. Viper almost came back from 3-0 Sebastian's turn. Well, that was Vacation Viper. This is Sebastian in the Wonders mirror matchup. The Wonders players.
Truly wondrous matchup.
Makes me extra curious about how Home Viper would do versus Sebastian. How Home Viper? Well, I mean, later today we are going to see Home Vinchester. Vinch is no longer playing from ACCM's house.
Was he actually at ACCM's house?
I don't think he was staying at his house, but he was there at one point. Hello, Petito. Thank you for raiding Orlu's channel. Yeah, I know they were hanging out in Vietnam together.
Yes. And I know ACCM's from Da Nang, so I guess Vinchester was probably there. Anyway, guys, this is it. Sebastian, who literally didn't drop a single game before this set in this tournament, is now on the verge of getting swept by ACCM with his back against the wall. He's going to be the Magyars to the west and ACCM, the Red Jurchens to the east.
Oh, hold on, Orlin. My game content is still downloading.
Oh.
Alright, now
that's unfortunate.
Alright, so Magyars versus Jurchens. Jurchens, one of those mounted units attack faster and Fire Lancers. That's their and Fire Lancer bonus. Which could be decent against Cav Archers if you can force fights with the Fire Lancers. It's kind of a weird setup where Cav Archers kind of counter them, but also kind of you can still go for a Fire Lancer push.
And I feel like Jurchens have kind of a weird matchup against Magyars here, because you want to play, you know, light Cav / Step Lancers and Cav Archers, right? You want to play the very fast units, but Magyars just do that better than Jurchens. Jurchens more of a hybrid Civ between like the slow, heavy defensive Civ and then the mounted units, whereas Magyars are much more focused on those cavalry and Cav Archer units.
Yep, and this will be the version of Crownwood where we have the rock terrain, Ornlu's favorite map feature, around the bases of the hills, so you can't simply wall from the hill to the TC. Gotta play it a bit more open.
Doubt
And-
forbid that we just have somebody actually get themselves walled up at some point.
This is the first time we see. Have we seen? We've definitely seen Magyars here before.
I think they're joking. We see Magyars literally all the time on this
Okay.
map.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. I mean, you see them all the time here. Do the Jurchen scouts beat the Magyar scouts? Well, considering you're probably not gonna take an early scout fight, you're gonna wait until you get forging or upgrades yourself. Then yeah, the Jurchen scouts will beat them. But then the Magyar scouts also are cheaper, so it's easier to pump them out, and you'll probably have a few more.
And yet Jurchens also have the no decay on their animals, so they have a bit of extra food in the early game, so that all feels like it's kind of a wash.
Yeah. You know what I think should have been the thing though, when the Goths should have gotten no decay on animals instead of their current bonus, and the Jurchens should just have a unique bonus.
Oh, and so the longer lasting hunt is better though than the
Yeah,
no decay.
but like that's just kind of repeating the Maya though. I feel like the classic Goths should have gotten an actual unique thing, and then the Jurchens, they could just like completely rework the Three Kingdoms so that it actually makes sense for everything.
But, like,
not
are
to
there
the Three
enough
Kingdoms
early
at all.
game? I just feel like there aren't enough bonuses to manipulate. Like, there's not enough levers in AoE 2 that you can create so many completely unique bonuses. Which, I mean, it's its own problem. You could just say we shouldn't have this many civs, but
Maybe we shouldn't.
I don't know.
Maybe we already had the Chinese.
I mean, to be fair, Jurchens are completely different people than the Chinese, the Han Chinese that are represented.
So stable here for Sebastian. And will it be a stable? Yep, so Scouts War, or in the Scouts War. So faster attacking scouts versus free forging and cheaper scouts. With Jurchens having a bit of an eco bonus, they won't need to do farms for a while. Oh, Sebastian, that's a TC Sebastian. Okay,
In case you were wondering, I actually did a lot of training with Sebastian before this set. So I'm
yeah.
glad to see that my tutelage has paid off.
Helping him run into the TC. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
almost a lag re there.
Almost. Idling the TC, yeah.
Has a TC ever killed a scout? Ornley, would you care to answer that question?
Because sometimes you're trying to do other things, and then the scout's just on its merry way scouting the map, and then it runs into the TC fire.
So, actually, ACCM's map kind of interesting. All of his golds are to the back, but both of the stones are forward. So, against forward castle age pressure, it will be hard to get a castle. But in terms of protecting the golds, he's in a great setup.
Oh, and it's called the over forage, Liereyy Croft. That's the terminology I've always used. At
The
least.
over forage. So quick
And yet-
range transition from ACCM. Not going to go full scouts. He's going to try to be walled up.
And yet I like this for Sebastian. He's ahead in resources. He's getting his farming infrastructure down. He's got the horse collar upgrade. His opponent doesn't have that yet. I mean, he doesn't have any farms yet, but still worth mentioning. And ACCM is gonna, I guess, blink first, and then go for the archers, which is gonna be harder on his economy.
Yeah, but the fact he doesn't need the farms makes it easier for him to do the forward archer or the early archery range.
Yeah.
Gives him more wood.
Now with the random rocks, so you actually might be able to use those to wall, which I
Yeah,
guess
you can.
is nifty.
You can use the flowery rocks to wall.
And that's exactly what ACCM is gonna do.
Are those berries over foraged? Not quite.
Nope. ACCM is paying quite close attention to those. First farm now going to come in for ACCM as the sheep are eventually going to disappear.
Well, they're not disappearing, they're being eaten.
Which means they disappear. Because they were there and now they're not there anymore.
So now we'll have more scouts and more scouts from Sebastian, who is a bit late in going for a range. But moving out to gold now, Sebastian's not walled at all. He's long distance mining gold, and he'll go scout plus skirmisher with bloodlines, maybe?
I think that would make a plenty of sense. And I don't know if you guys noticed it, but if we have another hidden cup, one of the tells for Sebastian is that he always leaves his stragglers around as long as possible. So like he specifically didn't build a farm next to his TC so that the straggler could be completely taken first.
Yep, farm theory.
I don't know any other player that's like that devoted to doing that.
Yeah, that's how you tell players apart, the farm theory. You can see
The
who
farm
uses
theory?
auto farm now.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that very standard? You'll still see most players, like, especially in late feudal age, like we're in right now, just go ahead and get rid of the stragglers.
Yeah, next hidden cup, I'll have to remove all the stragglers from the map so we can't predict based on who leaves them or not.
There you go. Well, Bloodlines is in, guys. So is the forging upgrade. Meanwhile, same deal for Sebastian. So it's going to be just the difference in army composition.
There was almost a hole for Sebastian, but he managed to get the wall up. The Ville might be exposed. Oh, nope, there's a hole between the house and the tower. So you can get the tower up, keep both of those lumber camps safe. And now Sebastian will just hoover around in the back a bit and try to find a way to engage, but the two spears will make it difficult for him, and he really won't want to fight on the hill. Both players have bloodlines now. With the tower, though, he's going to take the fight.
Oh, look at that beautiful job there from Sebastian. That's what we want to see from him. Able to surround and kill most of the ranged units. That said, the Spearman was the last unit killed, so probably got like 2 extra pokes in that it probably shouldn't have. Still, moral of the story, that was a perfect engagement. 0 deaths.
Yep, Ornu would be satisfied with his Mongol 0 death playthrough with that engagement. And now ACCM, I'm kind of worried that ACCM, the way he walled, okay, yeah, he's going to fill it up, is that he didn't fully close this off. And if Sebastian has that many Magyar scouts that can simply run in under the TC, he could cause a lot of disruption to the farms and disrupt the castle age time of ACCM.
But now ACCM has so many villagers on gold and he's just not spending it. And now, I mean, he's going to need a market to probably click up the castle age effectively, but he doesn't have the wood yet for the market, so that's a little bit awkward. And at the moment, things are looking pretty decent for Sebastian, who's still ahead in resources, by the way, guys, because he didn't wall early on, at least.
Yep, and he's going for the market now. With the 8 fills on gold, he'll be able to buy his way up. ACCM still open on the front. He's doing a market now, and Sebastian could fight this, maybe. 1 spear, but I guess he wants to keep the scouts until the castle age.
Yeah, Sebastian's got loom. That's not an issue. Notably, though, Sebastian did have to invest in that defensive watchtower as he's going to make his own sort of rectangular base. Kind of kill-safe base.
We debated one line of rock on the edge of the map, but I'm pretty sure players still would have walled then.
Just make a circle instead.
And just make a circle. So castle age for both at just about the same time. Ville counts are equal. There's not been a single Ville death this game. Gonna have Town Watch for Sebastian, but not for ACCM.
Yeah,
What is
Sebastian's
that?
still a little ahead in resources, though. Neither player has expanded to that second wood line yet.
Okay.
But right now, Sebastian ahead by 700 food and a few hundred wood. So, honestly, nice job from him so far. And if we both see these guys transition into cav archers, it feels like it's going to be a lot better for Magyars over the long run.
Yeah, faster to train and then the availability of recurve bow eventually. Earlier on, the Jurchens will have the faster attacking bonus, but then they don't have Thumb Ring, and they won't have Parthian. So you don't want to go long-run cav archers against the Magyars. The longer it goes, the worse it gets.
Yeah, I have no idea what you even plan on doing late game versus Magyars. Probably need to rely on some rocket carts with thunderclap bombs.
Maybe Iron Pagodas with rocket carts? That feels expensive.
Well, at least Iron Pagodas are cheap on the gold cost, so that's something.
This is a relaxing game. This is an open map that you're far enough apart. Sebastian probably feels very comfortable against ACCM on it.
Gonna surround and kill that poor reinforcing scout cavalry. Castle age time's almost identical, and we will see that cav archer transition from both players. And actually also defensive tower from ACCM, so that's not even an advantage he has anymore. Top left edge of the map. Oh yeah, I see what you mean, like for Sebastian. Yeah, that could have been better.
Oh yeah, over there. Yeah, you could have done a full semicircle around the quarter of the map to all the wood lines. Quarter circle there.
Sebastian also gonna have wheelbarrow.
Sebastian stand ground box formation at the front as he micros at home and loses some skirms.
And it's not the biggest deal to lose those skirmishers, but it's still not something that you would prefer to do, especially if they are pretty good at sniping monks, or if you need to make a skirmisher transition in a little bit. That would be nice to have, but not the end of the world. Cav archer production for both players. That said, Sebastian's still developing his eco upgrades better.
And husbandry for ACCM, so he'll be husbandry for both. Kind of just an auto click now with how cheap it is. You add the husbandry so you ride your horses faster.
Always super important. Both players at 6 cav archers, both run 2 archery ranges, I believe. Yes, so still going to have the advantage in production as the Magyars, but that 1.6 reload time, very, very nice to have.
Yep, they're basically Mongol cav archers now.
They are exactly Mongol cav archers right now, in fact.
But just don't have the option of thumb ring.
Yep. 9 kills now for both players. Sebastian still 400 resources ahead, and neither player feels comfortable or safe enough to add a TC, as we're just going to get ballistics now for both players.
Yep, and scale parting armor too for Sebastian, so he wants to keep using those light cav in the fights.
And I mean, we're still seeing 2 very similar civs at this stage of the game play a very similar playstyle. Neither player taking a huge advantage thus far. And that's something I think ACCM's got to feel pretty happy about, because ACCM, if he's going to feel weak versus Sebastian at any point, it is going to be in these early game, very execution-oriented types of AoE2 where they're both mirroring each other. But ACCM's doing fine now.
It still feels like the Magyars are going to scale much better with cav archers. Sebastian with 5 vills on stone, actually, so this might be castle and... Well, you're not going to get recurve bow until the Imperial Age, so I'm not sure what the castle does.
For some Magyar Hussars. He's also still adding in even more light cav, and he's going to try and maybe surround ACCM at the moment, who's going to try and juke his opponent as best he can.
Yeah, he's going to have to run all the way around the map. Now his light cav shouldn't be able to get in on that wood line. There's a tower they're defending already. And now the cav archers from ACCM just going to run across the hill and try to pick off light cav. Take the best fight they can, but Sebastian happy to trade light cav for cav archers as he's got thumb ring coming in.
Oh my goodness, ACCM killed a wild horse. What a jerk.
Well, he doesn't want Sebastian to collect 10 of them and then deliver them to an ally for a bunch of Mangudais.
Infinitely given Mangudai, in fact. Yes, Sturgeons have bombard cannons. It is going to be one of the more helpful tools in this matchup, although I think rocket carts versus Magyars might be one of your only decent bets in the long game.
It's still just so tricky to go for siege against Magyar Hussars. Cannon or carts or whatever. They pick it off so efficiently as long as they have castles.
TOS.
I think this is a good fight for Sebastian. I think he danced a bit with the cav archers. I think with thumb ring gave him the confidence that he would win. And that's the type of thing that you see the way to beat ACCM. You out-execute him in fights like that. And now things that looked like they were scaling better for Sebastian finally snowballed into a good fight. There's heavy plows. He starts to get up more TCs. He's thinking about where to place them. Gonna put it on a gold. Can't really TC wood all that well, so he'll go for gold.
Yeah, it's basically just TC what you can. Oh, hey, the light cav made it in. That's not really what ACCM is looking for. We'll lose another villager. I don't know, TOS. I feel like ACCM is going to struggle to ever recover from that fight.
It snowballs when you're just doing one unit, and you're both 1 TC, and one fight doesn't go your way.
I mean, ACCM's going to try and add another TC over there to the west. He's mined a ton of gold, but he's so far behind in food especially, and that food has translated to a lot of extra light cav that have been used very effectively by Sebastian in this game.
So what's the pierce armor of the Iron Pagoda? Or the Jurchens?
3.
3. So that gets to 5 in the Castle Age, then. So, I mean, a Castle and Iron Pagodas maybe could be a decent addition with the high pierce armor against the Cav Archers. But I still don't think that would be great against them.
I mean, there's going to be a point by the time that you get Iron Pagoda that your opponent will have, like, 40 Cav Archers. And then it's like, what do you even do at that stage?
Does ACCM do the Hera thing, where he feels like he's down, so he just YOLOs a forward castle?
He's going to go for some towers. Now, Jurchen defenses are excellent, but Magyar defenses much less so. So maybe he thinks he can hang in there and try and leverage a better economy, but again, he's behind in TCs anyway, and his actual sort of, booming resources, food and wood, worse than Sebastian as well.
Well, maybe the best defense is a good offense, though, and Sebastian doesn't need to defend. He's keeping all the pressure on ACCM. He'll see the stone, and now he'll go for his 3rd TC and take more wood. And I think he's got ACCM on the ropes in this game.
Yeah, I struggle to see something that ACCM can do proactively that would get him an advantage over Sebastian. It feels like ACCM is relying on Sebastian screwing up in some way, and like this is simply not viable here for ACCM. Sebastian's just out microing him too heavily.
And if Sebastian keeps winning this fight, he's still 6 on stone. He could go forward for the castle and plop that right on ACCM's front TC. That would be sick.
It would. ACCM trying to add in another TC of his own, but he has 7 vills on food, T-West. That is thoroughly unimpressive. More eco coming in here from Sebastian. He also even has heavy plow.
Guard
and it
tower.
feels like he's not ready to go out of this series just yet.
Ornlu, unimpressed.
I'm very impressed by Sebastian.
Not by ACCM's food collection this game, though.
What is there to be impressed by?
Okay, well now we're still getting up to Cav Archer numbers approaching those of Sebastian from ACCM, but Sebastian will add in elite skirms with some armor now. And that'll help him defend at home as the Cav Archers run through. Sebastian, gotta love these palisade walls to the edge of the map. Maybe they need to be reinforced with some houses as he's going to do.
Now, at the very least, ACCM can camp this hill in the middle. And that's going to be able to buy him some nice time. Sebastian, though, already starting to pick up relics. That's not something ACCM is able to do because he doesn't have a monastery. That monk can have a rough time. This is still a good fight, I think, for Sebastian.
Yeah, dancing fight for Sebastian on the Cav Archers. He has the skirms added in, too.
Yeah, that's easily a much better fight for Sebastian. Castle coming in at the front for ACCM, though.
It's only at the front of his base, though. It's not forward. And he's trying to take the hill in the middle. So that'll make it hard for Sebastian to push with just Cav Archers, but the skirms will turn that around.
The skirms will turn that frown upside down. And by frown, I mean sad engagement.
We'll turn that Crownwood into Crownwood.
Exactly. 4th TC now coming in here from Sebastian. Now, the actual villager numbers are very similar. Castle's in. You can make some Iron Pagodas if you want, and ACCM is properly getting his food income down. But my question is, will ACCM have a competitive Imperial Age time with Sebastian? Especially if Sebastian cuts his skirm production, which is what he's doing right now.
Well, he's got a lot of gold. He could buy his way up soon. Could sell stone, buy up. Honestly, probably right now, and it wouldn't be too bad. Sebastian needs a bit more gold. Maybe we could sell the wood, doing a very defensive castle.
Yeah, just playing this one nice and safe. I think he knows he has an advantage in this game. He's still decently ahead in resources collected. But yeah, these players need to combine their economies. ACCM needs the food and Sebastian needed the gold, but there you go. Selling the gold, and that is going to be a very nice input timing advantage for Sebastian. I think that's going to be the big issue for ACCM going forward.
Yep, and so far 2-0 Eco KD in favor of Sebastian. No, it's so important to get a snowball and Cav Archer numbers that no one's really been going for Vills, and everyone has been walling so well that they haven't been leaving Vills exposed.
Yeah. 4 relics now in here for Sebastian. He's got a 5th one now going into the corner, and I'm just not sure what ACCM is going to be able to do at this point.
Oh, that's so beautiful to grab the relics. It's like you're playing a game of Arena now. You're walled, you have relics, and you're on your way to Imp. And you must be feeling very happy because ACCM's going to do forward Vills that the Outpost sees. And now Sebastian can have the hill.
I mean, Sebastian's just playing super safe right now, getting the Outposts on the sides, getting the relics, making sure that he's not dying to anything silly. Gonna get another castle in defensively.
Oh, okay. ACCM's gonna do a forward castle. This is maybe ACCM's shot if you can get a castle up and somehow the Iron Pagodas win the fight against the Skirms. ACCM might win this fight, and I don't think it matters because Imp will come in. Some Vills have to garrison the TC.
I don't think that is nowhere near enough for ACCM. The castle, it's not pretty. Sebastian's lost 2 Vills, guys. Oh, sorry. 4 Vills, 5 Vills, 6 Vills. It
7.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, ACCM running into another castle with the Cav Archers he tried to save.
Oh.
And that'll be double castle Trebs once Sebastian's up to Imp. He can sell some food, even a little wood for Trebs. And he'll be just fine.
Yeah, has to use the market a little bit, grabbing gold shaft mining. Not perfect for Sebastian. Certainly wish he took a better fight there. But at the same time, he's going to be the one in Imperial Age. He's still ahead by a couple thousand resources.
Yeah, it's so odd how close the scores are, because ACCM, I guess, has a better KD. Sebastian is just so far ahead.
It's just a matter of the timing, the civ, the compositions, all
the timing and the momentum.
Yes, we can say that if we want. ACCM clicks up, but I don't see how you're going to be taking this. We have the double Treb production in. You're trying to go Iron Pagodas, so going Iron Pagodas when you are going to be losing your castles, it doesn't really feel very viable. And the Cav Archers are only going to be getting better for the Magyars.
Sebastian will go for the Imperial Age douche on that gold mine, but ACCM will counter with a tower to try to stop the TC. Oh, here come the Iron Pagodas. Oh, that TC might not go up. Quick walling. Rocket car on the way. Here comes some Cav Archers. Adventure on the TC. But there is no way that ACCM keeps that forward castle alive. It's going to maybe buy himself time to get Imp so he doesn't lose the back castle. But if he wants to keep going Iron Pagodas, he'll now have merely a single castle from which to train them.
And the thing with Iron Pagodas is that they're much better in Castle Age against ranged units than Imperial Age, because they don't get extra Pierce Armor with Elite. They're still at Elite. And so they still maxed out at, a fair bit less HP than a Paladin, although they do move faster. And the Magyar Cav Archers especially feel like they're going to just continue to scale so exceptionally well that you need your own powerful ranged unit to try and combat that.
Yep, and as the Trebs are constructed for Sebastian, his next goal will be to get to Recurve Bow and make sure the Cav Archers have all of their upgrades. They still need 1 more armor, but that'll be it as chemistry is on the way. And I mean, ACCM up by 30 Vills because Sebastian's being raided a bit. But I feel like Sebastian maybe doesn't need that much food, at least
this
in the
would be
near
huge.
Future.
ACCM's only chance in this game, T-West, is if those trebuchets are sniped and Sebastian loses his momentum. Like, I know it's a meme, but, like, it's actually very real, guys. Oh my goodness.
Oh, the Trebs left exposed. It was 3 Trebs, so it's not like you trickle Trebbed, but sometimes the non-trickle Treb is a bad thing, because you lose them all at once.
And if ACCM can slow the game down, he's secured neutral golds. I mean, yes, he's not having a great time with the relics, but that's still something. Plus 4 defense coming in too.
I like how those Vills can fight the tower. No murder holes yet.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll get the job done. Yeah, Sebastian's eco's a mess. ACCM has basically no army and no way of making it, at least not in the immediate future. And yet the aggressive potential for Sebastian has been so heavily limited because of that lack of trebuchets. Elite Iron Pagoda coming on in.
And okay, as you said, no extra Pierce armor for them. And now Sebastian taking one of the middle golds himself. And it's still such a huge villager lead for ACCM. I feel like Sebastian, maybe a mistake from him not queuing more vills. I mean, he has 4 TCs, but he's so short on vills right now. I mean, ACCM's killed 50 vills. A lot of mishaps from the aggression from ACCM caused against Sebastian, going for those forward res and those castles.
Elite Iron Pagoda is in, guys. Going to go after the trebuchet once again, I think. Oh, you betcha. But here's the deal with the Iron Pagodas, guys.
I was going to say, this feels like what the Magyars want to do, though. Like, be the civ that's picking off trebs with their unique unit.
Yeah. Very true. But the Iron Pagodas are basically a Cavalier Plus. They're a good unit, for sure. And they only cost 55 gold, which is really, really important because this map has no gold. Well, very little of it. That said, they're not going to challenge this Cav Archer blob, as there's several Cav Archers camping underneath the guard tower, which is very annoying for ACCM.
It's weird, though, because the map actually has quite a bit of gold. Compared to Classic Arabia, where each player had their golds and there were 2 3-tile neutral golds, this one has more because there are 2 4-tile neutral golds. So it's not like the map's short on gold by any means, it just maybe feels like it because it's not as split up into small piles like a lot of different maps have.
Really? I mean, it feels like it, maybe because it's less than most of the other maps in this tournament specifically. Skirmishers coming in, yes, you do have basically fully upgraded skirmishers as the Jurchens. But here we go. Sebastian is sick and tired of losing his trebs to West.
He's going to stonewall them in.
No recurve bow in yet, mind you guys. But it's still not enough.
Now Elite Iron Pagodas.
Oh, no.
More houses. Oh, they're trapped. They're trapped. They can't pathfind to fight the Cav Archers.
Oh, no.
ACCM patrolled, stacked them to a point where they weren't attacking. And more walls to keep the Iron Pagodas out. Sebastian finally has trebs that are standing. 3 trebs again to push this castle that's stood for so long for ACCM. Does not have fortified bastions to heal it. And there's Corvinian army for the Magyar Hussars only costing food.
This map has less stone on it, though, right?
Yes, less stone, because there aren't extra stones.
Yeah, so that's going to be it, really. Like, you can't make any more castles. You've invested so much into your Iron Pagodas, and they just aren't going to last all that much longer. The Cav Archers are a fully upgraded minus recurve bow, and I feel like we're just in that position where Magyars are simply too powerful to be destroyed, as that blob of Cav Archers is just never going to die.
Yep, and now Sebastian just about with the res for recurve bow, and he's at 200 pop. He's going to do 2-man saw first, and then recurve bow. Because he really needs recurve bow. He has to remember it, though. Has to use his mind and think, wait a minute, I'm the Magyars. I need my unique tech, my recurve bow. But other than that, he's still in a great spot. The score is starting to pull in his favor finally. Bit of a raid at home, but that could open up more Vill spots to go Cav Archers.
Yeah, and the thing is, even with all of those vills that ACCM killed earlier, Sebastian had such a big eco lead at the start that Sebastian's still ahead in res collected. Also, ACCM is missing handcart, which is a huge issue. That said, he is attacking in archery range instead of enemy skirmishers, which is pretty silly. That said, again, it still feels like Sebastian is doing everything he needs to get towards the victory. He's getting to Elite Magyar Hussar plus Cav Archer. Like, that beats almost everything.
Yep, and here comes some Hussars from ACCM, but, oh, that's a big box formation from Sebastian.
Sebastian has 40 villagers on gold. ACCM is straight up out of it. He has 1 relic to 5.
Yeah, you can get a second, I think. A little bit more in his base. Where was that final relic? I didn't see which one he took.
It's being held by ACCM's monk. It'll be 5 to 2 relics at the end, but Sebastian's had his much longer as well.
Yeah, Sebastian already 2.5k relic gold. ACCM just got his first. And this is one big fight in the middle. Hussars are going to go down. And the skirms, at least they have all their pierce armors, but those Cav Archers now will take the hill. No recurve bow, though. +1 attack would be huge against skirms. ACCM trying to take the hill in the fight.
I mean, this is as good as ACCM could ask for. I don't think it's enough, but that is still as good as you could ask for.
It is slowly but surely Sebastian pushing ACCM off of that hill, and here come the Elite Magyar Hussars. The Elite Magyar Hussars have arrived, coming down the Crownwood side. And the Cav Archers now have a ton of farming vills that have no more mill or TC near them. And we're just still waiting for recurve bow from Sebastian. You can even buy it now if he pays attention to his eco setup.
Yeah, just not having any more stone left. Sebastian's going to have 4 castles, all in a beautiful spot to prevent any sort of raid from being successful. So Sebastian just making sure that he's dotting his I's and crossing his T's. He's developed an army composition that is absurdly powerful, that ACCM has no means of challenging in a direct fight. And now that he's prevented the raids from doing anything with all these castles, now an indirect strategy isn't going to work either for ACCM.
And Sebastian does indeed have that T and an I in Sebastian, so good to be able to cross and dot them properly.
Yes.
And ACCM's being raided now. Going for some desperation stables in the north is ACCM looking for angles to raid. But it's a good job getting those castles all throughout his farming eco from Sebastian, so the Hussar raids won't be as effective.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. And if you look at the army value, we're close to doubling it here as Sebastian. ACCM himself has lost an enormous amount of villagers at this point. And, I mean, Georgian Hussars are very good with the extra attack speed. Not quite as good as the Bulgarian ones, which attack even faster. But, you know, they're still good. Not as good as Magyar Hussars.
Sebastian, he's just clicking every single technology other than recurve bow right now.
Yeah, it's a little painful.
Yeah, finally.
That's what we want to see. Almost 1 hour into this game. Where are the win conditions here for ACCM T West? He's on 139 top to 200 with 41 Elite Magyar Hussars in the queue.
And I think Sebastian, he's someone who probably fixed his delete hotkey that the other week after he deleted all of his docks when he was Dravidians. So I think ACCM probably can't even rely on a sudden disaster somehow giving him a win condition either.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unfortunately for all of us, and for me getting to my party on time, it's ACCM. And this could still end up taking quite a while.
Yeah, now I think about this, if Sebastian reverse sweeps, that's going to be 4 very long games.
Jeez. Oh, jeez, oh man.
Now, that's true, Sebastian deleted an archery range against Hera and still won.
He sure did.
Yeah, we're closing in on 4K score difference. Not quite 5K.
Do Magyar Hussar 3-shot skirms? It's 15 attack, 3 melee armor, so 12 attack. Into 35. Yeah, they do.
And, I mean, Sebastian, he isn't even suffering much from raids because of the defensive castles. He's slowly but surely pushing into ACCM's economy. Maybe ACCM hoping that now that the map is out of gold, he might have the better trash line, but that's not going to happen against the Magyars when they have recurve bow heavy cav archers that are going to be so far away from the fights they don't die. You can even do herbal medicine if you're Sebastian, but now he's 81 on food, and he's going full Magyar Hussar spam, as he's going to keep the cav archers in the back, spam the Magyar Hussars, and his population is set up exactly how it needs to be for the late game, especially with 5 relics. Oh, look at that army melt. Look at the skirms melt.
There we go.
There we go. Sebastian on the scoreboard. Maybe the first step towards a reverse sweep.
Every reverse sweep starts with a single win, and Sebastian was ahead all game long. ACCM just never really got to the army composition or the economy that he needed. Like, yes, ACCM could win this if it was dragged out, if the relics were more even, and if the map had a lot more gold and stone, because then you can just get to like some sort of Doom army. But this map is basically tailor-made for Magyars. Like, there's not that much gold or stone. You just get to your Cav Archer blob, and then you spam Magyar Hussars.
So 4-3 for Sebastian, chat's calling it. Don't be surprised if he pulls it off. Maybe he just needed to get warmed up. He just had the first 3 games of the day before getting to this point.
A little bit more draft priority there, but still not that big of a deal difference, I guess you could say, in favor of Sebastian. That was his home map, and that was a win for him. But now we have Black Forest, Border Dispute, and Cenotes, all of ACCM's home maps.
Feels like Cenotes is probably the one where Sebastian would be most comfortable.
Yeah, maybe.
ACCM master plan going from 3-0 to 3-3 to 4-3. I mean, we could be in a situation where ACCM has Vietnamese on Cenotes. The opposite of last week, but no Khmer for Sebastian.
Well, I'm gonna take a quick break for ACCM T West to enjoy entertaining chat.
All right, chat. You have any Ornlu jokes to tell, chat? Maybe we can get some Ornlu jokes going. This looks like it might be even a brief break for the players too. At some point, I'm gonna need a break in the set to grab a snack. We've been 2.5 hours in. And with ACCM, you always can have a long set. Are you entertained? I've been very entertained by ACCM. He has been playing extremely well today. You're drawing a blank here on the jokes. How can you draw a blank? Is that just looking at a piece of paper without holding a pencil or anything? Paper itself is blank. Unless the act of drawing a blank is using the eraser. Erase the doodle, Bob. Drawing with a white marker on a whiteboard. Isn't that the right expression? It is an expression. It is an expression. I'm making a pun. This is the Ornlu and T West chat. We enjoy puns here. That's how you can learn English, by enjoying the wordplay of horrible puns. Has Ornlu been out-microed by Genghis Khan today? No, he's been out-microed by the 4 light cav and 4 cav archers that Genghis Khan sent forth to unite the tribes, instead of doing it himself with his large horde. And we will have Black Forest. Oh, so Ornlu had better get back fast, because we're going to have a Vil fight. We're going to have a big Vil fight here. I hope we get a fun theme for Black Forest. I added more themes to it. And Malay for Sebastian. Lithuanians for ACCM. And that's going to be better Vil fighting Civ for ACCM. Better fish booming Civ for Sebastian. If the Lithuanians don't get a very early lead in the Vil fight, I will prefer Malay. But maybe they get a very early lead in the Vil fight. Vil fights are where you'd think Sebastian maybe has an execution and micro advantage, but ACCM plays a lot of Rage Forest. That's why I like having Black Forest in the map pool. Rage Forest is such a common game mode, it gives those players something to think about. Your first AoE version was a bug where you got Genghis Khan and nothing else in that scenario. No Ornlu in that scenario, nothing else? So no Ornlu, just like right now. Enough joke he's back. Is he back? Genghis Khan instead of the army. I've never seen that one. So also remember, Liereyy versus Vinchester will be the next set after this one. So stay tuned for that. I see Doubt and Slam are playing some team games right now. Ooh. Maybe we cast a Doubt Slam team game during the break. Oh, and here we go. Ornlu's not back, but the players are ready. Let me get the scoreboard set up, get them on their right side. So, Vil fight time. We'll have ACCM and Sebastian. Sebastian lures a boar right away. And then triple check that there are 3 boars for each player. There are. And a bit of a hill forward here. Finals tomorrow? Yes, finals tomorrow, 16 GMT.
I return.
You return. It's Vil fighting time. We're on Black Forest. We're on the standard grassy gen, though. No fancy African or
Oh, yes.
autumn gen. Did you like the African gen yesterday?
I don't love Black Forest like this much anyway, but whatever.
Vil fight. ACCM went for the greedy forward wall. Sebastian comes forward with some Vils to fight him off. ACCM as Lithuanians has that extra food at the start and keep the TC running, and he's gonna send 5 more Vils to the middle. 5 more Vils. He doesn't have Loom. Sebastian does have Loom. ACCM, click the Loom button.
I hear it makes your villagers harder to kill.
Alright, now Sebastian has the melee, so if he's able to get a fish boom and survive the Vil fight, I think he'll be in a good spot. But there is the Loom. ACCM keeping the weak Vil forward, because why not? And he's going to go for a very aggressive wall, and I think he needs that against the melee. You don't want to get into a fish boom contest against the melee.
Well, I think the bigger thing is that Lithuanians are such a worse Black Forest civ. If you're not Vil fighting, I think it's smart of Sebastian to realize that your strength in this matchup is not the Vil fight. So force your opponent to commit, for sure. But at the end of the day, you know, just lean into your strength, which is going to be the economy. Just need to add in 1 more tile of wall there. That's... What?
Yeah, there he goes. Now ACCM's going forward. Doing a lumber camp in the passage. And he's forward now. Scouts attacking each other. Here come the Vils. ACCM, yeah, that's a blue wall.
You might want to try to get a forward dock as well.
Yeah, and ACCM... Or you definitely can tell that those are different colors, right? It's not like a... Yes. Oh, you know what? You know what? No, they're playing cyan blue. Maybe they're similar enough that ACCM doesn't realize.
Oh, but it's they're end segments, right? Which means that they're opposite, and you can see there is even a deletion regardless.
Oh, why'd Sebastian delete that?
Both scouts are probably gonna die. No, Sebastian saves his.
And now the crucial thing is ACCM actually is forward to the point where he could dock the pond if he wanted to.
But choosing not to.
And
anyway, this
okay,
feels like it's such an
ACCM.
enormous investment from ACCM. I don't even know if this is good.
He's gonna attack the house. Well, I mean, it's good from the point of view that Sebastian has to worry about this the entire game. How does ACCM ever actually get up to the next age, though, if he's not docking? He'll need to lure in some boars. He doesn't have a scout for pushing in deer now. He really should have milled the opposite side of the berries to have taken the deer better.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, that's like one of those things that when there's so much chaos in the game, you kind of forget to do.
But, I mean, it's important, though. Oh, Sebastian could lose a Vil here. He'll need to delete and run. Trying to repair his house. Oh, walling the villain again.
But this is such a waste for ACCM. I mean, you got 4 Vils here versus 1.
Yep. I've done this experiment before. It is not worthwhile in terms of wood collected to attack a house versus just collecting wood. Oh, triple Warlord for Sebastian. ACCM is there with his Vils, though. He's going for the gate. He might stop this.
No, T-West.
House trick?
De-aggro a couple of them, at least.
Sebastian gets 1 more. He'll house trick. Oh, look at that. Look at that from ACCM. The micro to get the boar walking back and forth on the house so it didn't attack anything.
Can you intentionally do that?
Yep.
Is that even possible?
As long as the boar is on the foundation, you don't have you can just click the foundation, even if the Vill's on it too. It makes the boar move. So you can just stand on the foundation and keep doing that.
Well, both players are on their way up to the feudal age. Sebastian, for his part, though, is ahead by a villager, and he's going to be there even, 2 villagers sooner. He's got the dock in. ACCM does not have the dock. There are 4 shorefish here. Is this something intentional to us? Because that's a lot of shorefish for these tiny ponds.
It's the same number for both players, 4 each.
Yeah, but, I feel like normally a pond like this would have, 2.
Yeah, but the ponds are kind of smaller than normal ponds, but I still tried to have, a normal amount of shorefish, or a normal number of shorefish for the ponds.
Oh, I see.
So it increases the density of shorefish a bit. But ACCM with an outpost on the pond. Here come the militia from Sebastian. He can go men-at-arms. 1 militia pulled to harass the anti-dock Vil. That's a range.
And at the very least, ACCM's own eco is quite streamlined behind this, so no problems for him there. But with men-at-arms coming in, you're going to have the range here in a moment. What
and
is
600.
ACCM going to be able to do here?
Yeah, 600 more resources collected for Sebastian, and ACCM doesn't have any fish. And with the men-at-arms, and now the range with an archer that can come out, these Vils here should be dead. And at the very least, should not be able to do another dock on this pond.
And this is ACCM's #1 home map, and it just doesn't really feel like... It's such a risky strategy to go for this degree of aggression. I mean, I guess it makes sense versus Malay.
I mean, you have to against Malay in the Civ matchup,
yeah, you
right?
have to. But I think that just goes to show why Malay are such a better Civ for BF.
Yep, and Malay were the Civ that Sebastian took at the very start of the draft in the parallel picks along with Chinese.
Yeah, and Lithuanians were the last pick from ACCM, so I mean, draft-wise, it's much more of an investment into this game from Sebastian, but do you want to let Sebastian start getting some momentum in the series for a potential reverse sweep? You almost let a series go yesterday. Could we be seeing the same thing here?
Well, yeah, I'm sure he would love some momentum. Oh, the gate. As the Malay, he does have the timing.
Always.
And ACCM 1 weak Vil to the very bottom of the map. Also, in this 1v1 version, we didn't add any wolves. So, sneaks are like this are definitely possible without the wolves to eat you.
Yeah, that's going to be maybe ACCM's only hope, because I struggle to see how he's going to be getting any advantage anytime soon. He's going over to stone. He is getting fletching. Have to be careful with your repair Vils, but ACCM's doing a good job of that.
Vils will repair the watchtower. And ACCM just 1 weak Vil in the south. Do you think Sebastian realizes that Vil's there? Sometimes you might lose track of them.
It's very easy to lose track of extra villagers on this map. So Sebastian, that's really the only way I see him losing this game, is if he gets completely caught off guard thinking that his opponent is all done in his base.
Yeah, and I mean, the scary thing then is that ACCM, since he did have the early wall off, has the relic from the passage on his side of the map, and that gives him 4 relics as the Lithuanians if he simply holds this position. There could be some strategy where ACCM gets to the Castle Age, gets 4 relics, and then goes double stable Lithuanian Knights to raid Sebastian from behind. I mean, ACCM could even pick up the 2 relics in the south, but that would give away the forward on the minimap.
Yeah, I mean, it's not inconceivable that our red player wins this game, but it is going to be very tricky. And he is only 1 game away from, by the way, his first S-tier finals, I think.
Yep, he did win Wandering Warriors Cup 2, but that was only A-tier for some reason.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, because the first one was S-tier, but the second one was A-tier.
I think they raised the threshold for prize money. Oh, what do you think about this one, T-West? I feel like this is very silly.
Oh, the dock? instead of hiding the Vil longer. I mean, Sebastian has not realized that because he could garrison the dock and shoot. Yeah, I don't like that at all. You're relying on Sebastian not noticing it and giving up the forward Vil. Yeah, I think that's a huge mistake now with the dock garrison. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now Sebastian's going to be reminded, oh, wait a minute, is there anything else back here? There isn't, as it happens, but it felt like what you were saying, 2 stables here at the back, pick up all the relics, and then swamp your opponent with units. It's probably your best option. And now I genuinely think there is no real win condition for ACCM.
Yeah, and at ACCM, remember, when in Rage Forest, we have a balance change that you cannot garrison the fishing ships in the dock because everyone hated it because you couldn't do sneak docks like that because you just garrison and stop the Vils and you couldn't pressure fish traps properly. So we don't have that change here. This is just normal current DE balance, for better or worse.
Maybe ACCM was thinking that it was the Rage Forest settings.
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe he was just maybe used to doing that in Rage Forest and can't do it here.
Ooh, that's a nice position, though.
And he's right under the tower. He's still forward.
The 1k res lead for Sebastian's going to translate to a faster castle age, into extra TCs, into all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Into more of an eco lead.
Well, a Mangonel, the woodline to cut into Sebastian's base. You need to be amped to get Onager for that. Castle Age Mangonels do not have the ability to cut trees.
Next Civ bonus loading. Literally the most toxic Civ in all of AoE 2. Forward Mangonel, delete your opponent's forest.
Give that to the Turks. They need a bonus again.
Yeah.
Since they only have Mangonels, no Onagers. They need another bonus to make them a better Rage Forest Civ, right? They're not good enough already.
No, not good enough on Rage Forest, not good enough on Arena.
I mean, they lost to the Way on Arena. You need to buff the Turks a bit.
It's so stupid, man. Well, there is no gold income at this point for Sebastian. That main gold is currently being denied. So, I mean, all that is good for ACCM. It's not like he's playing poorly, but it feels like he's shot himself in the foot to such an enormous degree with all of the forwarding stuff that just hasn't quite panned out that I'm just... Again, I'm really looking for a way that ACCM can make his way back into this game.
I love how when you say make his way back into the game, and I'm like, dang it, he's the Lithuanian's not the way.
No. No way-based puns right now.
Okay, Castle Age for Sebastian. So, if you're Sebastian, what do you do here? Castle Age, workshop, clear the towers, and then use your stone to go forward for a castle? Or do you maybe add TCs before the castle and worry about the castle later?
It is an interesting question, and it feels like one that doesn't necessarily have the right answer. I think both approaches have their pros and cons. I mean, like, I would add TCs in this situation, but that's me, so...
That's all new.
You know.
One skirm on that wood line with some weak Vils. Almost gets one.
Yeah. And all of ACCM's forward towers that are beyond the choke point have been cleaned up. He's going to reinforce those palisade walls. He's getting horse collar, adding a dock, but obviously so much later. Sebastian's literally on 20 fishing ships.
And that is why the pond is somewhat small, because you can make this many fish traps in a pond of this size anyway.
I love this aspect of AoE 2. It's so fun.
I do love it too. To be fair though, maybe fish traps should be edited so that you can't fish directly atop them. Maybe
I don't know. Why did they
needing
change
one
that in
tile.
the first place? It's so weird.
Oh, it was never it wasn't about fishing on them, it was about constructing them. It was a weird thing where if you had a Vil on top of a farm, it could build the farm from wherever. But the fish trap had this weird check that the fishing ship could not start construction when it was on top of the fish trap and had to sail to the side.
True. Yes. Yes.
So
yes,
that was the
I
thing that was fixed. It's because you would have to start construction, then sail on top and finish construction, or build it and then sail on top of it. And that completely messed up the auto fish trap button because your fishing ships sail to the middle of the fish trap, then sail off it, and then they're off the side and out of position. So they fixed that, but it has the side effect that they can be adjacent to docks now, so it's much more space efficient with the fish trap placement.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, I don't know, 22 fishing ships on a dinky little pond.
Well, that's why he's Malay, right? That's the Civ advantage of picking Malay. And that's why when we did the map, we guaranteed that there was a pond, so we didn't have the randomness of Civ drafting of will there or will there not be a pond on this version of Black Forest.
To be fair, I also think that Malay would be a very good Civ even if there weren't any ponds, but yes,
Absolutely.
obviously it makes them even better. Anyway, extra TCs are coming in as well, so Sebastian's eco is gonna get huge. And so long as he has a competitive Imperial Age time, which remember can be a lot later for the Malay, Sebastian just needs to get a defensive castle, get arbs, and he should be good to go.
Should have guaranteed no pond. I think it's a bit more fun with a pond, and at this point the fish boom feels kind of characteristic of the map. And there's that imp you wanted.
Not in my mind.
So more stone walls. And ACCM, it's not like he can break through walls and then charge through with a bunch of Liereyy. He just has some feudal age archers. And he's gonna go imp 2 with monks. But that'll be imp against the 3 TCs of Sebastian when Sebastian's up so much faster. And Sebastian now doing the university on the way up, so he'll be able to do chemistry and bombard cannon along with the tribs.
Yeah, that is definitely a great win condition here for Sebastian. He is going ahead and grabbing guard tower because why not? It's pretty cheap and would help stop this push in its tracks. I mean, again, there's like an eco advantage and then the 3TC plus fish boom eco advantage where we're getting close to 50% more resources for Sebastian.
Yeah, plus Malay fish boom, no less. I mean, Sebastian actually has extra fishing ships. He needs more docks to fit more fish traps.
To be fair, the docks are also not positioned perfectly.
No, they're not. He was worried about the shorefish early on, right? So positioned them for the shorefish, but that didn't give him ideal fish trap locations.
This is still plenty good, especially as the Malay.
I like how he even did guard tower too in that Mangonel fight, so he's not worried about Mangonels breaking through the walls. Oh, that poor Vil. He's worried about the Vil constructing the wall, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is just one of those games that felt like it was kind of over in Dark Age, and then we're just kind of waiting around for the actual manifestation of all those advantages.
Well, that's the beauty of the game, right? Sometimes you get an advantage, but it takes a while to pay off. Sebastian needs to rebuild his market,
you see it
which
coming,
he has.
Right? And Sebastian's playing this the right way, making sure that there is absolutely no possible way he could ever lose this game. Can you quick fish trap like farms? What do you mean?
You can't shift click a dock to auto fish trap now.
You cannot?
You cannot.
Okay.
Not like you can shift click the mill or TC for auto farm. You can't do that with fish traps. Yeah, thankfully.
Chemistry coming in. I don't know. Block printing coming in.
Chemistry block printing, and ACCM's gonna need the luckiest conversions he's ever had if he wants to keep this out. Remember, you can't convert trebs from afar. You need to be adjacent to them. And as long as Sebastian can pull the bombard cannon away, or just delete them before they're converted, or lose them like that, he'll be fine. And he just needs to push that castle. And then with
yeah, you're
Arbalests...
very shortly as ACCM, you also have 3 trebuchets and the bombard cannons here, siege engineers coming in. So, and he's doing all the right things. It's just, again, it takes a little bit of time to finish off.
And we have crossbowmen already, so if he goes Arb, he'll be able to have a unit for the monks. Nice shot, and gets a bit of stuff. Palisade. I mean, Sebastian is technically open, but there goes the castle. And that might be the end of ACCM's hopes and dreams of Black Forest.
And I mean, that's going to be 2 strong games in a row from Sebastian, where ACCM has just felt like he's been too far behind in the early game. And that's how Sebastian's going to be winning this series. If we can get more and more of these maps where if ACCM is hitting Castle Age with a big disadvantage, then there really isn't anything he can do.
Yeah. So how do you feel Sebastian then plays on water maps? Because it was the first 2 games that were mostly water maps that kind of didn't go his way. In Immersion and
yeah, you'd
Teiti.
think he'd be doing very well in those, but I think ACCM's played them perfectly, from a strategic perspective. I feel
also
like it's going to be a lot harder for him to do that on these maps.
Yeah. Also from a Civ perspective there, I feel like ACCM got a couple of Civ wins at the start. Now Sebastian has a couple of Civ wins. Well, I think the way the game played out for Japanese Catans was heavily favoring the Japanese playstyle. And then Italians Bengalis, I think, is actually a pretty good Civ advantage for Italians.
I mean, it was still down to the way, strategically you approach that game, but I think that he really did a great job of leveraging every advantage his Civ had.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm looking at this right now. It's kind of like 2 maps where I feel like ACCM had the better Civ, 2 where Sebastian had the better Civ, and ACCM won the mirror matchup.
Yeah, you could certainly argue that.
And slowly but surely, those monks have got to be picked off.
Yeah, I mean, you even have Redemption or Heresy as the melee, so... Also not going to be an issue. We're just waiting for our pain and suffering to end.
Or there's this fish boom on Black Forest causes so much pain and suffering. I'm so glad ACCM has 2 archers that Sebastian doesn't notice to destroy the fishing ships.
The value!
Is this how ACCM makes a comeback now? He destroys the fish boom and Sebastian doesn't notice?
No.
There's a GG. That's now 2-3, as the reverse sweep becomes a bit more realistic, perhaps. 54-18 KD. And I think the chance for ACCM would have been doing something with that Sneakville instead of docking, but made a huge mistake going for the dock.
For sure. And it is not ideal at all for ACCM. That said, it was a big draft differential there. So Sebastian has used his top 5 civs. ACCM still has his 2nd and 4th pick left. So in theory, that should set himself up quite well. But Border Dispute and Cenotes are 2 maps where Sebastian's going to be extremely good.
And Spanish can be tricky wherever you use them, right? Getting conquistadors on Border Dispute might be crazy. So I'm kind of thinking then Spanish Mongols on Border Dispute, then maybe Hindustanis Vietnamese on Cenotes?
I think so. I think if you were going to play Malians, you would have played them by now.
Yeah, that would have been for a hybrid map.
Although we could see them on Border Dispute.
We could.
Go for the dock early and the mill with the wood savings. That's certainly possible.
Yeah. All right, Orlin, your turn to entertain the chat for a moment. I will be right back.
No worries. Alrighty, guys. What do you think? Is Sebastian pulling off the reverse sweep here? Entertain us. I'm just stupid and contagious. I won't sing the rest of the song. I won't torture you. I'll torture my viewers like that. I won't torture T West's viewers, even though there's a ton of overlap. Won't let it slip away. We will have to see. Like I said, Sebastian has a really good sort of mindset. And even down so much, I do think that Sebastian, keeping a level head, still playing well, doing what he needs to do. Also, Liereyy and Vinch are drafting, which is great. I told my friends that I would be leaving between 3 to 4. So, that's in 2 to 3 hours. I know, it just feels so uncouth. Ooh, interesting. Okay, we got a neat-o Civ matchup here, guys. Drafting itself, I think, is very interesting in terms of the results of the draft, but the process in terms of a viewer experience is not very interesting. So from like a tournament hosting perspective, I don't know why you don't always do a draft ahead of time. You can talk about it before a series starts or afterwards, or like in between games, but... Yep. "25 seconds. The live draft at Red Bull Wallow, I always think it's extremely dull." Make the little dudes fight. 20 minutes longer? Well, you were there, right, Arbase? If you're not actually at the venue, it's an extremely dull experience. Arbase is always lurking. Yeah, it was really hard to view. Anyway, guys, hopefully T-West will be back in a moment. I am going to get into the game, though. And we'll have ACCM in the red as the Aztecs to the north here of this sort of heart-shaped border dispute. Kind of a sideways heart. And to the south, trying to make the reverse sweep happen, it will be Sebastian as the Malians. Way too small? Yeah, that's what it looked like. All right, Loom coming in very early for ACCM. Of course, gone are the days of the free Aztec Loom. But he's sending 2 villagers forward, so the forward villager stuff just did not work at all in the last game, and he says, you know what? If at first you don't succeed, try again. And looks like ACCM was trying to lure in the Guanaco for his opponent, but no. ACCM isn't that friendly.
All right, we're back, Runlu. How much did we miss on Border Dispute? Malians Aztecs.
Yeah, interesting Civ matchup. Not going for the Mongols. Malians, I still think, are a very good Civ here because you tend to want to build the dock, and Malians are just a good, balanced, aggressive Civ. But we'll have to see. Oh, no Loom.
Yeah, so ACCM doing some laming at the back of Sebastian's base.
Don't think it really matters all that much, though, and once again, it just feels like you're sending villagers forward to cause a very slight inconvenience for Sebastian.
There really should be 5 boars on this map. Nope, our base, there were 5 and I removed it, so it's 4 and it's even. And you don't have a 1 second bit of luck giving you an extra boar at the start. There really should be probably like 10 vills or 10 boars in the middle so that you actually have a chance to lure them and do some fighting over them. But I think the map itself actually works out better for a 3-vill start than a 9-vill start when you don't actually have enough vills to hunt a boar right at the start of the game.
Yeah, I think you are right on that one. Especially with the boars kind of like right next to each other for the players. It's kind of like, why bother having them in the middle in the first place? Like, why not just put them, behind the players at that point?
It's also one of those classic Voobly era maps that worked out better when you had to shoot the boars twice. And it took a bit longer to lure them.
Also, it was a better Voobly era map when there wasn't any water on it. And there wasn't
yes.
you weren't in like a giant canyon. And there were actual wood lines you could go to.
Thank you. There you go. Border dispute.
And yes, and you had to be careful not to shoot the boar with the TC.
Yeah. Lots of things added up to make the boar fight more interesting. Now it's just kind of you take it, but like I don't think there's much else we could do in a 9-vill start other than you just take your own 2 boar without it being heavily unbalanced towards one player.
Little bit of idle time, but ACCM is up, and Sebastian going to be up even sooner. Got a barracks on the way. Will this be for men-at-arms? It is certainly quite possible. Malians do have very good men-at-arms, and looks like that will be what these guys are going to be clashing with.
Ooh, so what do we think of these civs? I mean, ACCM is up by a vill on the way up to feudal, but up more slowly. Can Aztecs deal well if we get to Gebetto warriors?
Not the best.
Late
Jags
game.
will kill it really easily if they get in close.
If they get in
I don't know how you ever
close.
force that fight.
Late game, we could also get more Farimba light cav raids for the Malians on this map. That's something the Aztecs can do with eagles, but not quite when the gold starts to run low. But then there are so many golds on the map, maybe it doesn't run low.
Yeah, lots of gold and 7 relics for the Aztecs certainly is a possibility. At Lattle Skirms, not really. Aztecs have pretty bad arbs, but yes, that still might be your best choice. Now the men-at-arms are coming around town for both players, but ACCM is fully walled in his happy little egg base. Sebastian, very open, but now he's going to quick wall in the woodlines.
And ooh, that Guanaco corpse almost blocked a palisade spot.
Is it pronounced Guanaco? I feel that sounds more accurate than Guanaco.
I have no idea.
I never really checked, to be honest. I've seen them at the zoo before.
Oh, you have, really?
Yeah, they're kind of like llamas.
I mean, no, they're like deer. Llamas are like sheep.
Yeah, very true. Anyway, neither player's men-at-arms have been especially efficient thus far. Sebastian's archers are coming out, though, and he's ahead in resources because ACCM sent those bills forward earlier.
Yep, and the defensive archer for Sebastian is pretty darn good at keeping the men-at-arms away, and there's not going to be any follow-up from ACCM, even with his range, because it's kind of opposite the side of the base where the men-at-arms are, so that archer has time to force the men-at-arms back and then run back to the safety of the TC, or to reinforcing archers. Ooh, nice blocking with the eagle. But that'll lose some HP on the eagle.
One, but he's going to lose his eagle in the process.
Oh, he could have ran there.
Probably.
Oh, Sebastian's in, Sebastian's in. While ACCM was microing on the front, the men-at-arms get in.
No.
They break a house, too. And now, well, same situation, though. Sebastian's not going to be forward with his archers because he has to go all the way around, and ACCM will dock the middle.
He will. I mean, it's obviously very tough for both players at this point. Sebastian needs to not run into the TC fire. He's doing a good job of that because he's a better player than I am. And the men-at-arms, for both players, largely ineffective.
Yeah, nice wall there from ACCM, trapping the men-at-arms of Sebastian. And so far, those men-at-arms... Oh, Sebastian deleting all those palisades, okay. I didn't clean the men-at-arms, that's a bit of a risk.
The archers aren't going to go forward until they actually find and hunt them down. But if he doesn't do that, then that's a rather foolish move.
Yeah, that's maybe outpost and town watch time? Yeah, that's exactly what Sebastian's doing. He needs to make sure that he sees the men-at-arms. I'd even do an outpost behind the wood line right now. Make sure that you have great line of sight so you're not surprised by him.
Yeah, I definitely like that. But it looks like ACCM will be content to run home with his men-at-arms. And I think as things are, there's a small advantage to Sebastian. You know, he's a little ahead in resources, but it's really not that big of a deal.
I think it's 5 archers to 5, and ACCM definitely has a stronger military now. Those men-at-arms are still alive, he's getting archers out, and still has that Aztec production bonus. Sebastian will have to add in a skirm. Could this be, Ornlu, finally, the year 2026, someone picking the Aztecs actually still being a good civ, maybe?
I would love to see it, but honestly, I love Malians as well. These two feel like two fair and well-designed civs. Like, come on, where are our Cumans? Where are our Wei? I'm way too happy casting this game right now.
Yeah, you don't want to be way too sad casting the Wei.
Alrighty, guys, fletching will be in here for both players, but as T West, of course, mentioned, the men-at-arms are still here being threatening. Padded archer armor also coming in as well.
And the men-at-arms don't even need to do much here. They just need to stand there menacingly and help the archers find slots where they can kill Vils.
Yep, and of course the short rush distance allows the reinforcements to arrive very quickly. Outposts can go down really fast to archers. They have no armor.
And this is all about micro now. Can Sebastian kill the archers with the skirms without losing them to the men-at-arms? That's the value of keeping those men-at-arms alive. And all the archers from Sebastian going down. And if they go down, then there's nothing to stop the men-at-arms, or there's nothing to stop the men-at-arms.
Oh, this is huge. A slight miss micro, though, from ACCM, not working within the minimum range of the skirmishers, but they are now all but going to die, and this is not how Sebastian wants to go out of the tournament. This was the first time, it feels like, all series where ACCM was able to out-micro Sebastian in Feudal Age.
Yep, and there's the tower. That'll kill some men-at-arms.
Yeah.
And some skirms will come over now. So all in all, it's 3-1 on the Vil KD. ACCM slightly ahead in resources collected now. And he's going to pull his army back.
And it's going to be in now a much better spot for ACCM. He's taken the resources lead, and as Aztecs, if you hit Castle Age with an advantage, that can be straight up terrifying to deal with. A lot of chicken suit men. That said, Malians do have very good longswordsmen.
They do, but a 5-vil advantage for ACCM. And if the Malians do go longswordsmen, Aztecs can simply go longswordsmen themselves and train them faster.
Exactly. I feel like it's kind of underrated to just going Aztec longswordsmen against longswordsmen to counter your eagles. I mean, you want to always go eagles in a vacuum, but if, like, you're playing that dancing around the counter tech tree, then Aztec swordsmen are perfectly fine.
Ooh, and the walls can't go up in time for Sebastian. The Vil was too low HP, and he's going to have to wall in the back, and he will get the gate in the house up, stone gate. ACCM, I feel like he's going to start opening up a lead here, up by 6 villagers now.
And look at this, T-West. He's going to click up to the Castle Age in just a second. It hasn't been an easy road for him whatsoever, but if ACCM can hit a deadly Castle Age timing, then he will be making his first S-tier tournament finals in a very long career. ACCM has been playing as long as I've been casting, and that is not a short time at this stage.
He's been playing since the HD edition when we had those tournaments where I know he was not playing at 1080p. He had a smaller resolution monitor and was still playing at a high level in the tournaments back then.
That was wild.
I remember
I
sitting
know you were
in
around in the community. When did you start casting?
2016, I think, is when I started doing YouTube stuff.
That's when you started doing YouTube stuff, but like as a caster.
I mean, I started doing like Rex and stuff back then on YouTube.
Yeah, you did. I definitely remember that.
So this is now ACCM. The Igalos are hoovering. Sebastian's up. He had a ton of gold floated as the Malians, was able to buy himself up. But now he's in a tricky situation as ACCM is adding in more barracks, and he can go double, triple barracks Eagles, maybe with a forward workshop.
There we go. There is the third barracks coming on in.
Yeah, so this here is the difference of ACCM. He walled those men-at-arms into the inside of the wall of his base once they had broken through, and Sebastian wasn't able to keep them alive. I think he tried to dive a Vil under the TC. ACCM kept his men-at-arms alive, had them along with the rest of his army, had them for the late feudal fight. And that is now the difference in uptiming, the difference in Vils, the difference in res collected, all due to that better fight. And the fact that there's a tower there. Another barracks for Sebastian. Triple barracks is going to be triple barracks longswordsmen, anticipating the Eagles.
I mean, I love it as a theory, but of course, monks can work against the swordsmen in low numbers, and then you can, as we keep saying, just switch into your own swordsmen and be very effective. At the very least, our blue player is going to be on the defensive, and that I think is going to be very tough to handle.
It always is against the Aztecs. And the Eagles are going to run into men-at-arms, but they're going to keep running in. Will there be quick walls from Sebastian? Where are the Eagles going? Just to the wood line at the back?
Oh, he's actually going towards the skirmishers, wanting to clean those up before Castle Age comes in, but great quick walls.
Yeah, what a great set of walls those were, as now we have Castle Age, and we'll need longswordsmen and especially squires to try to run faster, chasing after those Eagles constantly.
And we do not have arson in here for ACCM, so the Eagles have no bonus damage versus buildings inherently. Another dead villager, though, and this is the real issue where ACCM's running all over the place with the Eagles, and these poor swordsmen are just trying to catch up to them.
Oh, what? Oh my god, this could even be a situation where ACCM can do a demo, take a fight on the lake, and demo the longswords.
And then the demo, like, barely damages two of them.
It'll take some HP from two of the longswords. Well, that's a lot of skirms from Sebastian. Sebastian actually has the better KD now, but ACCM 1,000 more resources collected as the Aztecs. He's getting cleaned up in the back. There go the longswords. Sebastian doing a monastery. Maybe his longswords can soon be devoted.
That would be very helpful, and I am a little concerned that ACCM is really going to try and force the issue too much with Eagles, and that he's just going to run into a brick wall with the counter unit just right there.
Ooh, and Orley knows he can't just huff and puff and blow down a brick wall.
Nope. Little Piggy's too good at construction, man.
Yes, Forging and Sanctity. Aztec monks get very scary, but I mean, when you have 20 longswordsmen, or 10 skirms and a lot of longswords, monks maybe aren't that scary, but the skirms not able to jump the monks like they'd want to. That was not the fight Sebastian needed to take. He got longswords converted. And now he doesn't have a meat shield in front of the skirms.
That is honestly a pretty even fight. Like, I was like, oh my goodness, that was amazing for ACCM. I was like, well, I mean, it was fine. It was okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think just amassing more longswords would have been the play for Sebastian. I mean, eventually, if you have longsword numbers, you can rush the monks, and there won't be enough monks to convert them. This is ACCM maybe going a bit too deep. Sebastian's still with a score lead somehow, and he's got to have to hope that longswords work here. There's armor for ACCM.
Oh.
Scorpion for ACCM.
Found the source of the score lead. Just look at the division of these players.
Oh, Sebastian has been scouting. ACCM has not. Auto micro, auto macro, auto score.
Yeah.
Looks like Sebastian hit the auto score button earlier.
Well, Eagles still no arson. They're law-abiding Eagles. And considering the general law punishments in the Aztec Empire, definitely want to be a law-abiding citizen.
I mean, there is blood on the steps of those monasteries.
Oh, you bet there is. Gotta love that.
auto lag free.
And then archery range there is getting focused, but the swordsman numbers are climbing again. And 9 long swordsmen obliterate 14 eagles. It's not remotely close.
Not with
and
4
something
monks,
that
though.
I really wish that ACCM was doing was going after those relics as the Aztecs, because that would be a huge advantage for him.
Well, if he doesn't have the monks, the long swords obliterate the eagles. He needs to keep the monks here. It's hard to get the time to go after the relics.
Well, we need at
Under
least
the TC.
something, and this feels like it's not gonna work. Yeah, because you just do the garrison, you reset the... this is going to be very good for
skirms.
Sebastian, I think.
The skirms get forward and they can hit monks now.
55 HP monks, though, T-West.
They're still picked off by skirms. The ram goes down. And Sebastian holding. He's holding.
Sure is.
The monks can't fight, but this is where I think that first fight was so bad. Because imagine Sebastian having 5 more longswords. Yeah, there might be more eagles. But the monks would not be anywhere near as effective. You could even tank a couple conversions then.
It's a fight that scales significantly better for the Malians player than for the Aztecs player. Oh, and he can't garrison all of the swordsmen because the TC's full up. One monk is sniped, and one relic actually for both players as well. And yet the eco is getting better and better. ACCM adding in a 3rd TC.
Well, we're getting a castle now. That's gonna stop the push. ACCM wants to dive that with the longswordsmen all here?
I don't know if he's an international diving champion, T-West. I don't think that's gonna work. It's not a good dive.
No, it's not.
And
So,
you know what, guys?
Geppetto time?
Sebastian's ain't dead yet.
No, he's not dead. He didn't hear no bell. ACCM going to 3 TCs. And maybe Sebastian could do some type of 1 TC aggression now? I think ACCM, though, has a huge lead in terms of vills, and the score is just lying to us.
Yeah.
But
It is very much lying.
maybe there's still a chance for Sebastian. You gotta trust someone with the score lead, right? Gotta trust the score. Yeah, the score is all water right now for ACCM. It's all water with that dock.
Yes, it is all exactly the, what? Not 15. The 22.5 score he gets from a dock. Oh, wait, no, Molly's a bit of scout, yeah. It's 22.5 score that he gets from the dock. It's entirely scouting.
Now the ram going for the market.
54.
Now Sebastian's starting to pick up relics. Geppetto warriors being trained. I just don't see a real way for Sebastian to apply damage to ACCM right now. ACCM has 4 TCs, everything is defended. And the long swords will not cut it.
Even though their swords are long, they are dull swords and are therefore unable to cut effectively. Although they're still sharper than the Ratha swords, which really just look like they smack them with the broadside of the blade. All right, ACCM now with the score lead, a defensive watchtower coming in, ram follow-up here. I love that ACCM is still forcing the issue wherever he can. Yes, the castle is where it needed to be for Sebastian to not die at the front, but now you just try and push from the side, get your eco going behind it. Just like katanas, I would absolutely own a katana if I could do so legally. And also had money, which I don't.
And what would be illegal about owning one?
I'm pretty sure you need a permit or something to have an actual sword.
Is that an Illinois thing?
Maybe. I'm like relatively sure you can't just go to the sword store and buy a giant sword.
Pretty sure you can. This is America, Orn, though.
Oh, that's true. Don't need a permit? Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, Eagle's
So it's
rating
actually
under the
easier to get a
TC.
sword in modern-day Illinois than it would have been in
Japan,
the
yeah.
Edo era Japan, where it was illegal to sell katanas.
Okay, well, Sebastian is gonna find a Vil and do some damage. But he's, it's now 40 to 95 Vils. ACCM's score lead is ballooning. And he's about to make it to the finals. I came into the set thinking Sebastian would be a pretty heavy favorite, but
Really?
ACCM has played this really well. And those first 2 games, I think, were masterfully done. And that third game, kind of down to the luck of the TC positions after the spec delay being wrong and they restarted, right? Because I feel like the first game would have been completely different than the castle drop when they were right next to each other.
Yeah, I totally agree, but like that's how these series go. That's how when you have a map like a Nomad style map like African Clearing. Wait, hold on, T-West. Hold on. No way. Hold on.
What? Is this a doubt castle from ACCM? And a castle that's going to be finished
totally
from
is.
Sebastian? Can Sebastian pull a comeback? Is this not over? He's down 50 bills. ACCM is in, but if he doesn't have a castle, he doesn't have trebs. He's stone for another castle.
He almost has a castle.
I mean, he almost has a castle. He almost has stone for another castle, but almost doesn't equal trebs.
But he can build one, like, literally right now. Oh, the market got eminent domain. Feels bad, man.
Just like we wanted that workshop to happen in the first game. This time it's the market.
That would have been one of the most ridiculous calls I've ever made. That would have been so fun. All right.
Okay.
This
Yeah,
has to be GG when Imp comes in.
Absolutely. I mean, Sebastian might not resign because it's his tournament life and all that, but I think it just goes to show that Sebastian is so good in so many areas of AoE 2, but he does lack a little bit in experience and adaptive planning and decision making, and that will come with time. But for the time being, old man ACCM, who works so hard and, like, honestly, couldn't be happier to see a guy like ACCM make the grand finals.
Yeah. And if you're an ACCM fan, I think you probably are going to be then rooting hard for Vinchester against Liereyy, based on how ACCM has played against Liereyy recently. Got swept in Red Bull, got swept earlier in Warlords. But that could be the case. Could be Vinch ACCM, because Vinch did beat Liereyy in King of the Desert in a very recent matchup.
Yeah, and 26 seconds to Imp, and all I know is that ACCM is going to have a lot of people cheering for him, I think, is in the grand finals here. More people cheering for ACCM than people cheering for the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Well, I don't think ACCM flops.
No.
Oh, there we go.
Part of me wants to see the Cavs and the Thunder play each other just so we can have Harden and SGA just flopping constantly.
Oh, well, here we have ACCM 4-2 over Sebastian. And I was not expecting that, but ACCM pulls it off. The first 2 games, I think, were so impressive from him.
Yeah.
Maybe with what I think is still a Civ advantage, but also that comes down to the drafting knowledge and having a great draft. And that's part of winning the sets on this varied map pool. Figuring out what to draft and how to use the different civs on different maps, and ACCM is a man who came in with a plan, and with a win on border dispute, that plan will succeed, and you can put it in the books that ACCM wins with the Aztecs over the Malayans to find his way in his first S-tier finals. I know S-tier is something for a lot of ACCM's career, we didn't even have tiering for tournaments, right? But it's been a while. He predates the tiering system, and now he's finally there. A cute, cuddly man will be in the finals of Warlords V.
That is honestly super exciting. I mean, it would also have been very exciting for Sebastian to make his first S-tier finals. I mean, you gotta root for both players, but I mean, this is awesome for ACCM. And we can put on the interview.
All right, let me give a shout out to Memb.
Yep.
Any chance you could Discord screen share the interview with me? Because I don't think I have sound.
Oh. Share your screen.
Decent, okay.
How's that work?
Guys, he played decent. He played decent, okay? So guys,
Perfect.
always that now ACCM is streaming his channel. Decent. Hello, decent. Hello, decent ACCM. Anyway, let's take a bit the games and enjoy. You want to enjoy with your games? Let's enjoy with your games.
Yeah.
Let's enjoy with your games.
So still,
But without the sound, okay? I'm here with you, don't worry. Even if it's there. And what about
So you get the
Immersion?
full screen
Were
button
you
on there?
surprised when he picked Kitans?
actually, no. We play several games, and I'm not sure, but he already played Kitans in practice game, but I think it's the if I play his way, like he gonna control on the water, right? Because he got the stronger hug for sure, because the attack upgrades benefit the hugs, and he got good gun. So I think I have to pressure early on and make the game is hard for him to play. That in my plans, and it worked.
Did you feel that you got better draft? Because I feel that your draft civilizations today was very good, honestly.
I'm happy with my rap, and a little bit tricky like the last two games, but overall I'm happy with my rap for sure.
Okay. I honestly think that in this game you dominated. With the double stable, you still have a great economy. You were raiding very, very, very fast. And even if the population here is better for Sebastian, I feel that you were super ahead, honestly.
Yeah, not
the
sure,
economy.
but
Say Deco.
yeah, but I know, but just one bad fight and you lost
That's
the control, right?
Yeah. Snowball, no?
I have to keep my army alive. Also, don't invest too much on the water, just sneaking, taking fish, and I want him to invest a lot to kill my dog. So overall, I'm happy because I already switched the economy into the land. So
Okay.
and then
Well, this
Samurai is close the game.
Elite Samurais, you know, in Immersion. That's amazing. That's really amazing. Let's move on into the game number 2. We're gonna have to go a little bit quick with the interview with the games, because it's been a very long series, ACCM. So we're gonna make it a bit quicker, also late for you, and we need to keep going with the next series, okay? Teiti, Italians, Bengalis. You like here your civilization more also? You played an insane game here, by the way.
Yeah, I like my civilization here, but Bengali is one of the best here for sure. But then I feel like I need to early pressure, take the map control, and I don't want to fight too much on the water. Yeah, in this work.
Yeah, also he didn't wall, then you went around, I think, here with the main attacks, and when you get inside with this army now, it's huge damage, right? Loud.
Still damage.
I love it that you loud. It's awesome. Yeah, here you kill a lot. He still have wall, no? Were you surprised that he didn't wall?
No, he's already were, but I think he's surprised I go for meta time maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, well, here you dominated.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
he
I
was
think
still...
I optimized the build a little bit. Like yesterday, thanks to Viper, he go to meta time against me, and he make a tower, and I feel like, I don't need to make a tower, I just make an archer. If he make tower, I will make a counter tower and garrison the archer. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was great. And the most important here is that even if you have less population, you went up to Imperial and you destroy on the land. You're feeling comfortable in this situation? Like, hey, this game is for me.
Yeah, of course. I want to control the land because it is for the wood, right? So if you lost the land, you lost the wood, and it's really awkward for you to take on the outside as well. Have to transport and too many sport. So my plan is taking full control of the land and then switch to water later. As Italian, it's really easy to do that.
Okay, the game was over. So we go into this game. Ooh, China Mirror here. With close to sea, you were confident that Fast Castle is the right call?
Yeah, sure. Because the TC is so close, and I got the stone on my TC, so why not, right?
Yeah.
If he want to kill me here, but to like got scout to check my villager because I'm taking around the map, like you have to invest a lot. But and then I already got the sea workshop and then castle on his face, take full control of the shellfish. So I know my economy should be ahead, and then just keep the control thing.
Yeah, and you did it. Also, you moved very well, right? You had villages all over the map with the goal safe, and you were moving. Except this moment, you were basically fine the whole game, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this guy is I already see he's shooting my meal, but then I was like, how should I run? Maybe I need to finish the TC, and then I think it's fine.
It's fine, right? You were feeling comfortable. Yeah, you were having always more army and more control. And honestly, Sebastian was having more resources collected than you, but you were having all... Yeah, the map control was really important here, no?
Yeah, the map control is really important. Also the shellfish, right? Because you don't need to invest too much on wood to make farms, and the eco is just slow. Shellfish is really fast. So that's nice.
Yeah. Okay, the game was over here. We move now into my cards on charging. This was a very long game. We're gonna have to move for the last game now. Sorry guys, because he's getting super late. And sorry for you also, ACCM. I think in this game you played. It's fine, right? It's you played amazing, you know, and you did in a position you extend the game as much as possible. So, Vodka, if we can move to the last game, so we see it. Then in Black Forest, you were trying to go in super quick because your civilization it was worse than Malay 1, right? Like Malay is so good here.
Yeah, Malay is so good here, and I think I should retire to play Red Forest. I lost Black Forest against Sebastian.
I feel out, man. I feel out. And your favorite save, Aztecs, because man, you love the Aztecs and you win always with the Aztecs, right, ACCM?
No.
No, it's not your favorite civilization. Shh. I didn't say anything, okay? Anyway, ACCM, sorry for cutting the highlights. It's getting very late. What time is it in your country now? It has to be late too, right? What time is it now?
Yeah, it's close
1 a.m.?
2 a.m.
2 a.m. close. Sorry, man, but for a day like this that you go to the grand final, I believe it's worth it, right?
Yeah, sure.
Man, well, you are here, man. In the grand final, tomorrow, best of 9, Liereyy or Vinchester, who you prefer or who you think is going to be your opponent, or you don't care anymore, and just look your run. ACCM has won 4-0 to Hart, 4-3 to the Viper, and 4-2 to the Sebastian. Is this an insane run? Because you beat so good, and also in group stage, but those playoffs, insane tournament by you, ACCM. Happy for you, and you should be proud, man. It's your best tournament ever, right? It has to be.
Yeah.
It has to be, man.
Yeah, it has to be.
And tomorrow, who you want to beat? Who you want to win tomorrow?
I will root things for my friend Vinchester today. I think he deserves it.
So you want to beat Vinchester? Is your friend, you love him, but you want to kill him. That's a good friend. It's a joke.
No,
it's a joke. It's a joke, ACCM. It's a
Just
joke.
play the best and who wins and is gonna take it home. I don't care.
Okay, that's great, man. That's great. And Vinchester been there with you, I believe, in Vietnam, right? Some days ago, no?
Yeah.
I mean, so nice. It makes sense. He's a great guy. ACCM, congratulations. We move and see you tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, see you.
Take care, man. Take care. Guys, Sito, we have to move really fast.
All right, so now we get to change our overlays around. Ornlu's here.
Hello.
There's Ornlu. Alright, change titles. What do we even do? Liereyy versus Vinchester.
I Chrome, T-West, pity my poor Google Chrome.
Your poor Google Chrome. Alright, we're gonna start off on Black Forest, so we know exactly what's gonna happen here. Lots and lots of Vil fights.
I feel like, especially since BF is the first map, this is going to be an important one for Vinchester to take versus Liereyy. I mean, if Vinch is going to be beating Liereyy, you'd have to imagine he wins on Black Forest.
Yep, and take this. Alright, so second set of the day, about to get started. I'll have good old timestamps on the YouTube VOD. So let me see. Twitch played an ad during that, so I can't play one now. Vinch will be purple. What colors are we going to do for this, Ornlu? What colors are we going to do?
Ooh, what's a good Liereyy color? I can do purple-green.
Okay, maybe he'll pick green. Purple versus orange. We go Memb colors.
But Liereyy does pick green, at least a fair amount. He does pick yellow sometimes.
Is purple versus green visible?
I mean, I have no problem with it.
Okay, you're the expert. You're the colorblind person. If you can see it, then that's good enough for me.
Vinchester.
Dad's playing a show match against Slam right now. Maybe we should have. Oh, there's a 4v4 arena going on. Maybe we should have cast.
Oh, what are we doing casting this nonsense?
Yeah, I was told the grid now actually has visible unique units instead of messy civ icons.
Oh, you did the AV2 grid?
I did the grid.
I did that once.
Now it has civ icons, so it's readable now. Quintessential, thank you for the follow. Also, Alav, One Sparse, Yubu, for during the stream, thank you for the follows. Purple-green is fine for your color. Okay, let's do purple-green then. Purple-green.
Yeah. Gotta get Liereyy in the lobby, though.
And Dare Mimey, thank you for the follow.
Yep. Liereyy did the thing, guys. Don't worry. Mapuche, Wiska, 2P, banned immediately.
Yep, Liereyy doing the Liereyy draft. So what do you think of Ring Nomad as a map pick for Liereyy?
Ringo Mad? Really?
I'm just glad.
Just like Ringo was the worst Beetle, Ring Nomad is the worst Nomad map.
I'm just glad there's no cenotes. I'm just worried about that map being unfair like it was for Viper yesterday. With the extra pond.
Did that really matter yesterday, though?
No.
I just think that really made a difference.
I feel like Viper just didn't play the map right. I think full wall fast castle is better than feudal.
Yeah, I totally agree.
It's a 4-0 set, 4-0 Vinch sweep. I said I thought this would be 4-3 Liereyy. But I also
really
said I
don't want
thought
me to go to that
Sebastian.
party, do you? You know, I have to drive an hour and 20 minutes each way, T-West. I have to go from the far north suburbs to the west suburbs, southwest suburbs even.
Ooh, well, I once drove 4 hours each way one day.
One day? Jeez, that's rough. Think Horizon Lunar Colony is the best map? Hey, man. One of the aforementioned party people is in my YouTube chat.
Also, we're gonna have way too many puns this set.
Oh, why would they not ban Way?
Just not the way.
Oh, double way pick. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's what I said. Too many puns. Way too many. Get it? Way too? Like you swap the spelling of the two, you get two way.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. A way mirror? I can't think of anything more delightful than a way mirror.
What are the Black Forest civs we start with? Byzantines could be an option for Vinch. Other than that, I don't really see BF-specific civs for him. Maybe Koreans or Britons for Liereyy.
Yeah,
Mongols, maybe.
Probably Britons. I imagine Liereyy versus Vinchester, Liereyy wouldn't be all that interested in picking anything other than, like a low-tier pick. Vinch? We could see Shu. Shu can be really annoying to deal with on Black Forest.
Oh, like War Chariot push? But that's kind of stopped by a castle.
No, Traction Trebs. Good eco, fast imp, Traction Trebs.
Traction Trebs? You just do a castle, then you repair forever.
I mean, that's true, but I also am extremely and eternally biased against anything involving the Traction Trebs.
Okay, well, it will indeed be green versus purple, so we'll roll with that.
Oh boy, that's fun.
Finally, Lierey's time to be at the top for a while. Well, Liereyy has been at the top before, right? He's won 2 Red Bulls. So he's been at the top. He's just consistently kind of been that number 2 for many, many years as Viper was number 1, and then for the past couple of years as Hera's been number 1. He's been number 2 for a long time.
Lierey's been the second best player in the world for like a decade.
Yeah. Ever since he was, what, 14 at the Escape Euro Cup.
Yep, I
remember
remember
now
that.
being 24. Maybe, who knows, maybe the Brazil land might be his first chance. He will at least have more experience on the maps than Hera since he played in the qualifier.
That's true, and I doubt if Hera is not practicing much for Warlords, he's not going to be practicing much for the Brazil land either.
Well, I mean, he's not going to be playing Warcraft. At least he'll be doing Age of Empires stuff with his streamer thing this next month.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
So, let's see, we're in the lobby. I think Twitch is going to let me play another ad before we start. That's how long I've been waiting. Oh, the lobby disappeared. Do we have the right spec delay?
No, I still have the lobby.
It disappeared for me. Did it launch?
I see them still in the lobby on my
All right.
screen.
There are 3 players trying to play Warlords Teiti on a map. I don't know if they're going to realize that won't work. Yeah, I make the maps auto-defeat players if they get the settings wrong as much as possible so we can avoid admin re situations. Or so that we can automate admin re situations at least.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is annoying if you try to just play the maps on other settings, but it does mean the players very clearly know what buttons to click in the lobby.
It's tough, man.
Hera's switching over to AoE 1. You'll need to play through the campaigns and see how crazy those campaigns are. AoE 1, if you go back and play the campaigns, not like on the remasters, but the original ones, those campaigns are a lot of fun. They're crazy and they're ridiculously difficult, but that's what makes them fun.
Oh yeah. The DE versions of them are very dull.
Yeah, like they made them more accessible, but they removed the challenge of them.
Like the last Babylonian scenario, I remember being really, really tough.
No, that's actually the easiest one if you go for the speedrun technique. You use a house to destroy the wonder.
Yeah. That's true. But I never knew the speedrun technique back when I did it.
Yeah. There's a scenario where you have to destroy a wonder, but in AoE 1, as soon as you place a building foundation, it's like a farm in AoE 2. It appears immediately and can be destroyed. And you have a ton of wood, so the speedrun strat is you scout some of the enemy coastline, and then you place a house there so that they shoot the house and destroy it. But then you have line of sight where you got shot, so you can keep building houses towards the Wonder, and then eventually you just place houses near the Wonder and their catapults destroy their own Wonder. It's beautiful. It's it's one of my favorite speed runs.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right, so we are launching, and the civs are gonna be Mongols for Liereyy, and well, we're not gonna get a mirror, but we are gonna be shown the way by Vinchester.
What does it say when a civ is a pick for Arabia and Black Forest and Arena, and also on hybrid maps?
And honestly, it wouldn't be a bad Nomad civ either.
No, it's fine. You can even go for the castle drop.
They didn't use Explored, did they?
No, it's unexplored.
They're supposed to be explored. When I look at Vinch's line of sight, I don't see anything.
Wait, you're in game? I still have a minute wait.
I'm in game. I saw a 7 in the chat from Vinch. I think they probably forgot to hit explored.
This is like, how is it possible that you are in the game? I'm not in the game. It's not explored for you, and it's explored for me. What?
I mean, they rehosted the lobby. So where are we doing it? When is the final? Tomorrow at 16 GMT.
Same start time as today, right?
No, it's an hour later than today.
Oh, okay. Good, I can sleep in.
Alright, so 10 seconds, and then we'll do it for a second time. And we'll be good this time. I was sad we got to see the snow map. Well, there's a 20% chance we get snow again.
I have homework, dude. I finished my homework. Thank you very much.
Alright, and welcome to the African version of Black Forest. We'll have Vinch to the west as the Purple Way, Liereyy to the east as the Green Mongols. We'll stick with these colors, as Ornlu tells me it's okay. And welcome to Black Forest.
Where in Africa is this Black Forest located, TUS?
I don't know.
It's funny because it's like it's all sub-Saharan or Horn of African like trees and foliage because that was the focus of the DLC back then. But that doesn't make sense in the context of a huge forest, right? It's all fairly sparsely forested.
We don't really have forest trees. We use the dragon trees, and I mix in the dry bushes and the dead trees. I can use the palm trees as stragglers, but they're too bright to mix with the other trees. So this is what we get.
Yep. Well, it works just fine. And you said 4-3 Liereyy. I'm going to say 4-2 Vinchester.
Oh, well, Ornlu's saying, I want to get to my party tonight. I don't want 7 games.
You bet I am. The finals tomorrow can be an epic best of 9. I'm here all day tomorrow.
Liereyy getting a wall off. Is Vinch not gonna wall? He's gonna wall his lumber camp vills. He doesn't have loom. He's got forward vills. A bit less HP on the scout. And he's docking. Ooh, we're going for a dock. Alright, alright. Here he's just walling this.
The wall off would be appropriate for an African-themed map, as they are a people group native to sub-Saharan Africa.
Ooh, okay. Well then, Liereyy just...
So the wall off is perfect.
Just introducing a proper civ to this Mongols Way matchup on Black Forest in Africa.
Gotta love AoE too. Anyway, very passive game early on, right?
Yeah.
Neither player really all that interested in the Vil fighting shenanigans. That said, it feels like Wei should probably auto-lose this matchup if it goes late.
Yes, against, like, Mangadai plus siege, the Mongols will be great. But Vinch putting a lot of vills on wood going forward as he's fish booming. And I imagine this is going to be Vinch pushing down the castle, or pushing down the passage in the Castle Age. I can't really see Vinch going imp.
Yeah, I think that would make the most sense, because I think you actually just get the "you have been defeated" screen once Elite Mangudai is researched in this matchup.
Maybe that should be, you know how when you research atheism and or your opponent's the Huns and they research atheism and you get that message that pops up with the sound effect? Maybe the same thing should happen when Elite Mangudai comes in for the Mongols.
Yeah, Elite Mangudai has been researched. Run for your life! Also, the same thing happens with Flemish Revolution and First Crusade.
Yeah, exactly. Elite Mangudai needs that.
Yep.
Strike some fear into your opponents.
I mean, Mongols using terrorism and warfare was a very important point historically. It's one of the reasons they were able to expand so quickly.
Alright, so triple rhino push or lure from Vinch. Maybe he can push a deer at the same time. Or gazelle.
And that's certainly going to be benefiting the Mongols quite heavily early on. But when both players are also fish booming, that is going to make things at least a little bit more consistent. But honestly, Liereyy going to be off to a great start in economy.
Is Liereyy taking his... Yep, he is. So,
yeah,
but as you say, the fish boom does help to even that out a bit.
Liereyy now going over to gold. This still screams fast castle to me.
Yeah, he also double walled the middle. So Vinch still looking like he's queuing vills after going feudal. He doesn't have a barracks yet. Oh, I wonder what he's going to do. If he's just going to trush? Or will castle himself after this, maybe? I don't know what Vinch is doing. He doesn't have a mill, so he can't market his way up, even with like 21 vills plus 4 fish. Maybe you could try to FC, but yeah, it's just going to be a tower rush. Good old tower rush. No men-at-arms, no archers. Just a tower.
However, where the Wei aren't actually like the best civ economically is in a situation where you fast castle. Because if your opponent's adding TCs and you're getting eco upgrades, you're not really getting anywhere near as much of an advantage as opposed to, like, say you're playing an open map where getting those eco upgrades means that, like, you're in feudal age longer and you just have that 2 to 3 extra villagers. So it feels honestly totally fine here for Liereyy.
Yep. And with fishing lines, Vinch will get an extra vill from that too.
Yes.
So happy to click eco upgrades. He needs the mill so he can research horse collar.
Well, you need a mill so you can farm in the first place. That's also important.
You don't even need farms here. You just need horse collar for the vill.
Yeah, I guess just spend the 75 food and
farms.
wood to get 1 more vill. And aren't the Xianbei the ancestors of the Mongols? We don't really know. They could be. But Xianbei refers to such a wide group of people or groups of people, and it's far away enough, and since we only have Chinese sources, it's not like the ancient Chinese were too cared about the cultural and linguistic intricacies of the different non-Chinese people.
If only they were, and we had records. And if only other sources were as well, and we had more records.
Yep. Because we, in, our Western civilization-dominated history, believe that those who wrote stuff down and built with stone were the most advanced, civilized, and glorious peoples in the world.
Oh, writing stuff down
decided to mix
nice.
up people. Yeah, it's almost like if you think that you're intrinsically superior to others, that you don't really care about understanding their distinctions.
Alright, so fish traps for Vinch, and Liereyy at least will scout that. Liereyy has the hill fight, and 3 HP left. Lierey's up to castle. Oddly enough, he has 135 stone. He didn't spend any at the market. I guess it's just stone walls then.
Am I moralizing survival? I mean, I don't personally ascribe to that, and that I was trying to point out how ridiculous it is, but that is in part a lot of the discourse. And not just in like academic discourse, just in terms of how people think about the world and others. It's really just like, oh, if they have stuff that is from a long time ago because they built it with stone, or we have records of them, that just meant that they were more advanced and superior people.
Yeah, so Vinch selling wood, almost up. And after this fill, he will be up to the castle age. So Bosaw for Liereyy, doing a second TC. He does not have nearly as many fishing ships, only 6. Vinch is going for the full-on fish boom and maybe needs another dock soon for more fish traps.
Yep, and there's horse collar, gold mining coming in. So we're going to be in a situation where Liereyy does have the ability to add in the TC sooner, and that's of course exactly what he's doing. You don't really want to play low eco here as the Mongols, there's no reason to. He's got a defensive mangonel just to make sure that Vinch isn't doing anything too tricky, and Lierey's going to be feeling quite comfortable going forward.
Yeah, Vinch is also housed. Needs to do a house on the way up so he can get his eco upgrades and producing vills. Stone mining also on the way for him. Do you remain housed, or do you still get the vill if you're housed when you do the upgrade, or does it just not spawn?
Yes.
You do? Okay, so it spawns regardless.
That was one of the early things I tested. It also works if you're at max pop.
Okay, yeah, 51 out of 50.
Theoretically,
there he
you
is.
go 200 vills as the way before getting any eco upgrades, and then you'll get an extra 9 villagers once you research all the eco upgrades, or 11 villagers if you're playing on a water map.
Alright, so Liereyy with 2 TCs is going for a mangonel push. And if he can force Vinchester to defend, then delays Vinchester's TCs, then Lierey's going to open up a big eco advantage. And he'll need that to overcome the fishing discrepancy of 13 versus 6.
Indeed, and now I have a corgi barking at me because he thinks it's time to go outside and get fed, so that's fun. Give me a moment, T-West, I'm sorry.
Alright, well, Lierey's not giving Vinchester a moment. He's still pushing through those walls. There is a hole. Liereyy just attack grounding the hole for good measure. Outpost for Vinch as we have wheelbarrow, bowsaw, and gill nets for him. So more eco upgrades. Wheelbarrow especially will be nice for defending this raid. And he's going to make some Huiguang Cav to try to counter the mangonels. What do we push? There's no army. Is one Huiguang Cav enough? There are some vills. Will Liereyy wall behind this? No. There is a monk. And Vinch... Ooh, that is walled up. He might just pick the vill and delete. Oh, Liereyy still doesn't have loom. Yeah, and Vinch will delete. He doesn't want to get converted. But one Huiguang Cav for a vill. I'm sure Vinch will take that and avoid the conversion, stop the push. And he's doing a second TC right on a gold. Workshop for him. And he's a good res collected advantage so far, but good might not be enough. As it's now 3 mangonels. Attack grounding the wall so they don't hit their own gate. Oh, I got the whoosh sound of that. Huiguang Cav always gets me. And, ooh, dies through a mangonel. Volley. And we have a wasted Huiguang Cav there. And Vinch would need a 3rd TC to catch up in numbers. And it's always hard to know exactly how to react. If you want to react, Liereyy could potentially just be amassing tons and tons of knights to rush through. And then you get overwhelmed. But Vinch is going to continue booming, picking up relics, slowly but surely. Now, still even in vills, despite Lierey's 3rd TC. So the impact of those upgrades has been crazy for him. Even more extra vills from now Heavy Plow. And the eco upgrades he'll just need, at least in the castle age, he's still got 3 more vills from Handcart and the mining upgrades. And Crop Rotation and Imp. Ooh, Mangonel goes down. So defensive Mangonel, but he does trade against a Monk and a Mangonel. If you're in Africa, it's probably an African elephant. Ah, and if you're in Asia, it's probably an Asian elephant. That is a great trick for telling them apart. So 3rd TC for Vinch here on a little bush patch and a gold. Liereyy will do horse... Ooh, Liereyy did a lot of farms with that horse collar. And I guess he also was fish booming. But not too much. So Vinch's eco, 1k res collected ahead. The Vil counts are just about the same despite not having the extra TC. Vinch will do a scout. The mangonels are trying to block the scout from getting to the monk. And the mangonel hits the monk. The scout can go for another monk. Vinch taking the hill, and the mangonel finishes off the scout and the monk. Liereyy clears up his own forward, but he still has a Vil doing a barracks. But a Vil with a barracks that could be denied with a mangonel. Well, Liereyy got some extra kills there. That's the downside of the pacifist campaigns I always deal with. Killing units after they're converted still counts as a kill. And a delete there. Oh, did Vinch just do the mangonel delete bug thinking it's still a thing? That's not a thing anymore. Did he just delete his own mangonel there? That's a mistake. I mean, it worked, but he could still have a mangonel attacking the monks. Vinch, you don't gotta do that anymore. It has no effect. I mean, Mongols don't have redemption. Having a mangonel here against monks would be crazy. But there is the castle. There's the castle. No more stable. There's a mangonel. Isn't the mangonel back? Is it back? I mean, it was fixed, and then it was back, and then it was fixed again, I thought. If it is back, then we'll need to do some testing. An Imperial Age for Vinch. There's 400 res collected ahead, but that probably isn't enough against the Mongols. What is the mangonel bug? Go to my YouTube channel, General Octo. You'll see 2 videos about deleting your mangonels. You basically got more attack when you deleted it. Those are some of my early analysis videos. It's not quite full damage spread, but it changes the spread of how the damage is dealt, and also removes the downhill penalty. Oh, nice hit from Vinch. Lierey's up to Imp. Not even a minute behind, though. Vil counts are still very similar. Vinch maybe needs a 4th TC2, maybe he needs more farms. I'm sure getting more eco would be nice, but he needs to get the timing on the push. Why does Liereyy have walls on Vinch? Forward Vils in the Dark Age? Vinch didn't fight, just went for a lumber camp.
Sorry about that.
His Tunchin for Vinch. Yeah, we're just up to Imp, we've been booming. Liereyy mangonelled his own scout and monk after getting a conversion.
That's unfortunate. Let's see, Thumbring coming in. More Xianbei upgrades. And to be fair, you could be in a spot where Liereyy doesn't have the time to research all the Mangonai upgrades.
Yeah. Right, because Mongols are weak in early Imp. If you're Wei, how do you push... can you cut through forests with traction trebs?
Yes.
So that is just, honestly, like 4 or 5 trees to go around the side of this wall. Doesn't even have to be the most spectacular cut in the world. It just has to be a cut.
Our base is correct, though, in that it takes a very long time, because the traction trebs, on top of being very inaccurate, have an even slower reload time than regular trebs.
Oh, that's true. Oh, there are the Mangadais. And that's gonna be the key for Liereyy, ensuring that he breaks, or that he holds the walls long enough to finish his boom and get all his Mongol goodies.
So we will have to see 4 traction trebs immediately queued up from the siege workshops. I don't know. What do you think, T-West? Do you think that there's going to be enough time here for Liereyy to get the army
I think
he
so.
needs? I love the back castles.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the back castles, he's got Racer Ballistics, and Conscription. And Traction
The
Trebs
relics
will
are in
go
the
for
front,
gate.
though, which I don't love.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't really need relics, right? He has 4 of them, but... There's Conscription, Parthian, chemistry and leather archer armor. Maybe that's the way that Vinch can win in the long run. If he can pull off a heist, abscond 4 relics, and with his burglary, get a 7-0 relic lead.
Yeah, that would certainly be nice for him. His army's also scaling much faster. Elite Mangudai coming on in, though. You got a Tiger Cav there. And there will be the monks out for Liereyy. And it looks like it's going to be time for another castle from Vinchester forward.
I think Vinch really needs to be devoted, though. Let's see if he can take an early fight. Maybe stuff can snowball. There's the castle. It will be on a hill. So hills are nice.
They are. Bring archer armor also coming in, and that is going to help a lot, right? Because although your damage is, of course, much lower than the Mangudai, and your HP is low, I mean, it's a much worse unit pound for pound than the Mangudai is. Having that extra armor does still help. The relics are about to be ejected.
And at the front...
they also are garrisoned on the wrong side there for Liereyy.
Yeah, when your monastery is destroyed, you can set the gather point, and the relics fall out the side of the monastery where the gather point's set. So Liereyy wanted the gather point of the monastery to be back in his base there. But now this legit could be 4 relics for Vinch.
It sure could. Leather archer armor's in, Parthian TikToks is almost in, so we will have our fully upgraded battle Mangudai. It's still 17-24 though.
And here's the thing, the Shenbei Raiders are made from ranges. We have now 8 ranges from Vinch to pump this unit, and he wants to do an early imp push before Liereyy gets the upgrades. And it's working so far for him. Where are his monks? Oh, his monk is idle. His monk is idle. He needs to grab some relics, maybe even a forward monastery just to grab him and bring him to the back. Now, Traction Trebs are not going to want to be involved in a close fight against Mangudais. And then again...
Liereyy!
Mangudais are going to be strong.
Right there at the Mangudai. I don't know. I don't think this is enough at all. What is Vinchester doing? He's not spending his resources, T-West.
I mean, it's wood and food, right? I mean, he has 8 ranges. He's doing Elite Tiger Cav. Is that the play? Does he just need Skirm right here?
I mean, the Tiger Cav are a better unit, of course.
But, I mean, would the play just be, like... I know he has 8 ranges, but just keep adding them. Like, 4 more ranges, Elite Skirm, and then push with the Skirms, since he has upgrades already.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly isn't time in such a push for Liereyy to switch into either Siege or Hussar yet, although he is doing so right now. He is slowly but steadily getting to what he wants.
Oh, micro from Liereyy. How many Traction Trebs does Liereyy kill here? How many? Does he get all of them? Mangudais are crazy good against them. He's swapping into Hussars. Maybe we're missing the period of time where Skirm would have been effective. Liereyy just dancing and taking out the Traction Trebs so easily. Mangudais are crazy, and no Skirms headed in to kill the Mangudais, so it's only the Shenbei Raiders.
I mean, the Shenbei Raiders are doing all right, but that just took all the wind out of Vinch's proverbial sails.
Yep, because the Traction Trebs don't really have sails to begin with. They need those samurai flags, really.
Yeah.
At least they're cheap, but... not cheap that you can lose them like that. Oh, the monk even gets picked up by the Mangudais. Vinch maybe lost his opportunity to grab the relics, and did not have enough. Those Shenbei Raiders, 60 HP versus the 80 of the Mangudai, 8+4 attack versus 5+4. Yeah, there's a charge attack gimmick, but there is still not Mangudai.
See, what I don't understand, though, is why Vinch isn't just already at 200 population, right? Just full-blown, like, 40 to 50 Shenbei Raiders versus 30 Mangudai. And now Lierey's got his trebuchets here.
I mean, it might have just been a small eco distribution mistake from Vinch, that he didn't have enough Vils on gold.
I don't know. It feels like he should have been able to do better there than he actually ended up doing. And if the Traction Trebs come forward, Liereyy just immediately charges forward and punches them down with the Mangudai.
Yeah, now Vinch has 33 military, but I'm not quite sure where they are. And he's not even able to get away with the relics either.
Oh man, Tiger Cav are just gonna get mowed down. Like,
yeah,
this just feels like it's such a misplay here from Vinchester.
Yeah, Tiger Cav are not good in Imp. He's throwing so much wood and food.
But, like, again, all of this should have been... It feels like when Liereyy should have been at like 150 pop, Vinch should have been at 200 pop. And it'd be like all Shenbei with full upgrades.
I mean, that with skirms added in and more archery ranges, I think was the play for him. But now he's getting pushed back. The Mongols are starting to Mongol. That castle looks like it's gonna fall, and with the castle falling, that'll make this much harder for Vinch to continue the push.
I mean, there won't be much of a push at that point. Liereyy now at 32 Mangudai, more on the way. The light cav Hussars are almost fully upgraded. They just need Blast Furnace. And it's a little frustrating, right? Because it feels like there was very much an opportunity for Vinchester this game.
It does, but then also Mongols are Mongols. And Liereyy got the upgrades and stabilized. Doesn't even have... Let's see, was he missing anything? Nope, he does have everything. The final attack of
Lierey's had everything for a long time.
He has everything.
Yeah, now it's over.
And there's a GG. So Liereyy goes up 1-0 in a game where... I don't know, I feel like... It's easy to say from our point of view because we know exactly what Liereyy is doing. Where Vinch, he added 8 archery ranges. It's not like that's a small number, but it still wasn't enough. And maybe it was just the Mangudai micro, Liereyy dodging shots. But Vinch with the Shenbei Raiders wasn't enough.
Vinch added 8 ranges and then stopped producing Shenbei Raiders because he wanted to switch into Tiger Cavalry.
Yeah, and the Tiger Cav were... I mean, Tiger Cav and Imp are never a good choice against archery units because of the lack of the final armor.
Yep.
In Castle Age, sure, they'd be great against Mangudai, but not in Imp. And you can see that, how he's up 37 to 25 military. In early Imp, they're both adding numbers. Vinch takes a small fight, is still ahead in numbers. They both drop, and Lierey's production skyrockets in a way that Vinch's doesn't. That might have been the Tiger Cav swap.
And the crazy thing is, that was the 2nd pick for Vinchester, the 6th pick from Liereyy. And right now, we're going to go right to Ring Nomad, the home map of Liereyy.
Right. So, Vinch lost his way in the Black Forest. Right. Hold down the fort one, I'll be right back.
Yep. Elite does give you 1 extra Pierce Armor, but it doesn't scale very well relative to missing the last armor upgrade. So you max out at 6 Pierce Armor in Castle Age, which is huge. And then you max out at 7 Pierce Armor in Imperial Age, which is like, okay. I mean, that is Paladin Pierce Armor, but you have less HP than a Paladin. You're more expensive to train than a Paladin. I think people were really not, I think, appreciating how good an experienced ACCM is. I mean, I gave Sebastian the slight edge, but I didn't think it would be one-sided at all. Yeah, exactly.
Alright, where are we going next?
We're going to Ringomad, and it will be just now starting, and Liereyy going to be the Green Mayans to the east, and Vinchester slower with the TC. Will be the Purple Chinese here, but that's a much slower TC.
Yes, it is. I mean, it's an awkward start. You gotta garrison the transport and go to the edge of the lake. I did my best to try to make the wood lines a bit more fair. Each player will have a back gold. Stone is a lot better for Liereyy with the back stone too. Vinch has to go forward.
Liereyy already going to have his 2 houses, already setting up a bit of a wall. It feels like Vinch's map is so much worse. It's like he had to walk further to drop the TC. His resources all feel pretty far away. But
Well, that's
just
also
the nature of
Nomad.
this map.
That's kind of Nomad itself, but this map kind of just emphasizes that because you have one spot where you do the TC. It's not like you're looking for a TC.
Yeah, it feels, I think, a little bit worse on this because on Nomad, it's always random where you're building the TC, and same for African Clearing. But on this map, you're always dropping the TC in the same location, so it's a matter of how well the resources distribute back to right exactly where you're dropping the TC.
Yep. And I evened out wood so that players aren't going to have huge, vast, empty areas without wood, but there's only so much you can do when it's a very random Nomad start. And you don't want to force locations in the same spot every time for resources.
You mean exactly like what happens with the exact same locations every time?
Yeah, let's not have StarCraft maps.
No. I mean, have you ever seen anybody have success TCing on the outside?
I haven't seen anyone TC the outside. I
It
haven't
just feels
seen
like
it.
it's so much worse.
Yeah. I'm very surprised with the Monte Pascual in the Brazilian dynasty that we didn't really find one meta other than maybe the Celts at the end.
Yeah, there was still sort of the difference between people who wanted to go for the heavy land play versus the heavy water play. And I think that was because there wasn't as much fish with the fish boom, that it wasn't quite as overbearing, and the lack of gold.
Yeah. So what do you think of these upside down triangular sails for the Maya? Is that actually a way to build a sail? Upside down triangle?
I have a feeling that it is not a way to build a sail.
It's a cool shape though.
Well, I mean, it's not like a complete upside down triangle, right? You have the right angle with the mast, and then it's just a matter of how you position the sail relative to the wind. So, I mean, it makes sense, but it still looks a little goofy on a ship that's this big.
I don't know what you'd call that other than an upside down triangle, or like the fishing ships have right side up triangles.
That's true. That's true. Oh, StarCraft's just a very different game than AoE. StarCraft is all about execution. AoE 2 is a much more strategy and adaptability focused game.
Yeah, his sails aren't even triangles, right? It's like almost a triangle, but kind of like a quadrilateral-esque with a triangle top.
Yeah, a bit. I mean, it's
I
like
like those
the
sails.
Chinese style sails for sure.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I like the sails. They also inflate and deflate now, as the wind catches them while they're moving, which is cute.
It's so kawaii.
Well, Chinese Maya, well, 2 extra Vil civs. Well, Vinch will get more extra Vils. Lierey's up to feudal already, and Lierey's basically walled the entire map. I wonder if this is just a case of Liereyy being OP. Remember, he swept Lewis in the quarterfinals, and it would not be out of the question to sweep Vinchester here and then sweep ACCM. Because he's already swept
Yeah, for
ACCM.
sure.
As much as I think Vinch is probably the last player with a good matchup against Liereyy from all the semifinalists, Liereyy is still a beast.
Yeah, the only person Liereyy doesn't have a good matchup against is exactly Hera. So if Hera's not there, then it feels like Liereyy has a good matchup versus every single remaining player.
Yeah. And if Hera's missing a beat, then Liereyy beats everyone.
Yeah. My question is, why is it that Lierey's ahead in resources when he's Mayans versus Chinese, and Vinch also is slower up to feudal age? Those feel like two things that should immediately give the Chinese player the advantage in resources.
Maybe Liereyy did a better job blocking with the transport ship on the fish. I don't know, because
That's
Liereyy
pretty
also
crazy.
walled. Liereyy also walled up. I mean,
Yeah.
he had the faster TC, and it feels like his resources are in better spots, but it's not like Vinch got off to a bad start.
This is just crazy. We already have the Hulks on the way.
No, the way are
And
not
this-
in this game, Warnlu.
That's true. Well, the Chinese are in the game. The Chinese are the way.
Okay,
so.
true. Close enough.
But it feels like Vinch isn't going to be able to get a fast castle off of this. He doesn't have the food income for it. He's got 2 Hulks on the way as well, but this is also you doing the same thing as your opponent, but worse. Like, again, he's up later and has 2 fewer fishing ships.
And also, a forward dock from Liereyy. with a forward outpost too, so he's looking to be aggressive, see everything that Vinch is doing. Didn't even have to do an early loom, his Nomad build was smooth. Only 7 seconds of idle TC time. And now he has the transport there to block fishing ships too. He'll get a second fishing ship, won't he? Oh, he's gonna lose the transport? No, he won't get to the dock.
Well, still one fishing ship going down, but again, T-West, I can't help but feel like this is just you doing the same thing as your opponent, but worse. The Chinese player doesn't have a Vil advantage right now, in part because Liereyy, I guess, didn't have to get Loom right away. Vinch is trying to add in an archery range, but Lierey's already basically fully walled.
I guess it can't be fully walled because of the shallows. But she's in a good position if he needs to drop a defensive tower quickly.
Scores are still even, and the dock arrows will help out here, but you'd have to expect Liereyy with the Vil lead going to be doing better over time, and I mean, Liereyy already killing a villager?
And, I mean, it feels like a good Hulk fight for Liereyy, too. He has the numbers.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he was up faster.
Well, what's Vinch's scouting? Why does he have the score lead? Oh, yeah, he has more scouting.
Yeah.
Vinch's scouting is better. So the score is scouting. And full Hulk.
I mean, honestly, this is why it feels so helpless for most players against Liereyy, because his early game is so much better than yours that sort of the pros and cons of each individual opening feel like they all go away, where Liereyy just can do literally everything all at once.
Yep. It's a weird thing, because I feel like there is a point when you're like playing AoE 2 where, I don't know what elo, it's maybe like 15 to 1600 on DE, where you've gotten the Dark Age in the opening down well enough that for the most part you're playing the game against other players, and it's not just, oh, someone's Dark Age is so efficient that you just lose because you can't click the buttons fast enough. But then you get to Liereyy against literally every other pro player, and it feels like it's that type of difference, where he knows the Dark Age and the other players just can't keep up with him.
It invalidates, it doesn't like invalidate, but it kind of invalidates the rest of any sort of aspect of AoE 2 gameplay when it's just one dude is so far ahead from the jump.
Yeah, and thank you.
Lierey's already on his way up to Castle Age.
Yeah, thank you, Jota Zara, for the follow. I'm guessing the 7's a Z. Is that how letters work and numbers online? Can 7s be used for Zs?
Is it?
Felt like I could say it that way.
I thought 7 was T.
Oh, Jotatar? Maybe it is. I don't know. Oh, hey, that's right. I did see an account named 7 West once. So maybe it does mean T. I thought 7 was a V7. Leech talk?
Yeah, like
yeah,
Leech.
it is a T.
7 is T.
It is a T.
Yeah.
There we go. Anyway, so forward tower for Vinch, but what are you going to do with a forward tower when your opponent's up to the Castle Age? Lierey's tower will get more HP on it. There's fishing lines. And he's won the water with
the eco difference in
Hulk.
Dark Age is actually pretty staggering, that Liereyy just got a huge early eco advantage.
This means you've out-strategized your opponent economically? In some ways, yes. In some ways, it also means you've had much cleaner Vil management. I think that's a large part of it. Cleaner Vil management.
I think that's most of it. Like, especially if two people are doing the exact same build. Like, Dark Age management, especially I think at lower levels, it definitely is about understanding what is an efficient build. But if both people are doing what is basically the same build and one dude is just better at it, then that's just all management.
And a workshop for Liereyy. And Vinch up to the Castle Age too, but he's so far behind now. This is really impressive to watch from Liereyy, but it's like, it's impressive at a point before you even start playing the game, because he's kind of won without even getting any army out. He's just gotten to the up faster, so he makes more Hulks, and he wins water with more Hulks. I mean, there's a lot of good decisions he makes of when and how to take the fights. Maybe a bad decision even, because he lost the transport ship at one point. But all he's had to do is make Hulks, and just completely dominated everything. Oh, he's a castle now. Do you like plumed
Yeah.
archers, Ornlu?
Plumed Archer is gonna be pretty good here.
Pretty darn good.
I mean, he's got a Mangonel out too. It just allows so much other room for error. Like, Liereyy doesn't make many mistakes in general, but when you're this far ahead, Liereyy just has to do anything remotely sensical and then wins the game. Whereas if Vinchester makes a single mistake after falling behind, he is just dead. Also, if Liereyy doesn't make any mistakes, Vinch is also still dead.
There is Castle Age for Vinchester. Can Liereyy be by anyone? I mean, Vinch beat him in King of the Desert. And, I mean
Vinch could have
Herod
beaten
didn't
him in
beat
the
him.
last game too, had he done some things differently.
Yeah, right. That felt like Vinch still should have... It felt like he was in a winning position and then didn't make the right transitions with the way. Maybe it's just not being familiar with that Civ matchup or not being familiar with eco management in the way on a Black Forest Fishboom 1v1 push, right? Like who is actually playing that type of game mode?
Yeah, and Mongols very much a known quantity in terms of what you're supposed to do with them, especially in the Black Forest context.
Yeah, I mean, even in 1v1 Black Forest, Mongols have been there since Age of Kings.
Yeah.
So it's maybe a bit easier for Liereyy to come to the right decisions there. But also, it worked out for him, right? I mean, what he had a clean build, too, there, to get 3 TCs with a Mangonel push, and a bit of a fish boom, even though he didn't boom as much. Now, Vinch trying to run and make more TCs, but the plumed archers are doing their hoovering.
And the res collected are even, so it's not like, oh, Vinchester's fallen off a cliff. He also has the horse collar upgrade, I guess, which is a little bit of an advantage. 9 fishing ships to 0, though, because Liereyy won water. I think on these hybrid maps especially, it really is just exacerbating Lierey's execution advantage.
Yeah, just small eco advantages from getting the fish. And not just winning water, but winning water without needing to keep investing into hulks or anything beyond what initially wins him the water. He has 8 hulks now, and that was basically just enough to destroy the docks and push a Vinch off water. He didn't have to add galleys or fires afterwards.
And now it's the Liereyy eco management, right? Lierey's eco balance is absolutely fantastic. Vinch has 32 vills on wood, 7 on food, 3 on gold.
Yeah. And Lierey's are pretty perfectly balanced. This is maybe the counter to the win the water, lose the game argument if Liereyy wins the water here.
Yeah.
This map is kind of win the water, win the game.
It really is. It's why I really don't like it. It is 3 TCs to 2. The villager numbers are for now even, and in theory, Vinchester should be getting further ahead, but those 9 fishing ships are a huge difference maker and have allowed Liereyy to even be ahead in resources at this point.
Yep, and Lierey's even fishing from Vinchester's pond with the forward dock that he made for the hulks.
Yep. Okay, that's a big win for Vinchester. He does get the 1-for-0 Mangonel/Rocket Cart trade.
But the Mangonel and Plumes are still harassing his woodline. There's a Vill that's trapped and can't run.
Yeah.
Oh, Mangonel just sniping Vills on the woodline.
Oh boy.
There he's showing no mercy. Vinch desperate for stone, but another Vill goes down. Plumed archers going to dodge and kill Vills on the tower foundation.
Oh my goodness. This is like my game yesterday in the USA Cup. It's like, what do you even do there, man?
And Plumes take rocket cart shots, kind of, and run away. Two
Another
canoes
decent
versus plumed archers. If in like a straight up fight with no micro, I think the two canoes win, but the plumes are so much easier to micro.
They are indeed much, much easier to micro, and their reinforcements are much faster, so generally speaking, Mayans feel pretty decent versus Chinese. And just look at the idle time as well. Like, Lierey's at 27 seconds still. Vinch is just ballooning his idle time like crazy.
Well, he does have more TCs, right? He's adding a 4th TC to the south. But Vinch is on 4 TCs, Liereyy is on 1, and Liereyy is up in Vills.
Well, I mean, Lierey's killed 18 eco units this game.
Now, some of those were fishing ships, though. The idle time is running up quickly.
Yeah. One of Lierey's TCs is at 100% efficiency.
I was on 2 TCs. I didn't see that one hiding behind the castle. 2 TCs pumping out vills, doing a third. Just microing against rocket carts. And Lierey's saying, I'm gonna get Ornlu to his party on time today. As he takes another rocket cart down.
Oh boy, 23 vills on... I mean, Lierey's just gonna click to imp not that long at this point.
Yeah, basically he is. He has the workshop for Mangonels to pressure Vinch. Everything's so clean for Liereyy.
If Liereyy loses, it's going to be in any game that he can't get an advantage before Castle Age. Whether that be in military or economy or efficiency or whatever.
Yeah. And it felt like Black Forest was an opportunity for that in Game 1.
Absolutely.
But not working out. And Vinch wants a castle, so if it's Chuko news, that's great, but he's also on 0 food. So he does not have Imp anytime soon.
Because if you get to mid-game and things are in an even spot, Liereyy goes from I have no idea how anyone can ever beat him to merely a top 10 AoE player, right? And if you are also a top 10 AoE player, the games become at least winnable at that stage.
I don't know if I'd say top 10. I think probably still higher than that.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, in
Top,
general.
still just merely a top 2 AoE player.
I mean, like, again, it felt like Vinch absolutely could have won that game, even though Liereyy is still a better player in general. Nice hit there for Liereyy.
Down to the Mangonel. How does Liereyy get the plumes perfectly to dodge that and not reform into it?
I don't know. If I knew, I would do it myself, but I don't.
Mangonel still attacking the workshop. And that workshop's going to go down, so that'll cut rocket cart production.
Welcome, Rodrigo. The
There's
tournament
it for
awaits
Liereyy.
only your arrival to begin.
And Wimble Wumble, thank you for using your Prime sub.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, don't rocket cart your own castle? Okay, we're good. 1 tile gap.
Oh, and Hakor also with the sub to T-West.
Rodrigo
Thank you,
Diaz de
Hakor.
Vivar, the Cid. You will lead the armies of Castile. I am glad that you have won. You are the only man I would trust with a very important duty.
Oh, do you get a notification that my sub goal of 200 was hit in your chat? Oh my gosh, this is a Doubt Castle. Yeah, it's just mine.
My goodness.
Oh my gosh, this castle, Vinch, is Doubt subbing in? Did he call for his Onimaru teammate? How does that Mangonel survive on 1 HP? It doesn't. But, okay, so Lierey's Imp, that was a Doubt Castle. I guess we see Vinch call GG once Imp comes in. Because, wow. Oh, Vinch. This was the map he picked to play, too, thinking that maybe the Chinese would give him a good civ advantage over anything Liereyy had, but not the case here with the Maya against the Chinese. Okay, there's a rocket cart hit finally.
Yeah, that doesn't matter at this point. And to be fair, Chinese do, I think, have a good matchup. It's just where Vinch should have been getting a big lead economically in the early game turned out to be a slight disadvantage, and then Liereyy actually it was a pretty major disadvantage because he was up so much slower. Over a minute slower. And then over 3 minutes slower to Castle Age.
Okay, Vills here being picked off by... That's a nice wall those Vills have to walk around. Nice 1-tile death zone for them. Ooh, nice hit on the plumes still. Chemistry Embracer for Liereyy.
I'm sure this was a very frustrating game for Vinchester.
Absolutely. This cannot have been a good one for him.
No.
Even with the rocket cart shots he's landing on the plumes, he's still down 30 vils with all those TCs he has. He's gonna hold on. Vinch is gonna keep playing. It's finally up. And what does he do now? Chuko news from the castle? He's got Trebs out already.
Yeah, it's There we go. Liereyy, quick 2-0 in this matchup, and it is definitely worrisome that we could see a bunch more games from the rest of the tournament that look exactly like that.
We could see 2 more here, and 5 tomorrow that look like that.
There's nothing more crushing than an AoE 2 tournament finals that's one-sided and is also a way too long of a best-of series.
Best of 5. Or best of 7. Or best of 9, 5 games. Yeah, it'd be like a 5 game. Well, those are the first 2 Civ picks for Vinch. Liereyy still has Wei, Persians, Koreans, and Georgians left.
Yeah. Well, Teiti will be next, and Vinch definitely going to need to start getting some points on the board.
So, Teiti. And Koreans for Liereyy. Armenians for Vinch. Are Koreans a better Civ here?
What I like is that, for Koreans here, is that they tend to do well versus heavy castle age pressure, which is kind of what like Armenians are known for, whereas Koreans tend to be weaker against like the quick age up advantages.
So what's the
That
state of
seems like
Fire
less
Lancers
Armenians.
these days for Koreans after we saw them every game in Red Bull? Balanced place or still OP?
What's still OP? Sorry?
Fire Lancers for Koreans.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely OP.
Well, I guess maybe we just want to watch Lierey's Dark Age real quickly this game, see how good of a start he gets off to.
Yeah.
Okay, my match content downloaded successfully, Ornlu.
That's when you know things are getting serious.
That'll be more interesting with Hera out. Well, with Hera out, there's no one to stop Liereyy.
Yeah. With Hera and Liereyy out, things get, I think, extremely interesting. But that ain't happening anytime soon.
Alright, so Vinch, the purple Armenians to the west, Liereyy, the green Koreans to the east, everything going Lierey's way so far. And he hasn't even had to use his first picked Wei Civ yet.
He hasn't even had to make noodles yet.
No, he hasn't. And he'll send 4 Vils over the wood as he lures in this Rhino. Rhino's extra close to your TC here, so pretty simple to bring them in. Same amount as food as a boar would have on the Rhinos for this tournament. 340.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, it would have been 400.
Yep.
In a normal game. Yeah, we did that just because we had a lot of maps that had different variants of hunt. And we felt like it was better to have them equal, and we still wanted to use the graphics and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. What about Hera that breaks Liereyy? Well, the thing is, Hera is one of, if not the only player that can actually compete with Liereyy in the early game. And even then, Hera still sometimes can't do that because let's look at the wins that Liereyy got in the Red Bull finals. But the thing is that Hera's macro and decision-making are so good once, you know, he gets past the early game, so that if Hera doesn't die to Liereyy in the early game, he almost always wins. So basically, Liereyy just has a very tight window to kill Hera.
Yeah, I mean, look at all the games that Liereyy won in Red Bull. Liereyy won them basically in the first 5 minutes. Look at all the games that Hera won. Liereyy won them in the first 5 minutes, and Hera was holding on to come back, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, especially those last 2 games, right? On Loch Ness and that Burgundians Vikings match in reverse order there. That 75-minute score victory where Liereyy had the score until minute like 73.
But also Liereyy, I honestly think that if Liereyy was another player, he probably would have ended that sooner. But I don't think another player ever gets into Lierey's position where he's that far ahead of Hera anyway, so it's like, it's tough.
Is it still Hera, Liereyy, everyone else? Maybe it's the triangle. Hera beats Liereyy, Liereyy beats Lewis, Lewis beats Hera.
It's hard to say because Lewis and Sebastian both still have some rougher edges around their gameplay, whereas with Hera and Liereyy, it's just like a well-oiled machine. Did Hera throw? No, Hera never... Well, Hera threw one game against Sebastian.
Yeah, the Ballista Elephant game.
Yeah,
But
that game was-
after that, Sebastian won a clear 3-0.
Yeah, after that, Sebastian won very just decisively. Versus Lewis, Hera just did not play up to his usual standards. So it's not like he really threw, he just didn't play as well as we know he can.
And also, Lewis played a very good set where he practiced. And I think that's one of Lewis's keys, all the practice he gets.
Yes.
Would Liereyy first 25 minutes switch to Mr. Yo rest of the game be better than Hera? Maybe.
Possibly.
I think the team game tournaments will be interesting to see how Yo and the Chinese team performs and how Onomaru performs. And what type of roster Wonders fields.
Why didn't Liereyy just attack the villager? Did he not see? Like,
The one in the south? I don't
I
know.
guess he didn't.
Doesn't have Loom. Maybe Liereyy just wants scat HP.
Kind of odd, but sure.
준비.
I have to fly over 4 players from China.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing for the Garrison, right? The finals are going to be there. What if it's players who don't actually double up and also qualify for the Garrison who make it to the league?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, you might have Team Australia with Soxy and Nosambi coming out of nowhere to qualify. Along with Team Argentina B of like FedEx, Monos, Kapach, Gary, if Nika plays with Wonders, and boom, another team comes out of nowhere that's on the opposite side of the world.
Now that would be quite amusing for everyone except the people who are in charge of paying for that. Anyway, nothing really too much to talk about in the early game. I actually do think Vinch has a slightly more optimized build. He is over here on the outside with plenty of fishing ships, getting another dock in. Liereyy, though, basically hot on his heels, so it's all good.
Well, 99 fishing ships, and Lierey's actually up by a vill. Is there loom here for him yet? Nope, no loom for Liereyy. Can rely on his quick walling skills. No loom for Vinch. So Vinch is like 7 seconds of idle TC time more than Liereyy. And Lierey's up to feudal first, and he's mostly walled. And, I mean, crazy for him to be able to wall his map this well in the Dark Age, too. And still be basically at the same point with res collected.
Well, at the very least, there is not much surface area to wall. Oh, this is a Liereyy wall if I've ever seen one, T West. What on earth is Liereyy walling right now?
Well, he doesn't need to wall anything. Maybe he just needs a house and was like, yeah, this is out of the way. I'll put the house here.
I think Liereyy doesn't know that the north of the jungle is actually closed off.
He's gonna check. You'll see it now. Or one place. Yeah, he gets a wall where he actually needs one. Yeah, now I'll see it with the Vil walking around the side. He's fine. Scout will do a passage walkthrough.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, cozy little home deep in the forest.
Think of the
Millennials
mosquitoes, though. That would be a disaster.
I mean, or in our generation, we take whatever house we can get.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you think the
I'm
strategy
not
is
looking
here?
forward to having to pay rent soon.
Map control fortified churches. probably. I think that's the key on this map, fortified churches, to control the middle, grab the relics early. And prevent
and
the
your navy
Koreans
is
from
just as good
getting
as
guard
Koreans.
towers on your wood lines.
Yeah, if you can keep the Korean player back, it feels like Armenians actually have a very good shot here, especially as their economy is just that good. And Vinchester has 22 fishing ships to 13. That is huge,
Yep.
huge.
And that is a res collected lead for Vinch. But also it's Liereyy going feudal faster, so maybe with a couple of hulks we'll have a faster uptiming. How do composite bowmen, ignoring enemy armor, do against war wagons?
I can still have 150 HP. It's a lot of HP.
It's a lot of HP, but at least you're dealing more damage to them than usual.
Yeah. Anyway, Lierey's going to be up to Castle Age faster, so it actually, although you get a nice eco lead early on, it isn't actually what we would call optimal for Vinchester, as you really just want to be able to get to Castle Age as quickly as you can without having the idle time. And there you
The
go.
stone. Stone for Liereyy there. And yeah, castle time for Vinch.
I actually don't like this from Liereyy. Why would you open hulks here? That Armenians just go galleys. And they have very good galleys doing extra damage.
And on this map, you're far enough away that you can amass
Yeah.
galleys to fight the hulks. Usually the
Exactamundo.
point of the Hulk opening is that it takes several galleys to fight the Hulks. So if you're really close to each other, you're going Hulk over fire because one Hulk counters the fire, whereas it takes maybe two to three galleys to counter one Hulk. But on this map, when you're so far apart, galleys certainly are viable, and we'll see if we start getting different fires or other ships.
Yeah, Liereyy immediately queuing up a bunch of fire ships upon seeing the galley opening from his opponent. So clearly not something that Liereyy anticipated there, but he is making all of the correct adjustments as needed.
Adjustments. So I had a 25-second difference in uptiming there. And Liereyy will still be faster up. He is on stone, so Koreans have a nasty castle drop, also a nasty guard tower push, whatever Liereyy wants to go for.
2 fishing ships extra dying right there. Really didn't have to if you need... I mean, you need to be playing super close attention, but it is something that was not necessary. And now Liereyy with a barracks, he can start his Flancer production.
Oh, Hyperion, did you read that comment 3 hours after you wrote it? Yeah, you know how subs can rewind on Twitch now?
Mm-hmm.
I think Hyperion was watching the stream from the beginning and wrote a comment, and I responded to it, recognizing he commented on something that was 3 hours in the past.
Oh, that's funny. Alright,
YouTube can
fortified
do that
church.
too.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit of that timing advantage, though, for Liereyy. Still 15 seconds until medium warships is in. Guildnets and Bowsaw both going to be in here for Vinchester, however, and it's still 19 to 13 fishing ships.
Yeah, good upgrades for Vinch. Ooh, Liereyy could lose the scout in the middle, not paying attention to it, probably microing on the water. And down goes the scout. That means the warrior priest should be able to pick up more relics now, unless the fire lancers has something to say about it. As Lierey's starting the guard
but not
towers.
Vinch not paying attention on the outside. Oh no, Vinch!
Here comes some fires. And fires are honestly so good against war galleys these days. Before the water rebalance, you could micro the war galleys for a while and basically win war galley versus fire. Now, Liereyy just follows up the hulks with fires, seeing that Vinch went for war galley, and that was a nice fight. Vinch losing fish and has to get back to his dock.
And Liereyy also going to be able to snipe a warrior priest here before it... Nope!
Yeets the relic in... Oh, garrisons himself, too.
Yeah.
Vinch gets a wall up. Feels like so far, at least, this is a much smoother game for Vinch than last game. He has around 800 more resources collected, in large part, I think, due to the fishing ship difference.
Yeah, Vinch still definitely with a very solid build overall. And this is what we want to see, right? At least for me, I don't want to see games that just end immediately because one guy executes the other better in early game. You know, you want to see some back and forth, right? You want to see the decision-making and the strategies and civs all come into play.
Yeah, you want to see one guy execute the other publicly in the town square after a large and extravagant feast celebrating their death.
I mean, who wouldn't want that? Clinker's getting constructed. And the first Kobukson is out.
So that turtle ship is on the complete opposite side of the map and will have a long way to sail before it becomes useful.
And look at that tiny sail on the turtle ship, T-West. They never included the actual sails that real turtle ships had, except for that dinky little flag thing at the back.
Maybe that should be the elite turtle ship, add the actual sails.
Oh, yeah. All right, still, Vinch's War Galley numbers are starting to climb, and obviously this is basically a must-win game for Vinchester. You don't want to go down 0-3 to Liereyy. That's not going to get you very far.
I mean, you could try to reverse sweep.
Are effective against both hulks and war galleys. They're not efficient versus fire ships.
So like the opposite
Imperial
of...
They're literally efficient versus everything.
Okay, so it's like the opposite of how they worked before.
Kinda. I mean, turtles weren't that efficient versus anything back in the day.
Castle Age fires, they were decent.
They were all right. Anyway, hulks are on the way. I really hope for Vinchester's sake you note that hulks do not counter turtle ships, especially without those attack upgrades, because turtles do have 2 base melee armor. Liereyy didn't have loom up until all this time, but I guess he hasn't lost a villager, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, 8-0 Eco KD in favor of Liereyy. He didn't need loom. Loom not important. Don't get it till you need it.
There you go. And yet, as things stand, it feels like it's... Oh my god, Lierey's clicking up to imp. Holy cow.
How do things stand, Ornlu? He's gonna have a middle castle and Trebs. He's just gonna 1 TC imp this map. Now, Vinch doesn't have much eco on the outside. Everything he has for his vills are in the middle. Maybe he could transport, but he can go imp too if he markets and buys his way up. And he might just be doing that. We might just have Treb Wars in the middle as Vinch is going for a forward castle. And if he's 1 TC fast imp, maybe he'll be surprised to see Liereyy doing the same thing with the Koreans, who usually aren't known as a fast or eco-friendly civ.
And Vinchester is ahead in villagers and resources collected by a lot. He's also ahead in resources destroyed. I mean, this is just... Lierey's also behind in food collected. Like, this is so crazy to me, man.
Now here comes Liereyy. He knows the castle's there. Vinch will see this castle. Yes, I mean, as long as he can stretch the castle, he'll be great. And those vills he has, he can just transport them to the back where he has a transport already and take gold on an island. A tower to defend it, and he's fine.
Yeah, he's totally fine right now, is Liereyy. What he does need to be very careful about, though, is not losing his warships before his upgrades come in. And turtles still do have their own elite upgrade, right? You can't just get heavy warships to upgrade your turtle ships.
Correct. What, do you prioritize elite turtle over heavy warships, then? He's got 4 of them.
I think so.
And do they have a unique tech still that affects them? Yep, Shinkichan still gives +1 range and additional projectiles to them. Is that how I say it? Shinkichan?
Shinkichon.
Shinkichon.
Like a long O, like ocean, but otherwise, yeah.
Like ocean.
Shinkichon.
Alright, so Liereyy up to imp. And
But nice job here from Vinchester, sniping the ships before any upgrades can come in.
Yeah, and those turtles will sink to the bottom of the Shinkichonshin ocean. I tried.
Exactly.
And
Sink to the bottom of Chinhai Bay.
Vinch now is trying to get relics. He has 4 relics. I guess he took one from the outside to put it in the middle, putting it in a fortified church. And he's up to imp, but will be so much slower in Trebs. There's the first Treb out for Liereyy. They don't have a hill advantage even against Vinch's castle. Vinch will do a mule cart and mine gold, but Vinch now pushing the outside. Liereyy taking the inside as heavy warships comes in for Liereyy. And he'll destroy the fortified church, eject those relics, and start besieging the next castle.
And has Vinchester at this point, do you think you just go full outside? We see outside control typically win over inside control. That said, remember that this is Drummond's versus Korean keeps, potentially. That said,
yeah,
could be really short on stone.
But, I mean, if you do go full outside, we have seen that approach work. You do have more res collected if you're Vinch.
And the score is still heavily favoring him, and he's not too far away from Imperial Age itself, and he needs to start transporting some extra bills to the outside, which is doing just fine. And it's not like Liereyy can really afford all that much in terms of a navy. But
I mean,
you need to be super careful.
He has keeps and trebs. Does he really need much more? Look at that. He's building the towers to circle around the middle. It's crazy.
I actually don't love this. You need the towers near the shoreline.
Well, I mean, he can do both, right?
But he doesn't have much stone left, especially if, in theory, Vinch is going to be winning water here on the outside very shortly.
Fair enough.
He should be.
Well, does Liereyy need upgraded turtle ships? Should he have just gone normal ships with a Korean wood discount?
I mean, turtle ships are fantastic. It's just that Liereyy didn't have the eco to invest onto the outside. Heavy warships coming in, and the first tower is on the way, but Vinch should be able to scout and destroy that.
Yeah, well, that is a quick tower, though.
Fast.
That's a lot of ills. Reminds me of those HD, faster building Korean towers.
AoE as it was meant to be played, T West.
Oh, I guess this is a doubt tower? Wait a minute, this is close. Nope, it goes up. I mean, Vinch is up 30 vills, though, or 30 eco units. 3 picking up relics.
And he will get the Armenian free relic. That's always a big downer. Is you get that free relic as Armenians, and your opponent just takes it from you.
No, that's where the extra relic in the middle came. You didn't bring one from the outside to the middle. All right, so yeah, relic advantage for Liereyy. Vinch has 2 relics on the outside. Yeah, free forward relic.
However,
TCs have been trebbed.
Liereyy, although he does have a TC on the outside, which I actually really like, especially as it's far away and beyond the tower from Vinchester, Liereyy still has very little access to wood or not wood. That's the thing, he does have access to resource. Liereyy has very little access to every other resource.
Well, he still has a gold mine with 1,500 gold on it. He's doing a TC in front of it. Oh, the turtles will raid some vills for Liereyy.
Yep. And although Vinch has a good economy, it's not like a 140 villager economy, so it's certainly far from over for Liereyy, despite what the score may look like.
Yeah, it's 54 to 42 vills, and Vinch is going to be losing some vills here. Vinch has to rely on the fishing ships. And
the fishing ships are starting to lose a lot of that efficiency.
Yeah, turtles attacking a house.
The trebuchet was sniped by Vinchester. That's a little negligent from Liereyy.
That's huge. Yeah, 3 trebs for Vinch. Maybe he might let a war wagon get converted. He does.
Monk? There's only 1 monk. So that's not going to be an issue just yet. But Vinch never completely giving up the middle. And Liereyy still has so few villagers that he can do anything with on the outside.
Liereyy grabbing
and some
relics.
Moment in the middle, still going to fight right back. And honestly, Liereyy might actually be dead, which is crazy to say, but it's like, why is this game even happening when Vinch is over double the population? But that's how this map works.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Liereyy also is Koreans, but if Vinch can make this 1-2, I think he's really going to look back and then regret that Black Forest game again, because it feels like it should be 2-1 Vinch.
It really does. And just goes to show that Liereyy is the second best AoE player right now. I think most people would say that. But he's not a perfect AoE player. And if the other top 10 players can, play smart and play to their strengths, they can totally beat Liereyy. And actually, let's be honest, T-West, this game hasn't been very close whatsoever.
No. It feels like Leary's peak. Like, he peaks higher than anyone when he's playing his best. But that's just kind of due to the domination of kind of like one aspect of his game. As good as he is everywhere else, players can avoid that, then they can win against him.
Yeah, I mean, everything is relative, right? It's like everybody at this level is extremely good at everything. And when we're saying, oh, Lierey's good at this and not as good at this, it's really just relative to the other very best players in our game.
So there's a GG.
Honestly, like, that was extremely dominant from Vinchester. Able to leverage the early eco advantage. He had a bit of a better build. And then
that's it.
Lierey's push wasn't good enough.
It felt like that was it, the better build. And Liereyy able to go for, he went for the 3-minute faster fast imp shred push. And I mean, he got a lot of damage from it. It's not like he got nothing from it. But it's hard to get that to measure it properly against the water control, right? So if you get your water control, even if you're winning and you don't have it at the right setup, then you're not spending your resources properly. So there's Vinch running to Teiti, and we got this down to a potential 4 remaining games.
Wait, TOS, are you still in capture age?
No, why?
Because for some reason it says Vinchester researched 26 technologies out of 100 available to Armenians. Vinch researched 17 technologies of 77 available to Koreans, which, considering that's not even possible, I have no idea how they're getting to that.
Oh, you might want to report a bug to the capture age team.
Yeah.
Koreans fell off, and it was turtles all the way down.
That was a novel, right? Turtles all the way down?
Ah, I mean, it's an expression. It might have been used as a novel title.
Ah. All right, that was Teiti. So that was Vinch's #1 home map, and it was his #3 Civ pick versus Lierey's #3 Civ pick. Lierey's still with a draft advantage.
Have you never heard that, Ornu? The world on top of a turtle?
Oh. But yeah, I mean, that's the world turtle. Yeah.
Yeah,
like
and then you know what the turtle's on top of?
Another turtle?
Exactly.
All right, it's the Isthmus.
The Isthmus. This is one of the maps I'm a bit worried about the generation due to whale locations. Sometimes they can be a bit unfair. I tried to improve it. GNU is in Linux. The best way to run Age of Empires? And alright, Isthmus with purple shoe for Vinch and green Persians for Liereyy.
All right, so Persians, very much a traditional power pick for any sort of aggressive hybrid map like Isthmus. Shu, I'm really curious about because they're fine, but Shu feel fine on like every map.
Is this potential FC War Chariots on this map? Oh, are the whales?
I really don't like an FC on like super aggro all-in FC on a map with fishing ships because it feels like you fall way too far behind in economy.
But are the whales displayed in capture age now? They're white dots on the minimap, or
Yep.
they did it. They display the whales.
We're having a whale of a time.
All right,
Ladies
they
and
did it.
gentlemen, we got them.
We got white dots on the minimap for whales. So looking at the maps, we'll have a very safe gold and stone for Vinch. I could even wall an FC, which we have seen on the map. Liereyy, what is this dock from Liereyy? This forward dock. Not going to let Vinch dock this side and take the whales in peace. No. Lierey's going to be aggressive.
I mean, that's the sort of big dock energy we're looking for here, T-West. Always a good time to use that one. And yeah, it's really interesting. I think that really shows how much Liereyy wants to take an aggressive approach. He is going to be right next to a whale as it happens, but there's no way he could know that ahead of time.
Yeah, he's the Persians, not the way. So also in the middle of the map, there are these very handsome Arabian wolves. So Liereyy, not wanting to go straight up the middle with the Vil if he wants to do any type of forward, has to go along the coastline anyway. So now he has that Vil in position forward near the dock to do anything else he wants to do with it.
But I don't think you want the whale early, right? So, I mean, the Marlin's not too far away, so I don't think it's going to be like too much of an issue, but there is that little bit of randomness involved. And yeah, Lierey's just going to go right to the Marlin.
I mean, I'd assume he was scouting and just trying to find what to take, but maybe you don't see that far.
Yeah. No, he did not see before the dock was completed that the whale was there. But my
Handsome
question
wolves.
for you, T-West, is that Marlin more useful than the Florida Marlins?
The Marlins are great at knocking the Mets out of the playoffs, so I'm gonna say, you know
I
what?
thought the Marlins were terrible.
They are. That's what makes it ironic.
Oh no.
But you know what, Orlu?
Oh.
They're not even called the Florida Marlins anymore. They're called the Miami Marlins.
Oh. They used to be called the Florida Marlins, though, right?
They did. They did.
Okay.
They rebranded. I don't know why, but they did.
Why represent a whole state when you can not?
I mean, it is Florida.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, because you have the Rays in Tampa Bay.
Yep. And you correctly said they're the Rays and not the Devil Rays.
Oh, is that a big no-no?
No, they used to be called the Devil Rays. They renamed to the Rays.
Well, yeah, I mean, probably some Christian group was against that. Oh, we are.
I'd imagine.
Yeah. All right, we're good. Sorry, we dropped a few frames, but we picked them up.
All right, yeah. Press F5 to pay respects in Orlu's chat. As Vinch is just gonna wall off. He's gonna fast castle. I've seen fast castles on this map before. He's got 23 villas with more on the way. And Liereyy with the forward dock, if he wants to try to break the walls of the forward barracks and men-at-arms, he can do it. But so far, it looks like he's content just to go feudal, and he'll do a dock on the western shoreline too, to further contest Vinchester and this Castle Age attempt from him.
We will have to see.
Slurrable whales. You had a Florida Marlins hat as a kid? Great fish marlin hats.
No, that would be good. Just to have the really derpy-looking AOC fish on it.
No, like the top of the
great.
hat would have to have like the fish jumping out of it.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, this has to be for the War Chariot play. I don't think anything else makes any sense at all. I don't actually think this is going to be that good for Vinchester because I'm really worried that Lierey's eco is just going to be too supercharged by the fishing ships. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, no stone, so it's not going to be white feather guards. And if you want to go forward for the War Chariots, like I said, you have to be careful of all these handsome wolves in the middle of the map ready to eat your vills.
Yeah, lots of wolves right there. War Chariots are pretty fast, though, at least for a siege unit, so you don't necessarily need to go forward with them, but there we go. They call him Stonewall Liereyy, and that is how you play AoE 2 right there, chat.
Yep, and the shoe bonus for the water is simply generating food while chopping wood. You have so many vills on wood when you go water that you get more food for it.
2S, he's not going FC.
Vinch?
Vinch has 4 vills on food and 300 food in the bank. He's not going FC.
Was he relying on fish and the fish just got stopped by Liereyy?
But that would make no sense. Also, I think Lierey's showing his inexperience right here. He really needed to add a fire ship as a second ship, or even his first ship.
Yeah, in the
Destroys
Dark
docks
Age.
so much faster, especially in Dark Age, because docks have no melee armor in Dark Age.
Yeah, in the Dark Age, the fires take down docks more quickly. But maybe he just wants the Hulks to be amassed to be ready for feudal. I mean,
that
is
is
this
什么？
possible.
double bit axe? It's not a fast castle. It's
Yeah,
just
no,
a very
it's-
slow feudal.
Is this just the slow,
What?
deliberate feudal age? Oh, fishing ship will escape. I mean, it's going to be 3 docks to 1 over here to the west. Liereyy still has 12 fishing ships of his own, and he's still able to freely fish boom to the east. Persians, of course, have a fantastic eco. That said, Liereyy is investing a lot into these stone walls.
Yeah, that he is. Lierey's worried about the fast castle, too. What is Vinch's scouting? I think he lost, or... No, he didn't lose the scout. That's just in his base. So he doesn't see the full stone walls. Liereyy is anticipating FC War Chariots, and is just like, I'll stone wall to keep it out. And Vinch is just like, feudal boom. Why not feudal boom?
I mean, that's fine. I mean, if you're just playing a game of AoE 2 where both players are even on the fish boom, then it's just Shu versus Persians, which is a perfectly fine Civ matchup. So Liereyy could still be faster to Castle Age. I don't see a market from him, but that's a lot of stone he's having to use.
Yeah, scout fight now. Vinch should win that scout fight eventually. Do Shu have fire lancers? No, they don't. They have
No,
way
the
long
shoe
cav,
predates
though.
the discovery of gunpowder
Yeah.
by a good 600 years.
Yeah, just as they predate AoE 2.
They predate AoE 2 by 200 years.
And now with some hulks on the water, Vinch will grapple a villager and kill her.
What a jerk. White Feather Guards are effectively a Fire Lancer. Well, they are both anti-cavalry units, but White Feather Guards are just big, chunky utility units.
They're emu units.
Emu units?
Yeah, emu units. White feather guards.
But emus are like, I thought blue or gray feathered.
No, emu likes the white feather guards. Worst type of unit. Basket's nose. Just like the emu trebs or the emu scouts or the emu vills.
The emo units. The units that listen to a lot of Linkin Park.
So Vinch will be castle faster on the map. He has stabilized his fishing eco. Not as smooth or streamlined as Liereyy, but it is at least stabilized now.
But I mean, check this out. Vinch is ahead of the Persians in economy right now.
Yeah,
Vinch
that's
said they have a
crazy.
good eco, but not a Persian eco level good.
No. Is that... Let's see... They both have fishing lines. Well, Liereyy just finished that. And I mean, look at all those fishing ships that Liereyy has. But Vinch is actually ahead and pulling ahead. Maybe the dock was a bit too aggressive for
Mess up there for purple, though.
Liereyy.
Ran right into the Hulk.
Okay, Vinch
You know
with
what?
a
I gotta say,
fire.
I love this from Vinchester. He's completely thrown off Liereyy. Liereyy invested into an enormous amount of stone walls, thinking that his opponent was just going all in. And Vinch is like, nah, man. We're just chilling.
And now if you just wall and boom for Vinch, how does that do against Persians who can boom themselves, but then you're playing maybe map control in the middle for a castle and some archers, probably, like Archer Halb? They get Halb, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you got
Versus maybe they can do that better than Persians? Maybe traction trebs are better than bombard cannon?
Aren't Savara a problem? I mean, you get to a bunch of White Feather Guards, like, you're fine. But the whole thing about Shu is you're going to hit 200 population significantly faster, but Persians are going to have a more cost-efficient and pop-efficient army.
Yeah, and Halb, but they missing the attack upgrades won't matter for Halbs. They have the armor, so against Savaras, that's good enough, I think.
Well, and you get the extra HP from Coiled Serpent Array.
Oh, Coiled Serpent Array.
Liereyy sailing around with all of these damaged hulks.
准备就绪。
Some scouts are coming forward. I mean, Liereyy just is trying to figure out what the heck is going on.
He's confused. Yeah, Paradox, Billy
don't
is that
blame him.
Chinese streaming platform.
Shu and long-ass names because in Chinese you can have characters represent longer ideas, or what we use longer words for can be expressed with a single character.
喂，什么？准备就绪。
It feels efficient.
Yeah. Also, earlier Vinch lost a villager to an Arabian wolf, but now Liereyy coming in with a forward siege workshop.
Yeah, almost losing to an Arabian Wolf. Losing scouts to the TC. Ooh, okay, that's some good TC fire.
Yep.
And
Lierey's
yourself
still being
wondering
annoying with his own ships. He's now with a 7 eco unit lead. And getting a third TC himself.
Chat saying, I think I must be overtired. I found myself wondering if deep-fried coil serpent array would taste good.
They do eat steak in some parts of the world.
Liereyy, could he grab the center relic? Or is Liereyy going to go for a side relic? Try to win a foot race there against Vinch? Yeah, he is. He's being greedy. He's going for a very forward relic.
Now, the War Chariot is just going to be awful here. Like, straight up terrible. I can't actually think of a worse unit in this situation than the War Chariot.
Yeah, it just dies to mangonels.
Dies to knights, dies to mangonels. Like, at least if a single unupgraded feudal age skirmisher isn't much of a resource investment.
Yeah, those Arabian
Yeah, the Shu
wolves
are
are having a
literally an
field day.
irredeemable civ, just like all of the 3K civs. I mean, Wu actually do have the technology redemption. They're just a different type of irredeemable.
Yeah, no redemption for the Shu, so no converting mangonels even with the monks.
Yeah,
Ooh,
snag
mangonel
the
hits a
forward. Bill
Vil.
is always nifty. Do you dive there anyway? Liereyy says no.
No. Winner of this map? Nope. Winner of this map, just gets a better score in the set so far. Winner of the
Wait, Vinch
set
gets
goes to the finals.
one more hit off. Okay.
Ooh.
Liereyy gets a monk, though. Now, I am a big fan of the faster movement speed for the Shu.
Yeah, it does help. You can
I'm
catch the mangonel if it's trying to run.
Like, that doesn't feel like a, oh, you're just recycling drill, because it's like, it's a very much smaller value at a different stage of the game. What on earth? Liereyy doesn't even have devotion yet! How on earth did only one unit get converted? What the heck?
Monks have been nerfed over time, or in lieu, they're not what they used to be.
I mean, it'd be one thing if he had devotion for that fight, but he didn't.
Monks bad.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is getting scary for Vinchester. The res are even. I don't know about... Why were you trying to micro that? Doesn't change how monk conversions work. Oh no.
Oh, the knights are in on the mangonels.
This is a disaster.
Yeah, so all of a sudden things did not go well for Vinch. Started with the monks and snowballed.
Handcart coming in. He only has 10 Vils on food right now, though. Those Vils are needing to retreat just a little bit. Liereyy has enough stone for a castle. He's bringing Vils forward. I mean, Vinch might try and go for some white feather guards here, and, you know, that's all fine and dandy, but, I mean, it has just been bad fight after bad fight here for purple.
Pathfinding for Liereyy. His units are on top of the castle foundation. How long will it take for them to find their way off? There they go. And it's castle time for only 2 Vils. The other 4 are just going to stand there and take a little break in awe of the pathfinding they just saw.
Oh, man. Rebuilding another TC at the back there is purple, but Liereyy might snag another Vil here for the road. Now,
准备就绪。
Vinch has basically no map control at this stage.
He has stone in the west on the islands.
He does. Can you get a faster imp time?
Probably
Oh my goodness, that knight even gonna
not.
survive.
Don't think faster imp time is an option for Vinch. And what would he even get from it? Just the Arbalest line, I guess?
No, the tracking traps.
I mean, what are they gonna do? You're against a castle that's really far away.
Still feels like you need something. I don't know, T-West. It feels like Lierey's just been able to take the middle here on a map where middle control is super important. And Vinch just completely flubbed his army composition in mid-game, not really respecting the monks and mangonels enough.
Yeah, he lost everything with the forward TC. He was hoping the forward TC would be enough to protect the gold. But now Squire is in for Vinch. But he has just white feather guards. They don't have any conversion resistance, I'm correcting that, right? They're not like eagles.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're more like the Lams there, so no.
This feels a
resistance.
little reckless from Liereyy, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh!
Yeah,
that was
like,
a
it
an attack
require
round.
some Ornlu level micro for Vinch to not kill basically everything here.
And the white feather guards have 95 HP, so they even tank a mangonel shot and even 2 mangonel shots that are just slightly off.
It's not like Lierey's gonna throw the game with that, but that was I have no idea what Liereyy was trying to do there.
White Feather Guards closing in on the Mangonels. The Mangonels, Liereyy trying to attack each other. And the White Feather Guards clear all but 2 HP. And that Mangonel gets back. Doing yoga. Yeah, I need to get in a different position. My back's been in this chair for too long. And some leg.
I mean, it says Vinch has a huge military lead, but Liereyy only has 1 warship, whereas for Vinchester, he has 14 warships. So that is a significant portion of his military at this stage.
A hulking portion of his military and those warhulks to the west. Doing some yoga.
What's... I mean, Liereyy just goes Savar, right? And then just kills everything?
Oh, he's got bloodlines and scale barding armor on the way, but he's adding archery ranges. Yeah, what is he going to do from ranges? No bracer for the Persians. I mean, maybe he should just go elephant and kill everything.
That would be pretty fun. He needs to delete his navy. I don't think you delete the navy until you really are hitting 200 population.
Yeah,
Also, why isn't Vinch making more White Feather Guards?
He is. Right now.
Okay, well now he is. But I guess he doesn't know about any potential cavalry switch from his opponent.
And
Nobody's
against Cav, I
transporting
think
to the outside yet.
I think you'd still want the halbs for the shoe, right? That should be much better than the White Feather Guards against Savars.
什么？
I don't know, actually.
准备就绪。
I mean, the bonus attack that they have, I need a White Feather Guard outside of a castle so I can click on it.
Nope, you can actually, if you can click on the castle
there you
and
go.
click on one of the White Feather Guards.
No, I had to click the global units. Alright, so it's only +8 against Cav for the White Feather Guard. Yeah, they have a lot of HP, but I guess you'd need elite and maybe they get more.
They do, I think. But yeah, Savar's coming in, and that should still basically kill everything. And a couple traction trebs coming out. Liereyy, again, being a little bit S-word right there.
So, what a weird game this was. I mean, Vinch kind of fast-castled, but didn't really. Liereyy anticipated a fast castle and stonewalled. Vinch kind of won the water on one side after Liereyy tried to dock both, but Liereyy still had fish. And the Persian eco, very good for Liereyy, as now he can go for Cavaliers.
Is trying to attack before Savar is in, which is a little weird.
It's almost in.
He should be fine. Liereyy is almost certainly probably fine. There you go.
Yep, there it goes.
Gonna have a bombard cannon here. Everything is awesome.
Ooh. Nice shot from the cannon on those harbs, or on the crossbows.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you also can't even garrison the castle at this point. Vinch should be losing everything. And I'm still almost sort of sure that Liereyy will win this game. Yeah.
Well, now we're 100% sure he wins, and now he's a win away from facing ACCM in the finals. As Vinch... That felt like that game he didn't quite know what to do, where he was constantly up in military numbers, while Liereyy was managing to push still.
Yeah. And then falling, 2 minutes behind in Imperial Age, the eco management in Castle Age was simply not as good. And Vinch was really relying, I think, on taking some good Mangonel fights, but he simply wasn't able to do that. And then Liereyy just ran in with a couple units and then got a ton done with it.
So sadly we didn't see War Elephants, but Liereyy still has the way for Kilimanjaro. Or
Yes,
Crownwood.
he does.
Or he still has Magaros for Crownwood, way for Kilimanjaro. And Georgians or Britons for border dispute.
Yeah, that'll be pretty darn good. Shu losing to Persians.
Vinch had that. Yeah, it felt like I don't know, it felt like Vinch had the game in the pocket at the start, but then maybe they're just so far apart that it made the potential aggression Vinch could have done with the military not pay off, because he was just on the water. And I guess booming versus Persians is just usually a sentence for losing the boom.
Yeah, a little odd. We'll have to see.
So it's now 3:30 p.m. for Ornlu. How's that party looking?
Well, I said I'd be there between 3 to 4.
And it's an hour, 20-minute drive.
It is.
Ornlu would show up fashionably late.
Yep. I've done it in the past, though.
You got a reputation to uphold then.
Yeah. And not because I'm just, not responsible or respectful, just because I'm usually doing this.
Are they watching you? Are they going to be like, that guy's late? And anyone in the chat from Ornlu's party watching him be late?
One of my closest friends was in my YouTube chat earlier.
Ooh, okay.
Hopefully they're doing
yes.
something more fun, though.
I gotta have a very thin segment of white on my black phone that's sticking out. Oh well. Have to get something to get it out with later. They'll be spamming that emote. What's that emote? Ornlu a sheep or Ornlu asleep?
Yep.
We need a
Party attender here.
party attender here.
All right. Vinch going to be in the purple as the Romans to the southeast and to the northwest. One win away from another grand finals. It will be Liereyy as the Georgians. With a forward dock once again, T-West. Look at this.
On game load in. There we are. And, alright. Forward dock from Liereyy. He likes his forward docks. He likes to be aggressive. It is border dispute. Players will have back lumber camps. And, well, Georgians Romans. That's another capture age thing. It takes time to load in all of the buttons or the icons on you hover over the tech tree. Do you get that, Ornlu? Does it take you a split second for stuff to load in?
No, I never have any issues with that.
Oh, maybe that's because my VRAM slider's down.
Going to the same party.
I mean, it's much later for Liereyy than it is for Ornlu.
Yeah.
Yeah, so both got the 2 bores. Kind of hard not to get 2 bores. And Vinch says, I see your forward dock, and I will dock forward with a loomless Vil that your scout sees. But Liereyy, doing loom, is going to send Vils to fight this. Vinch has to go to the shore to wall his Vil in.
You can.
Yeah, you can wall atop the beach. It's just a couple tiles of thick beach. There was a reed there, too.
Indeed. So, early fishing ships from Liereyy. That does require extra villagers on wood, but it's a great utilization of the Georgian early game. This is clearly something he's practiced.
Yep, and we saw this quite a bit, if you remember, from Brazilian dynasties on Araucarias, where players would pick the Georgians for an instant dock and have the mule cart for the wood line.
Which one was Araucarias?
That was the triple tunnel Black Forest taboo
Oh, yes. Yes, that was definitely something we saw a fair bit there. Is battering the dock worth it? Well,
no.
It would require a lot of batter. I mean, I suppose you could batter it, but you have no vessel large enough to bake or fry it. So what are you going to do with a bunch of drippy batter?
I mean, if it's really hot, you could boil it in that water.
But how would you boil something with batter? Wouldn't the batter just run off?
I mean, you'd boil the batter.
Does that work, chat? I feel like that doesn't work.
I don't think it works. I don't think that'd be too tasty.
No. I mean, I've done a fair amount of cooking in the past couple of years. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works.
Have a party in USA Cup? Yeah, I gotta cast a lot of USA Cup now. Next week after Warlords is over.
I did have my second set that I, alas, lost 1-2.
I saw.
A couple of games. One of the games I lost because I just didn't know the map at all.
See, that's why I didn't sign up. I figured I wouldn't have time to prepare for it the way I'd like to.
I mean, I just kind of YOLO'd into it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't think I'd have fun just YOLOing into it and trying to schedule for something I wasn't prepared for.
Well, I was peer pressured into it.
Oh, we're only giving into the peer pressure.
I did.
I had enough middle school videos from the 90s about peer pressure to know not to give in.
Did you have the DARE program?
Yes.
Did it work? Did you dare to resist drugs and violence?
For the most part.
There you go.
Our social media training of don't meet strangers online, which is essentially what I do now.
Yeah, that's true. All right, good quick balls there for Vinchester, but he is slower. And he's also not really ahead in eco either. So again, this feels much like, what was it, the Ring Nomad game?
Yeah.
Where he should be in a much better spot economically as Romans with a later uptime. And yet, of course, he's not.
Well, I mean, the Romans, other than taking shorefish, they're not really specialized for this map in the Dark Age like the Georgians are. You can pull off a unique build for them. A unique build for them with the fishing ships. So that's why Lierey's at the same res collected, despite being against the Romans. He has the fishing ships out so much earlier.
Well, that's because Georgians have an interesting bonus in the early game that opens up unique prepared build options, whereas Romans, it's just you smash your face into the keyboard and then you somehow have more resources.
Okay.
But I'm not bitter. Never once.
Alright, well now Liereyy with the archer forward with the forward range behind the wood line.
Yeah.
The men-at-arms have to flee the palisades, and Vinch has nowhere to run. This might be a quick game, and Orly might get to go to his party. Vinch turns to fight with the villagers, and they are very low on HP. Kills Lierey's scout, but loses his own scout, and now the archers are there forcing a tower. And oh, that was ugly for Vinch.
It really was. You never want to see someone go out like this. And I mean, it's still a good tournament for Vinchester. Semifinals is not an unimpressive result at all. But this is rough, and I fear we could be seeing something similar tomorrow. Epic Hulk action, because every map is a boating map if you believe hard enough.
Every map is a boating map if you do believe. Is there a third place game? I don't believe so. I think it's just third and fourth get the same prize pool.
That is correct.
Yeah, well, a lot of players don't really like third place matches, and honestly, I don't think anyone really does.
No, there's... The only reason third place matches exist is to bring in viewers and give them content before the finals.
Yep. 16 GMT final, and we'll have, I guess, a 45-minute long talk show before it.
Yeah, that feels very likely. And by Fletching coming in, issue, he has 16 vills on food right now, T-West. That is crazy.
Vinch has 0.
Yeah, he sure does. Or doesn't. Well, this is another one of those games. Another one of those Liereyy games where it's just like, he's so far ahead so quickly.
And I mean, it's not even like there was a huge thing he did. It's just he had the Dark Age efficient, and he got the forward range basically uncontested, and he just went men-at-arms and archers. And he did it so efficiently that Vinch didn't have anything going, no counterattack or anything.
Well, I feel like it's one of those things that seems really small, but it's actually huge. Liereyy was up to Feudal Age 30 seconds faster, well, 29 seconds faster, with 3 men-at-arms and a forward archery range.
Yeah, right. That's crazy how you manage the eco for that. Well, one of the reasons Georgians are picked for the maps like this is because you can do that with the dock, so you skip the mill. and then the mule cart. And that's your Dark Age building right there.
But on top of that, Liereyy also had an eco advantage. Like, normally when you do that build, it's like super, super aggressive. You can't afford double bid axe, and you basically just need to make something happen immediately. Liereyy did that, and it was also ahead in eco, so it's like there's literally nothing that was negative about Lierey's opening.
Everything was positive about it. And now Vinch on the back foot. It's weird to see how huge of an advantage Liereyy has when it's, I mean, 38 to 37 vills, but almost 1,000 more resources collected. There's another vill kill.
I mean, it's all about the worker efficiency right there, Liereyy. 700 food collected ahead specifically. Of course, we referenced the earlier much more villagers on that resource. Lierey's going to click up to Castle Age soon. Vinchester doesn't even have gold income yet.
Vinchester has weak fills on this wood line. One killed immediately. The other able to DE Pathfind her way away from the arrows, but now Liereyy is about to click up, and this might be a Castle Age GG. We'll see if Vinch fights on. It is his tournament life on the line, but this is a clean game number 5 from Liereyy.
For sure. So when we look at Lierey's wins, again, assuming Liereyy doesn't massively throw this game, which Liereyy tends to not do against anyone not named Hera, is we had 2 games that Liereyy won just by game number 1 and then the last game, just by having, you know, good transitions. Like, he had a really strong early game, but also just had some good transitions. And then 2 wins where Liereyy just completely smacked around his opponent in the early game. So it just goes to show that you can win games against Liereyy, but especially in a longer series, it's going to be so difficult when they're basically always guaranteed to be games that he just smacks you around in an early game.
Yeah, and like considering how much he smacks Hera around in early game too sometimes, it's like those are going to happen. And you can't let stuff like that Black Forest game slip away from you if you're Vinch, or that Isthmus game.
Or the last game either. Like, both of those games, Vinch was in a perfectly fine spot, and if his decision-making and execution was just a little bit better...
Yeah, that was the Isthmus game, Warlord.
What?
That was the Isthmus game. That was the last game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have no idea what I'm even talking about now.
Vinch going for the stone. He's up to the Castle Age. At least he clicks up, so maybe he won't resign as long as he's up. But he still has to deal with that range. And, well, he will go heavily onto the stone. So, is that for Centurions, then? YOLO afford Castle Centurions, see if it works?
Well, considering Centurions cost approximately 1 Imperial Age to build, you know, give or take a few resources, it feels like a single monk from the fortified church that Liereyy is guaranteed to build as the Georgians is going to be enough to stop that.
Liereyy wins, it would be the first S-tier RM 1v1 tournament. Hasn't he won King of the Desert before?
He won KOTD.
Yeah.
It would be the first non-Empire Wars, non-KOTD S-tier tournament he won, but then we're getting pretty specific.
Now we're getting specific, yeah. He hasn't won a LAN event, though. I think that would be the big thing for him.
Yeah, that's correct, because the Red Bulls he won were the online editions.
Yeah, he won KOTD, wasn't that against MBL? That's what chat's been telling me today.
Yeah.
First mixed map, but I think KOTD is more prestigious than a mixed map tournament. As are the Red Bulls,
so?
maybe. Oh, definitely. I don't think it's even close.
I mean, I don't really have a strong opinion there on one way or the other.
Oh. I think having the map where there are lots of viable strategies for all the civs, and it's not just you kind of civ win as much, is very important.
Yeah.
Because even throughout the games we've casted today, there have been a few games where it's just like, you know what, that's a civ win. And that doesn't happen as much on Arabia. It still can, there are bad matchups, but...
They're very rare.
Yeah. Not the regularity you see.
Tournament of only standard maps.
I mean, that's kind of what this is, right? Warlords is very standard as far as the maps go. They're all, like, base game maps.
But, like, you say like you had basically every series was like, you know, 2 Arabia, 2 Arena, 2 Nomad, or something like that, 2 Islands.
Maybe, but still, I mean, Nomad has some very severe civ wins with, like, picking Spanish, right? Arena has severe civ wins. I mean, if you ban the top civs on Arena, right, you get past maybe Turk's Way, Burgundians, Bohemians, then you have a competitive map.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Yo to the low.
Okay, Yellow Castle. Well, this is what Hera does when he's down, right? It worked against Liereyy in that Vikings-Burgundians game in Red Bull. So forward castle for Vinch. Will that hit the TC? Okay, or on the range indicator, it is adjacent to the TC. Does that mean it hits the TC?
I'm pretty sure it does. I could
Bodkin
be wrong,
will hit
but
it.
I'm like, yeah.
Yes, it does.
If it's bumped up like that, it usually means it hits it.
Okay, and now what do we do now?
Well, if you think back to that Ramparts game where Hera did the same thing against Liereyy, that was a castle in a spot that like bisected Lierey's economy. This is just Liereyy having to delete some farms, which is annoying for sure, but like it doesn't really change anything, and he's just adding another TC to the west.
We're getting a Centurion. So that's something.
Yeah, you can make like 2 Centurions, and they're going to get immediately converted. Oh, wait, do we have an... Oh, yeah, Imperium. Nearby militia line units move and attack faster.
Oh, we have a pause. And that actually does affect them, right? Or do they need a tech for that?
For the aura effect?
Yeah.
It's intrinsic to the unit.
Okay. They don't need to commit a tenseis for it. That's just the chargey attacks for the infantry.
And the faster train speed.
Well, paused by Vinchester. I don't see a reason for it. Just pause into pause.
Lag-re. I think that's what he's
Lag-re.
going to say.
Lag-re? No more lag-re's. Yeah, look up pick spelled backwards as a tournament. There is one.
Restart the set.
Or you make Ornley really late to his party.
Yeah, seriously.
Isn't it worth it to make like 1 or 2 Centurions to buff your units? Well, then you need units to buff. Right now, Vinch has 1 Monk, 1 Centurion, and 49 Vills. And yeah, I mean, if you have Legionaries in the late game, sure, but unless you're going for a long swordsman push in the Castle Age, you're not buffing anything.
Well, the thing is, like, yeah, Centurion plus Legionary is like a really fun late game army for single player, but in a multiplayer context, it just dies to Cav Archer civs or heavy siege civs, which is like any decent late game civ.
I mean, it's any counter to the Romans, because you usually don't want to go infantry against the Legionaries. We saw Liereyy try that against Hera in TTL, and the Berserks just died.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think part of what makes that such a hard matchup is Hera is so good at not dying, that whereas Liereyy has a huge advantage and kills other people, Hera somehow manages to boom and get to the late game. And we saw it even when he played Classic Pro in that game he lost. Oh, the game is over and Vinch is victorious. Did Liereyy drop? Did Liereyy drop?
Oh,
is this a
my
lag
goodness, guys.
Oh my gosh, do we have drama? Is this a lag-re? Could Liereyy lose due to bad internet? Let's go, 3-2.
Well, I think it's happening, chat.
There he resigned.
It's all over.
Lag-re. So, okay, obviously we're gonna figure out what happened there. Let's, just get ads out of the way so we don't have them during the game if we reload properly. Yeah, get your lag-re's in the chat. Get it out of your system, chat. Type them in, type them in. Are you playing from a hotel
won.
laptop? Is it over? Well, let me open Memstream. Well, he's talking to Liereyy, so apparently he won.
Okay, yeah, then it's over. All right, so
Okay.
that's gonna get to the semifinals.
Wait, is there?
Well,
Is there? Wait, let me read what was posted here. Did they post anything, or did you just win?
No, they didn't post anything.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna get going. T West, thanks for the co-cast, and I will see you tomorrow.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for co-casting, Orlu. I'm gonna try to figure out what just happened.
I'll throw my viewers over to you, so we
right.
can have the nice continuity.
All right. I'll close the stream together then, and everyone say goodbye to the Orlu viewers, and we'll wish Orlu a happy Memorial Day weekend barbecue party.
All right,
See you later.
man.
Enjoy your American holiday. Be safe and smart and don't do drugs. Okay, great, I don't have Ornlu to show me or to live stream Mem's stream for me. Okay, so I'm just gonna update things. Maybe there was a drop, so they just gave the admin win to Liereyy. He didn't have to use Georgians, so I'll just check that off. Dog lagged too. Did Dash lag? Did Orly remember to raid on YouTube too? Vinch disconnected and resigned is what Mem said. Alright. I need to get audio for this, so excuse me, and I'll need you to tell me whether you hear it or not. I don't know whether you'll hear it. Chat, tell me if you hear audio.
Only these 6 fishes and then full focus on TCs, but so many mangoes here, maybe. I'm not sure you killed yourself several units.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna push me. I thought way late game is better. I mean, Mongol late game, so I thought he would do something. I guess the feudal age, he tried something to recover the walls, but I just went fast feudal myself. That's why, just so preemptive, you know. Mangonos are never bad.
Okay.
Eventually, you can just trade with the opponent, so.
It's tricky sometimes this map, right? Because you don't know exactly what your opponent is doing, and you have to kind of play with that gamble situation.
Yep.
And maybe it worked, maybe not.
But eventually, Mango, they just carried through, so. What's happening?
I was telling Andy that if the Mongols lose this matchup, I quit Age of Empires. Because, man, it's the Mongols, man. Mongols in late game cannot lose. I mean, if these civilizations, right? If these civilizations come and also kill the Mongols, it's depressive, man.
Yeah, it is. But I'm not sure how the Tiger Calf would have performed, but I guess Mangadai they would still be superior, I'm pretty sure. I had castles all around my map, so there wasn't really much to do with the Tiger Calf either. So and I can always just snipe those traction traps, so yeah, I felt pretty confident once.
Yeah.
I got my first 20 Mangadai.
I mean, and the Mongols in this situation is super fun to play, right?
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of my good old younger days, you know, my teenager years when I played Mongol against bots. You just masked up 40 Mangadai, Citronager Hussars. Good times.
Teenager with me, you can tell. Please don't say Joan. Younger time when you are talking to me.
Well, you're 25, so you know.
Thank you, man. Now I feel better with your troll. Yeah. Okay, very nice. Yeah, but amazing here with the Mango Dice, and well, you took the first game. Very, very solid victory here. You were confident that if the game goes to this stage, you will get it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played Exam Bay against Mangoda before, but I looked at the stats and I was like, well, this should work. So it worked out.
Well, and for a flawless game and a smooth game, this one.
Yeah. I knew he was going to pick Chinese because he also picked them in the last drafts. And I kind of tried to start a couple times. It didn't feel bad. You're up like 1-2 vills, but Mayans obviously feels super smooth too. And I'm not sure. I think he was going FC, if I had to guess.
Yeah, but you can see now that he didn't really have the resources at all. It was like something was off in the build order because look at the resources now at the end.
Yeah, true. He didn't really go FC. I guess my build was just a bit better, a bit smoother. I had more food collected early on, so I could up faster and then kill the fish. And then I obviously have way more fish working.
Just look at.
And that's it.
Liereyy, look at resources collected. China usually always have 200, 300 more. Never happened in this game.
True.
So something in the start, maybe your TC was also faster up or something. I cannot tell it because the start sometimes is even too fast, even for the caster, you know? But you were always having more resources, and that's not happening against Chinese. So
Yeah. Well, Mayans, I guess, also started with an extra villager. I guess he had to make Loom right away, so it's kind of even. And then I just have longer lasting rest, so it feels pretty good. I could micro my plumes, so it was a fun game.
I like when you say my plumes, because I was going to ask you so many times, where's the arches? Well, today, I think the draft...
Special archers.
But you got the draft Civilization, like, can be used in Black Forest. I think you got a very good draft. And Britons, you can get, like, in the last spot. Then Mongols also, that is very good. In a very late pick, like, your draft was very good, in my opinion.
Yeah, I got like every civ I wanted, and even more. I got Wei, I got Persians, Koreans, Mayans, Mongols. Like, if I could name a civ for every map I would like to play this draft, pretty sure I would name these civs without a single exception.
Yeah,
So
we
I
were
was very
talking.
happy. But I guess I got
was-
these civs as well. So
Yeah, I was with Andy talking, but we felt that way, that you were having all the civs that you probably wanted for every single map, more or less, something like this. And then, microing here with the Mangondes in the first, and now with the plumes. Not bad at all. You can't complain today.
yeah, wasn't bad. Just Bloom's Mangonels, the dream comp for Mayans. So it was a good
Yeah,
game.
you can see the population difference really big. The game is over already, so we can go now for the next one, Vodka, and analyze the game that I really want to know what happened in Game 3. What do you think it went wrong here? Everything?
You ask me, I don't know either. You know, we'll find out this game, I guess. I just
Okay.
lost water too early. I took bad trades. I sniped some fish, but it always cost me lots of units, so that wasn't the best. And then I think I had to make turtles earlier, probably too.
More turtles, probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was telling that maybe you shouldn't invest in War Galley upgrade and use turtles. It's expensive,
Maybe, yeah, maybe.
but, you know.
Yeah, they're very
you
slow,
can-
that's the issue. No mobility. But yeah, they are pretty strong.
Yeah, but resources
Also
collected
more
here,
fish.
Armenians economy, it was very strong here for Vinchester.
Yeah.
And yeah, well, there is a transition then to... You try then to go as quick as possible because you felt that you needed to do something on the land?
Yeah, I wanted to make towers. Also, my stone was forward, so I was kind of afraid of him rushing that. But yeah, well, here it actually looks not bad.
That's a good trade. And population, you were ahead for a
was
moment, but
Good trade of that game. After that, it just went downwards. But yeah,
basically...
a few errors here and there.
Yeah, but that's the problem. When you now click up to him because you were having a lot of food, then kind of it has to stop the production. And then during that transition to Imperial, you lose everything.
Pretty much. You look away for
Pretty
1
much.
second, Hulk eat you.
Yeah, we can move to the next game, right?
Please.
Please. Vodka, he's the winner. He's asking, let's go for the next one. Okay, this one. Did you expect Shu in Ismush?
Not really. I mean, then again, what other saves did he have left? I wasn't sure what he was gonna do. I thought he might rush me with those weird units. Those what are they called? The things that shoot arrows, like from the workshop. I thought he was gonna FC into that.
Can you tell me
Yeah,
the name,
chariots, war chariots, exactly. So I just stumbled the whole map, and then I just boomed it up.
Yeah.
But yeah, he just boomed as well, so I was happy on Persians, obviously, so I can't complain.
So those conversations that we have got sometimes about the cheesy strategy, you were afraid about that. That's why you were walling kind of early. But with Persians, you can afford that walls, wrong? No?
Yeah, I just sent 2 free wills, just in case he goes all in. Just force a boom game more or less, and then I'm Persians, obviously, so not too bad.
Liereyy, when people in the chat saw that you were walling, is this Liereyy? They were checking, where these cameras? He's him, you know?
Yeah.
And a Stonewall, you know? You have not done that too often, right? But honestly,
not really.
But it's the way with Persians to be completely safe and definitely win the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, then...
Here I took some good trades. Who knows how it would have gone if he won some good Mangalore trades, but it turned out pretty well.
Yeah, and man, you there was a moment here that was looking that maybe Shu could go up to Imperial quicker, but suddenly your economy exploded. Persia's economy in those few minutes exploded, and then you were having already almost in Imperial. You want to see now resources to go up to Imperial again. So Savar is not a cheap unit, but Savar, like, how do you stop then Savar with Shu?
Pretty much. I mean, he had those feather guards. I think they're pretty decent, but I already had my hand cannoneers prepared, so those alone weren't going to work either. And that was just, I had the middle control, I had all the golds. I think I had one more relic, so I felt good. Full boom game.
Okay. Yeah, just look. Population, he has even more population than you. 50 army, you have 50 army to 20. You're going to clean everything with the Savar.
Yeah, he still has 13 Hulk, so those are kind of fake. But yeah, the crossbows are fake as well against my Savar. Like fake army in this case. Because I think he gambled that I would go hand cannoneers or maybe skirms.
Yeah.
Probably hand cannoneers, so he went archers. Because he already had 5 feather guards, and those are pretty decent against cavalry, I guess. But then I went Savar anyway, so...
And the last game that finished with the drop, I think he opened weird because he didn't go men at arms. You were expecting men at arms with Romans, I guess, or not?
Yeah. Either that or maybe some FC shenanigans. So just in case I sneak the villager with a range to put some pressure immediately. But yeah, Georgians feel pretty nice in this map.
Yeah, and you did the dock very early with one villager, just forward as well. 2 fishing ships super quick. Then he did, I think, I was talking with Andy, look how late he's up. He did 3 fishing ships, but much later than you did yours. I think that's the key, that then you got all the initiative from there.
Yeah, I knew that. Well, obviously I have a mule card, right? So I have a free lumber camp, essentially. So he still has to make that, so he's down 100 wood. Then he made a dock as well, free fish. I know he's behind, and then I can just take the initiative here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not snowballing yet. He has good resources in the bank, but already 1-2 villages, creating a lot of chaos. Were you feeling here that it was at this point more again to throw because you were having the big initiative, or not yet? Yeah,
pretty much. I mean, after like 1-2 minutes, after I took these good trades, take an archer here, an archer there, a villager here, a villager there, then I was collecting relics. Heather was on free TC of the church. He only had Centurion, I already had monks out, so the game was pretty much over unless I massively throw. But yeah, the drop obviously happened, which was unfortunate. There's still a slight chance he could have come back, but not without me messing up in a big way.
Check resources collected you had, and also army. Yeah. He's doing the castle, but look at his army. He has no army. I mean, there's a drop here.
Also, I'm on CA, better scaling unit. His Centurion don't really do anything because I have monks collecting relics.
2 relics
TC,
already.
So. Yeah, pretty much.
Liereyy, we can check your path to the tournament. You are in the grand final of another S-tier tournament. We see the brackets. This is, well, not the group stage, but you have literally dominated in playoffs, but you also dominated. What was your group? Group A? What group was yours? I don't remember, man. I'm sorry, but it was, let me check, this, B. And then you won to Luis also here, and 3-0 to ACCM, you did. But tomorrow is a grand final, best of 9. And how you feel about the matchup tomorrow, best of 9, ACCM? And ACCM is a fighter, best of 9. Hopefully you don't have plans, because...
I cancelled the weekend, don't worry.
Okay. How you feel for tomorrow?
Obviously, the past series against ACCM went pretty well, the last couple tournaments, but tomorrow's a grand final, so anything can happen. Nerves are there, you know, it's about everything. And like I said, biggest time of his life, right? So he's going to play like that. And in the final, anything can happen. Just got to get the head straight and take it from there.
Since I don't want to ask this question to you if you win tomorrow, and I don't know if you're going to win, I'm going to ask now. You know, it's a grand final and it's not against Hera. That is for a change, you know. It does take something from you, like, because probably you wanted to take a final against him. Or if it is a final, hey, it's going to be a title for me, it's going to be a S-tier tournament. How you feel about that? People want to know these kind of things.
You know, in a perfect world, and like a fairy tale, I would beat Hero in the final and end his streak that way. But, you know, life's not always a fairy tale. So I'm just going to take it as it comes. ACCM is still a beast. Look at his performance last sets. So either way, it's a final. I don't really mind who's facing me in that case. So yeah, tomorrow I'll focus on that.
Sometimes it's just destiny. You never know. In my opinion, I thought you were going to fail to face in quarterfinals. quarterfinals. And I was telling before that happened that for me you were going to be the favorite, because I think you were playing better, but didn't happen. So tomorrow against ACCM, we're gonna see you, Liereyy. Let's see if you're gonna be the champion or not. By the way, you and ACCM, well, all the semifinals today, nobody will be in a final in Warlords. It's the first time for all of you, for ACCM, and even for Sebastian or Vinchester. Nobody. Only Hera, Viper, Tatot, and Mr. Yo has been in Warlords finals. So it's the first time in the final.
New winner. Yeah, a new
winner
finalist as well.
completely.
It's refreshing. It's good. It's nice.
This is good. We have been a long time telling, and this has to be good, and also to motivate a lot of people. So, Liereyy, congratulations, man. Tomorrow more.
Thank you. Will do.
Take care, man. Bye-bye.
Congrats, Liereyy.
Bye-bye.
Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, dear.
You wanna tell something?
All right, so I'll tab out of that. I think we're out of that. So there's the interview. Let's see. Is there anything else we want to cast tonight? Was there more USA Cup tonight? Scotty versus Bloodless. That's in 21 hours. And no USA Cup tonight. So we'll, I guess, just give another shout out to Memb. And I'll find someone on Twitch to raid, see who's streaming. I don't see anyone casting Spec Cup now. Alright, so we'll end stuff on YouTube and we'll raid some on Twitch. So thank you all very much for watching. At least we have the interview at the end of the VOD to kind of avoid spoilers. So we'll see you tomorrow, 16 GMT for the finals. We'll co-cast with Ornlu again.